The 1970s heralded a new concept in viewing wildlife. Zoos were out, and going on safari in the comfort of your own car was in. No longer was safari the preserve of wealthy holidaymakers visiting Africa. Everyone could do it. The 100-acre West Midland Safari Park gives exceptional access to some of the world's wildest, most endangered animals. Head warden Bob Lawrence has been at the park 33 years, collecting all the new species, and these days it seems the rarer the better.
We've just got back from Mulhouse in southern France. It's been about 1,700-mile round trip, plus 14 hours on the ferry in barely 48 hours, so it's been a hell of a journey, but I think it's been worth it. We've got two of the rarest deer in the world in the back, the Philippine spotted deer, and after 2 years' blood, sweat and tears, we're finally involved in the conservation programme to preserve this endangered species. The safari park of today isn't really just concerned with the glamorous and more popular animals, it's concerned with animals like this. Right, it's only a deer. You okay, Ange? But it's a deer that's probably down to the last 200 animals in the wild, and captive breeding is seen as a key to that species survival, and that's what we're very keen to get involved in. We'll have a male coming shortly, and we will build up numbers. We've got enough carrying capacity here to probably carry 2 small herds. That's what all the fuss has been about. People are encroaching into their habitat. The habitat is being destroyed. And it's a very depressing and all too familiar picture. Animals the world over are going the same way. At the end of the day, it's the human race that is causing this problem. We are destroying the planet, the environment, and the animals that live within it. And unless you can educate people, make them understand that, it's never going to stop. When you go through the park, I think we can honestly say that whatever point of the park you're in, you can look around and see at least one species which is critically endangered. And it'd be nice to make people pull up short and say, why? Why is this happening? What can we do about it? How can we stop it?
All this is a far cry from the early days of the safari park when it opened in 1973. At that time, many of the zoos and safari parks around the world were set up by the famous circus family, the Chipperfields.
Well, the basic concept of a safari park was simply to drive through a field of lions and go home. That really was the idea that triggered everyone's imagination at the time. The other species we kept were things like bears and baboons, which we don't have today because they were very problematical in terms of safety. And baboons could get out of virtually anything. It's virtually impossible to make something baboon-proof. And we spend a lot of our time chasing baboons half the way around Worcestershire. So in the end we had to give up and they had to go. This is our Meals on Wheels service, and we're going to go in and feed the lions. We all get ourselves locked into the cage. The cage is towed into the lions, and it gives us a marvellous opportunity to look at the lions very close up. And I think to an extent it gives the lions the opportunity to simulate conditions in the wild because they've got something to chase, which is us.
It's coming!
Stop!
As well as the ever-popular normal lions, as the staff call them, the park has a splendid pride of white lions.
These are the only 4 in the UK. There's probably less than 100 in the world. There's still occasionally a glimpse of one in the wild. So they are genuine lions, but they're very, very few and far between, and have a group of 4, hopefully, potentially a breeding group before the year's out, is a huge thrill. There you go. We feed them every other day. People are often surprised that we don't feed them every day, but this is simply to try and simulate conditions in the wild, because in the wild they don't eat every day, every week, or perhaps every month sometimes. And if you feed them every day, they get fat, obese, and not lean and mean like any predator should be, to stay in good health.
Got to come up and get it.
Lazy lump. They know this is only the starters, really. The main course is still to come.
I do have a favourite. It's Michaela, which is the male. We shouldn't have favourites, but you can't help it. He is lovely, and it's a big, soppy thing.
They've grown a lot since the first time I saw them, and they were just as daft then. But they're very quiet temperament, really, because they were actually hand-reared. But that makes them that much more potentially dangerous, because they think people are something to play with, and their idea of play and our idea of play doesn't actually match.
Of the 130 species of animals at the safari park, giraffes are the most difficult animals to carve. 32 have been born at the park, including Sophie, who is now struggling with her own baby.
She's been carving, what, nearly 3 hours now, 2.5 hours of those to get as far as popping the head out, and she really isn't trying anymore. She's probably had enough. She seems very confused by it all. We put her in the pen next to Mum, which has calmed her down a lot. But I feel now that it's gone as far as she's going to take it, and we're going to have to take it a stage further and get the calf out. The longer we leave it, we're reducing the chances of the calf being alive, in which case the main thing is to save the mother.
It's heartbreaking to see this because we've been waiting for 14 months for Sophie to have her first calf. We've been so excited waiting for her to give birth, and it's obviously not going to go well.
Right, keep an eye on her.
The standing sedation's working at the moment. She's propped herself up in the corner quite nicely. I think I can safely approach her, get the rope around the calf's legs and hopefully pull it out.
It's a tense moment for the staff. They're still not sure whether the calf is alive.
We've pulled the calf out now, and the foot onto the ground seems to have given it a little bit of life. I can't believe it. I really thought it was dead. Come on, babes.
We'll have to give it some antidote, because when you're sedating the mother, you're also sedating the calf inside it, and very often even vets forget that you've got to revive not just the mother but the calf as well.
She's beginning to breathe a lot more easily now, and she's struggling a little bit and trying to move her head, so that's all good signs.
Calf's had a little bit of reviving agent, drying the calf off to sort of stimulate what Mum should be doing, like licking and cleaning it down to stimulate life. Just got a bit of straw up the nose, old lambing trick. Tickles and makes them cough and splutter and breathe. They do sound a bit, she sounds a bit throaty, but at the moment she's making a good go of it.
Feeding day at the park continues with the normal African lions. Colin is typical of the staff here. Working with animals is something he's always dreamed of doing.
Come on, Ed. Wait. Yeah, come here. Come here, come on. He won't feed. This is Luke, and he's protecting his female. They get quite aggressive when they feel threatened, and there's a few young males around, and he just basically wants her to be safe and just looking after her. I've always wanted to work with animals, really, ever since school. Seeing him on TV, watching David Attenborough, Johnny Morris, for those that remember him, and Animal Magic. I turned up for my first day at work not knowing what I'm going to have, expecting something like Pet's Corner, little guinea pigs or little fluffies, and this big burly bloke came along and put me in a Land Rover, took me straight down to the lion enclosure, and I was just dumbstruck. And 18 years on, I'm still working with lions. To be this close to something that could kill you is quite awesome. And just to demonstrate, it's just awe-inspiring. It's fantastic, you know. What else do you want to do, really?
We've given Mum her antidote. She's still standing wedged in the corner. She doesn't show much sign yet of coming round, but she has had the antidote. Oh heavens, she has gone over. The reason Mum's fallen over is the original sedative has taken effect before the antidote was cut in. We did have a problem getting the antidote into the veins, so that's probably not working quick enough yet. Just cover Mum's head with a sheet to keep her calm, protect her from the effects of any light, and keep the dirt out of it, and that'll keep her quiet enough for us to get some more antidote in. The secret with getting giraffe back on the feet is to keep them down, keep the eyes covered, keep them down as long as you possibly can, so that when they do sit up, they're fully recovered, they get onto their feet for the first time and stay on their feet, because you don't want them slipping over again.
You wanted to get up there, she won't. Well, everybody out.
As soon as we took the sheet off, she jumped straight up and caught us by surprise, really. It was a hell of a scramble to get out, but we got out, and without any of us getting trampled, but she's up now on her feet and looking good.
Now Sophie is back on her feet. The next task is to get the calf standing.
We're just tucking the legs under the calf now, so that when it tries to get up, it does get up properly and doesn't do the splits, basically. When they do the splits, they can do irreparable damage, so it's got to get it right first time.
I am, yeah.
We've held her up just to get her balance, and she seems to be managing quite well. And she's going to take a few little steps in a minute, and we'll keep hold of her just to let her get her balance. Now she's just doing it on her own now. She's standing up and she's walking slowly round. This is really good. Can't believe that she's doing this by herself so soon.
The newborn baby giraffe can't be put with her mother just yet. So the staff have to make sure she gets her all-important first feed.
We don't want her to bottle feed from us just yet, because hopefully Sophie will take to her. But if she doesn't have this first milk, then she won't get any antibodies. But of course she doesn't like it very much. A bit more, keep going. Okay, that's enough for now. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's got really long eyelashes, gorgeous eyes, and she's lovely.
It's a good girl.
I can't believe how well she's doing. Only a few minutes ago we'd left her for dead almost. She's up and about, looking interested and doing unbelievably well. It's what we're all here for, makes it all worthwhile.
Last year, the safari park had 12 lion cubs. But they're worried that the animals are breeding so successfully. It's something they have to stop.
In the wild, lions have to put up with all sorts of vagaries like climate, availability of food supply, illness, disease, etc., etc. Whereas in captivity, these lions are in far better condition. They don't have any of these concerns. As a result, they breed far earlier in life and breed far later in life than they ever would in the wild. The problem is, what do you do with all these lions if you keep producing them? Because a lioness can produce 2, possibly even 3 litters in a year in captivity. If there's no possible chance of finding a responsible outlet or home for them, it's irresponsible to produce them, so we control that by putting contraceptive implants in.
Her name's Laura. She'll be 10 in October. She had 3 cubs last year, and we've had quite a lot of cubs this year, and I think it's time we gave them all a bit of a rest. So we're about to implant her, so she's a bit grumpy with all the people around.
Every time she comes into season, we've got 3 adult males and they all fight over her. So if we could prevent her from coming into season, then that might stop all the argy-bargy out in the reserve as well. But she will still be pride leader just because she's implanted. It shouldn't make too much of a difference. She's the biggest, the fattest, meanest of the lot.
Before the contraceptive can be implanted, Laura is sedated.
It's a bit difficult. The normal gun's got a laser on it. It's easy to spot, but without the laser, it's that much more difficult to hit a moving target in subdued light.
It was a little bit difficult to see her in there, but especially she kept coming up to the bars as well to try and kill me, I think. The dart fully went off, but they do have a tendency to try and pull them out. She did manage to pull it out, and she was throwing a bit of a chew on it. I was a little bit worried because it still had the needle in there, but she dropped it after a few seconds anyway, so it was fine. She didn't like being darted very much at all.
We'll wait and see if it works for 10 minutes and we'll come back.
Yeah.
Breeding continues all year round for most species of animal, and it's always preferable that new offspring are reared by their natural mother. These endangered cattle are called banteng. Every birth is vital for their survival. So when a calf is found abandoned, staff reluctantly step in to hand rear it.
just making up the milk for the Bantam calf, and we're giving it half lamb milk and half calf milk. 12 days ago, this calf was born. It was to a first-time mum, and she hadn't cleared her up very well. It had been quite a chilly night. We found the calf almost dead, really, and very, very cold. So we had to bring her in, put her under the lamps, and it was touch and go, really, whether she would survive. But luckily, after some tender, loving care, she's doing really well now. Hello, sweetheart. Time for your milk. For the first few days, we were feeding her quite regularly, about every 2 hours. No. Now she's drinking very well, and we only have to feed her 4 or 5 times a day, which is a lot easier for us. There you go. Bantams are from Java, Borneo and Indochina. Nice. They're getting much more endangered in the wild. In the last 3 generations, they've declined by 20%. So it's very important that we can breed them in captivity. Mostly it's due to deforestation and human encroachment on their habitat. You're a nosy girl, aren't you? Because she's a female, she's very important to the International Stud Book, which we're members of. So it's very important that she becomes part of the gene pool for the future. She is lovely, isn't she? She's absolutely gorgeous. That's the trouble with these baby animals, you get very attached to them.
The staff are waiting to perform the surgical procedure. It takes just 10 minutes for the sedation to work on Pride leader Laura.
I don't usually have much choice. The girls usually make me go in first. It's all right, girls, I'll go in.
Yeah, go on. That's your job, that is.
I suppose it is slightly nerve-wracking, but when you go in, you just look for the depth of her breathing, the response of the eyes. You've got to have confidence in what you're doing. We know you're giving it the right dose, and if there's no response, then it's usually pretty safe to bring the rest of the crew in. Yeah. Okay, everyone. It's usually best to do the procedure in-house because it saves taking her to the vets and making it a very lengthy and time-consuming process. She's knocked out in familiar surroundings, she wakes up in familiar surroundings, and it's far, far less stressful for her.
This is the implant that we were putting in. It goes under the skin and just sits there and slowly leaches hormone into the tissue fluids, and usually lasts, well, it's very variable actually. Sometimes 2 years, sometimes 4 years. It does tend to vary a bit. But it seems to work. That's the main thing.
It is an incredible thrill to hold something like a lion in your bare hands. You can feel the power, the strength, the majesty of the animals. Although they are fast asleep, you can feel the power in those limbs. When you think that this animal, if it was awake, could pick me up in her mouth and jump over an 8-foot-high fence with me in her mouth without any problems whatsoever. But you can feel the strength in the jaw, the teeth, above all the tongue. It's as rough as a piece of unplaned timber. And believe you me, if ever you feel that licking your bottom, you know you've got a problem.
Once the procedure is finished, the team give the antidote to revive Laura as soon as possible.
The recovery time can be anything up to 10 minutes, or it could be just a couple of minutes, and it's not unknown for us to revive the animal and just look around the pen, checking that we've left nothing behind, and turn around to find she's sitting up looking at you. So it doesn't pay to take any chances, and I think actually she's waking up now.
Lequideer are a species of antelope that spend a lot of time near water, a problem when it comes to calving. Lucy Pearsall, the veterinary nurse, is concerned about an abandoned newborn that she's warming under a heat lamp.
It was born this morning and was found in the pool. I think it's taken in quite a bit of water. It's freezing cold and really wet, so I think we need to stomach tube it.
Yeah, doesn't look very encouraging, does it? No. Have you listened to its chest?
I was going to have a listen to it now. The heartbeat sounds really strong, but it does sound very slightly bubbly, so I'm a little bit concerned that it has taken in some of the water when it was in the pool. If we can just try and stomach tube it and get some colostrum into it at least.
We're going to have to do something with it, aren't we?
Yeah. The first milk that we're giving is colostrum. This is very important for them to build up their immunity, and they should have this within the first 6 hours of them being born. As we haven't actually seen the mother feeding it today, we're not sure if it has actually had any colostrum, so we'll give it a bit more a bit later on.
Just keep him under the lamp and see how he goes from there. See him again about midnight, I expect.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those nights.
Our normal African lions breed very well, too well, but our white lions haven't bred at all yet. It's something we're desperately anxious to put right. The scientists we use come from Germany, the Institute of Zoo Reproduction and Wildlife Research in Berlin. They are specialists in their field. They go all over the world. They are interested in any rare or endangered species of animal. It's a great privilege to work with them, and every time they come here they are literally pushing back the frontiers of science as we know it, and they're very, very keen indeed to help us get these white lions breeding. We're just about to sedate him. He's a magnificent animal. It's a great privilege to be able to not just work with white lions, but to actually go in and touch him. He's not just the boss of this pride, but he is literally the pride of the park as well.
It's not every day you get this close to the animal that you're looking after. It's a lion at the end of the day. It's a predator, it's going to kill you. So you cannot get this close. They're not little cuddly animals that you can stroke. So when we're doing this kind of procedure, it's the only chance we ever get to actually physically touch the animal you're in charge of. And it is very exciting. When you look at them, they're magnificent animals, you know, so you've got to have a cuddle, haven't you?
These 4 white lions come from 3 different litters, so they're reasonably unrelated. So we could get them to breed and build up perhaps to 10 or 12. There's enough room in the house and the reserve for 10 or 12 animals. It would be an absolutely fantastic site. And then from there on in we could start distributing them to other zoos. Terrible waste of 3 very good females if he doesn't breed. And if there's anything wrong with him and he can't breed, we're going to have to try and source another white male from somewhere.
The ultrasound they're using to look at the internal organs, and they're taking measurements which they can compare against a reference and see how he compares to the rest of the population. That will give them part of an indication as to how viable he will be as a breeding animal.
Very good. It looks very good, very promising. We haven't done any white lion before, so it's a very rare opportunity which we got here. So it's really exciting. So a good point for conservation to do this work here.
White lion cubs will help secure their species' survival, just like the other animals born at the park, many of whom no longer have a place in the wild. The West Midland Safari Park, home to 130 different species of animal. Increasingly, zoos are becoming the last refuge for animals no longer safe in the wild. One of the most enigmatic and majestic, often said to be our favorite, is the tiger. And yet, we are pushing it to the brink of extinction. Now, as few as 5,000 are left in the wild.
Virtually any part of a tiger is alleged to have some sort of mystical property, whether it's an aphrodisiac, a medicinal quality. Virtually any part of it has got a huge financial value to it, and for that reason they are being hunted even today, in supposedly the enlightened 21st century.
As well as 8 ginger tigers, as the staff call them, this park has now built up the largest collection of white tigers in the country. All the tigers here are Bengal tigers, which originate from India. But Bob didn't get his first white tigers from there. He travelled far into the northern hemisphere.
Sweden was the only country where we could find white tigers. There was a zoo there that had an established breeding programme, and that was the only place we could source them. The journey was 48 hours there and back, almost to the minute. It was a place in the north of Sweden with an almost unpronounceable name, sufficient to say it's the coldest inhabited place in Sweden, where in winter the temperature gets to about minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, although we were quite lucky, it was only minus 20 when we got there. The conditions were horrendous. I'll never forget watching it snow in the airport at Stockholm, and it snowed and it snowed and it snowed, and there was 6 feet in less than 24 hours. I'd never seen a white tiger. It was an astonishing sight. It was in the early hours of the morning in the dark, but I've never seen anything quite like it before in my life. Whoa. Hello. And to think they were ours, we were taking them home, was quite a feeling. Okay. Aren't you beautiful? I don't think there's anyone alive who's seen a white tiger in the wild, because they haven't been seen in the wild since about 1950 or 51. So they only exist in captivity. So they are, in a sense, extremely rare. And you probably never will see another one in the wild. Yes, that's it. That'll do. Worcestershire, England. Oh. There we go. Good girl. Good girl. So far, so good, yes. We've got the big one to do, though. Yeah. The time they were boxed up, we were pretty shattered. We had, I think, 1 hour's sleep and a little bit to eat. Then we had to travel south by road.
But at this point, Bob didn't realise there was trouble ahead. The safari park is always trying to bring in new animal attractions. This year's theme is the African Big Five: elephant, rhino, lion, and new for the safari park, leopard and buffalo. The term Big Five was coined by African game hunters, not because of the animal's size, but because they are the most dangerous to hunt. It's important that every animal introduced at the park has the correct environment in which to live. The park's new leopard, Sasha, has a refurbished pen, but she's still not settling in.
It's all a bit of a shock to her. Because she's come from a private collection, she's not used to seeing a massive amount of people, and she's only used to a select number of keepers going and see her and feeding her every other day and making sure that everything's okay. It all depends if they feel comfortable in their new enclosure as to whether they're going to settle down or not. So this is what we're looking for. And we need to spot various things which could start to lead to behavioural problems. She's taken to pacing along the front of the glass when there's public there, and especially when the peacocks are waiting, which irritates her slightly, I think. And we don't want her to do that because obviously it doesn't look good in front of the public, and it's not healthy for her either. So we're going to try and come up with some enrichment ideas for her. Been and collected some rhino hay and straw that came out of their pens from overnight, so it has got a bit of a whiff to it, but Sasha's got to find it and smell it and cover it up with her own marking, so if it keeps her occupied for a bit, then that's the whole idea of it, really. She's not had ordinary cat food before, so it could be quite interesting as to how she's going to react to it. I mean, she already just has big chunks of meat, so it could be quite interesting. Just a couple of emu eggs. It'll take a while to break them because the shells are quite thick on them, but cats generally like the taste of eggs. So if it takes her a couple of days to break them, it'll be a nice surprise when she does finally get into it. And we've got some perfume as well, just to put around the reserve. That's another scent marking that she'll go around and cover it up with her own scent. So then again, we're taking her away from pacing at the glass.
On the road to Stockholm Airport, Bob doesn't get very far before he comes to a complete standstill.
They'd closed the road as the snowplows had wrecked the road in their attempts to clear the road of snow. They said there was about a 100-kilometre detour round this block. It turned out to be only 50, but it was pretty treacherous going.
So it's blocked?
Completely, yeah. OK, we'll have to go the other way.
Sorry.
OK, so one of those things, yeah.
Yes.
We were supposed to be at the airport with 3 hours to spare. I think we got there with about 3 minutes to spare. The plane was already on the runway, and we literally put the crates into the plane on the runway, and we eventually sat down and scooted off to Heathrow in the early hours of the morning. Travel is always stressful, even for people, but it's stressful for animals too. Invariably, once you get going, they do tend to sit down, lie down, often go to sleep, but it is stressful, so the shorter the journey, the better. Once they were in the box, we just kept going to get them back to Bewdley and get them out of the crates as soon as possible. Now we travelled. Steady. Look at that. There you're home, sunshine.
We'd been waiting all night, really, for the tigers to come. They'd arrived in the middle of the night. Because they were going into quarantine, we had to wear these horrendous white suits, which Bob said we looked very nice in, but I'm not so sure.
As it was a rabies quarantine, we had to wear white suits, rubber gloves, dip everything in disinfectant. It was pretty horrible at 4 o'clock in the morning, but that's the protocol, and that's what you have to do. Right.
They'd been created separately for their journey, and when we unloaded them into their pens, we put them together, and they were just so pleased to see each other. They were quite obviously a little bit cramped from their journey, and they were licking each other, and they were just really happy to be back together again.
It was definitely one of the most memorable nights for me, waiting up for white tigers to arrive. I mean, you know, not many people do that in their job every day, do they?
My first impressions of them were how beautiful they were. The stripes were not really black against their white coats. And they got the most beautiful blue eyes as well.
I'd never seen a white tiger before, so to actually see them right there in front of me was just fantastic.
It's certainly worth the wait. If we'd have had to wait up 2 nights, I'm sure we'd have done it.
And Sasha's wait is now over, as her new improved pen is finished. But what will she make of it?
She'll come out and sniff in the air because she can smell the different scents and perfume and meat that we've put into her enclosure. It's exactly what we wanted. It's the whole aim of the idea to put various stuff into her enclosure. Spending a lot of time on the log. She obviously likes the smell of that perfume hanging over the edge. She's rubbing her chin on it where her scent glands are. So she's trying to mask that smell with her own, which is what we wanted to do. She looks very contented, I think. Very happy leopard. Hopefully this will keep her attention for quite a while because the shell's really thick on emu eggs. So if she can't get into it straight away, she's going to hold her interest by rolling it around. If she's clever enough and can roll it off the edge and it will break. And that's one of the ways she'll get it. Clever girl. She's put it in that little hollow in there, one of the only places on the log that she could put it. She's put a few teeth marks in it, but it's not broken enough for her to be able to get much of the egg out. And she rolled it down in between the two into the V of the log, and it now seems to be broken. She can tell that it's not what she normally eats, but yeah, they're quite delicious, so that's why she likes it. But we don't give them to them that often because obviously it's extra high protein levels, but it's just a treat. This is our aim at keeping our animals happy, and as you can see by her reaction to everything that's in her enclosure, it seems to have worked so far. We can come up with a load of new ideas now and change them around every week just so she can come out to something new. Happy animals, happy keepers.
Whether it's driving through the lion reserve, passing by the tigers, or admiring the leopard, the big cats are a big pull for the public as well as the staff who work with them.
I've been here over 6 years and still look forward to getting up in the morning and coming to work, and there's not many people who can say that about the job. It still makes a big smile on my face every time I think about it. I kind of get a bit emotional about it still, actually. I don't know why.
The Swedish white tigers settled in well,
Hey, babes.
and 6 years after arriving at the park had their first cubs. Becky hand-reared them and now has an exceptional bond, which means she can get closer to them than anyone else.
Come on,
Touching a tiger is not advisable for just anyone.
Happy. He's scrapping tubs, which are almost 2 years old. They're my babies. So they are. On the 25th of May 2004, these two little bundles were born. We had a caravan parked outside the tiger house, linked to CCTV cameras so we could constantly watch to see what was going on. We were supposed to record it. Unfortunately, I fell asleep half an hour before they were born, woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I'd missed it. So I got a bit of telling off for that. She looked after them for roughly about 5 or 6 days, and then it just seemed, from constant viewing on the cameras, that they possibly weren't getting as fed as much as they should. And we took them out when they were roughly 6 days old. It seemed like Mum wasn't doing as well as she should. Took them out, weighed them, weighed practically nothing. And then, from then on, it involved long 17-hour days in my caravan, feeding every 2 hours. Long hours. Very worthwhile, though, looking at them now. I mean, I like the gingers as well, but I don't know, there's something very special about these two. Especially when you first see them close up, it's a bit of a, not a shock, but it kind of takes you back because of the colour they are.
Becky's white tigers were the firstborn. Then there were a group of 4 cubs. Currently there are 9 white tigers at the park.
I'll try and come up every morning, and most nights to put them away. They'll be the first animals probably out every morning because they're normally out by 8:45. And the first things that I'll come and see every day. Even after 2 years, they still know who I am. It's still nice to get a nice welcome from them. It's amazing, in almost 2 years they started off that big to how big they are now. I know being hand-reared, they tend to grow a lot quicker than if they were mother-raised. And they were fed quite a bit. And they were on milk for a long time as well. Probably a bit longer than they really needed to be. It's lovely to play with them when they're small because they want to play. I mean, they're just like big kittens. If you run around, they'll chase after you and like chase your legs, and shoelaces and shoes they took a big fancy to straight away, really. They get tired quite quick because obviously if they're out for a long time, they're only young. But just a quick 10-minute nap and then they'll be back up playing again. It doesn't take them very long. Run around like absolute idiots. They jump all over us. Didn't you? Little trouble. I'd still want to do it now. Good girl. It's amazing just at the sheer size of these two. They're not even 2 years old. And how powerful they are and going to be probably in another year or so time. They're a bit different with us than the rest of our tigers are because of being hand-reared, so they still have that soppy side to them.
"1998 was a vintage year for the ginger tigers. A total of 8 cubs were born, keeping staff very busy.
We vaccinate all our cats and dogs, but these are just as likely to get the same diseases as our domestic cats and dogs, and for the sake of a simple inoculation, it's a great shame to put them at any sort of risk. They were all vaccinated and chipped, much the same way as we do now. We probably left it a bit later than we should have done. Normally we do them when they're younger, but for some reason that year I can't remember why we had to do it later when they were distinctly lively, and they took some catching. There's one very annoyed little cub. Even at that tender age they can make a terrible mess of you, so we do try and get them and restrain them at the neck so they can't bite. You've only got to watch the claws then, and we chipped them and vaccinated them. Okay. Yep. Okay, done my bit. It's quite lively, a lot of noise, a lot of hustle and bustle. Not your finger, is it? No. OK. Wait for the spray. It's always a bit confusing when you've got a lot of cubs. We have to mark each one as we do them to make sure we don't do the same one twice or put 2 chips in the same one. But it worked very, very well. And they're fit and well and are still with us today. OK.
The second animal to complete the park's Big 5 collection are Cape buffalo. Moving them to their new enclosure could be problematic for the staff.
They came here last year and they came from the Czech Republic. Because they've come from a different country, they've been in quarantine just to make sure that they don't bring us any germs in or they don't pick up any germs from us. They've been completely isolated, and now we know that they're perfectly healthy. They're quite dangerous, ferocious animals, so you're going to have to sedate them, just getting everything into position. We're quite used to this sort of thing. Bob's very experienced and he tells us all what to do.
Once we've made the darts up, you can put the white tractor in there and open that gate. These 2 fellows can go and show to the public, and as their exhibit is finished, we're going to move them down there. We'll make them just a little bit woozy, so they won't go down, but they'll be wonky enough to walk into the trailer. The tricky bit is getting them both in together. And we haven't got a double-barreled dart gun. We'll have to shoot them one after the other very quickly. Thanks very much. On to that. They know something's afoot. The buffalo have flown. Here, buffalo. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're going to go in his shoulder. Worst case scenario, it's bounced out, but it had some. We darted the first one, the dart went off, then it fell out. So we're not absolutely sure, in the absence of the dart, which one we've got. So rather than take a chance and give one a double dose, I'm just waiting for the first signs of it starting to take effect. He's just starting to wobble now, which means we'll go for that second one. Got him? They're very, very dangerous, so I won't be walking them in. The tractor will drive them behind, hopefully coercing them into the trailer.
This group of tigers are about to be split up after 8 years together. 2 females are being donated to Chester Zoo, possibly for good.
Chester have got a slightly awkward situation that they've got an empty tiger exhibit at the moment, and we're going to lend them a couple of females for the rest of the year. It's not an uncommon situation that the zoos can't help each other out in this country. That's a pretty sad day. A tiger's a tiger. If you go in there, they will kill you. It's as simple as that. Being familiar with people doesn't make them safer. I mean, can you imagine going in there now? You wouldn't last many seconds. We don't believe in going hands-on with these animals. The only time we touch them is when they have been darted and sedated. Then and only then do you go in with them and do any sort of handling or treatment.
It's going to be a shame to see the girls go, to be honest. The boys are desperately going to miss them, I think. Although they'll still have each other, but they've been a group of 4 forever. So it will be a shame, but they'll go to a nice new home, or they'll be looked after well, so it'll be better for them in the long run.
While Bob is waiting for the sedation to work on the tigers, he's got another job.
This buffalo enclosure has just been finished. In fact, some of the paint's still wet. You've got the contractors standing there waiting very anxiously, hoping they're well told. And hopefully they'll come out of the trailer. Woo, steady. One's still very, very sleepy. He's just laid down and basically gone back to sleep. But the other one's pretty aggressive, behaving true to type, charging everyone and everything at the moment, making a terrible fuss. But fortunately, it's strong enough to keep him in. They're absolutely fearless. They really will take on anyone or anything. Take on lions, man, with impunity. They really are quite fearless.
What we'll do is we'll collect some blood samples for Chester Zoo to analyse just her general health, really. And then we're going to put a contraceptive implant into her. We won't be able to remove it, so she'll be permanently implanted with the contraceptive.
When I first started in this business many years ago, if you bred a tiger, you thought you'd arrive on the scene. But nowadays, we've got so good at it, every single one of these tigers could breed perhaps twice a year. And that's the perpetual dilemma. We're always told they're disappearing in the wild, but yet in captivity, every single institution that has the means to keep tigers is full to capacity, and we're told not to breed tigers. You got your antecedent? In some ways, it's just another day at the office, but you know, you never really lose the well factor, do you? I mean, it's a magnificent animal, beautiful condition, and you know, it's a pleasure and a privilege to be able to work with them. All right.
We've let the buffaloes into their new paddock now. It's all prepared for them. Their shelter's done and their pool is all ready. I'm just waiting for the grass to grow. It's just coming up now. Obviously, because of their aggressive nature, we have to keep them separated from the cars and the members of the public and also the keepers. So this is why they're in an enclosure of their own. They've settled down very well, and we're hoping to get some females to join them later on this year. And hopefully this time next year we might have some little calves.
The tigers have recovered well. They're perfectly normal now. Invariably, when you move animals, once you start moving, they just sit down, curl up and go to sleep.
Chester Zoo has suffered without its tigers. As everywhere, they're big crowd pullers, not just for their majestic appearance, but because visitors are keen to hear about tiger conservation.
Our very old male tiger died recently, and it left us without a tiger, which is not good news over a busy period, and Bob stepped in and it's been absolutely fantastic and allowed us to have these 2 females here. So we couldn't ask for more. Bob's been great, he's a star.
I didn't realise how much they're looking forward to this. I'm just so glad we've been able to help.
They look fantastic, they look lovely actually, so we're very pleased with them.
There are loads of people. I wasn't expecting quite so many. I think it's because it's handling the crates. I told them we needed loads of muscle. We've got loads of muscle.
Whenever there's something going on in the zoo where there's sort of vehicles and people doing things, it's always hugely popular. And even today, when there's actually not really much to see in terms of crates and things, the public gather around in huge numbers to see what's happening and get a peep of the tigers through the window.
Ooh, look. Okay, see? Can you see everything? Big pussycat. Oh, how cool is that? Look at it, it's so cute. It's probably a bit sad, but when you're working in a zoo or a park, you always want to go and have a look at other zoos. I love it. It's great. I love seeing what other collections have. This is just fantastic. I reckon we can fit one of those in the trailer. I think it's a fair swap. They have our tigers, we can have a baby elephant. That sounds good to me.
Bob and Lucy don't smuggle any animals home. The movement of all wildlife involves a lot of time and planning, ensuring all captive animals have the best quality of life possible. The 100-acre West Midland Safari Park in Worcestershire is home to 130 species of animal. The park prides itself on its collection of rare and endangered species, from the largest land mammal on the planet to something that many of us would think was a pest. Also living at the park is Deputy Head Warden Angela Potter with her 8-year-old daughter Shannon.
Living on site means that you are always on call 24 hours a day. If there's animals to be fed at the draft house or checked, poorly animals at night, then I'm the one that goes down to do it, but I don't mind in the least, and it means I do get to do a lot of the hand rearing, which is probably one of my favourite parts of the job. At the moment, we've got a little wallaby, which we're looking after. We've only had her for a little while. Unfortunately, she was abandoned. We found her at the side of the road, and if we hadn't taken her in, she wouldn't have survived. So she's come to join us in our menagerie here at home.
Angela has worked at the park for 27 years. Her experience means she can turn her hand to any species of animal. But it's something she does out of passion rather than duty.
I'm not an elephant keeper, but luckily for me, I get to help out on the elephant department. I'm a part-time elephant keeper when the elephant keepers are off on holiday or off sick. So it's really great because I get an involvement which I can just incorporate into my normal job. Well, first thing in the morning, I have to come down and unlock the elephant house, make sure the elephants are okay, and give them their breakfast. So it's a really nice way to start the day, seeing the elephants first thing. Their breakfast is pony nuts, a special Elevite diet, which we get specially prepared for them, sugar beet and maize, and lots of bread. Steady. The elephants are very well trained. Tooth, all right. They understand about 45 commands each, which is excellent and very good for management of them.
No, the safari park hasn't had an infestation of common or garden rats. These are jumping rats, originally from a large island just off the coast of Africa.
They're the largest rodent in Madagascar, probably one of the rarest mammals on Madagascar as well. The problem is, as with so many other places in the world, there's a lot of deforestation going on, commercial logging, which is wiping out their habitats, which they're very picky at. They only live in forests on the coast. So as more and more of these are getting destroyed, the habitat's just been wiped out and they're losing the battle, unfortunately. The current population estimate is about 7,000 to 9,000 of them, which might seem like a lot on one island, but really it's not. But hopefully the breeding programme in captivity that we have going here will help change that. They are sort of similar to most of the rats. They're much bigger. I think they're a lot cuter. They've got bigger ears, big fat tails, and they're just a little bit podgy, really. They're not like your evil-looking brown rat. Nothing against people who own brown rats, but you know, they're a bit cuter, I think, than your normal run-of-the-mill rats.
The rats are some of the smallest endangered animals in the world. The elephants are one of the biggest. Numbers in the wild have been reduced to 500,000, many killed for their ivory tusks. And even these elephants have suffered from this illegal trade. The mothers of the park's 4 elephants were killed by poachers 14 years ago.
These elephants are from the Kruger National Park in South Africa. Unfortunately, they were orphaned and they were reared on a game reserve. But when they grew to about 5 and 6 years of age, we couldn't put them back into the wild because they were too over-familiar with people. So luckily for us, they came to live with us here. When they came, they were a lot smaller than now, quite nervous. It took a little while for them to acclimatise to our cold, wintry weather, because they obviously were used to lots and lots of sunshine. We put them into our new elephant house, gave them lots of heating, lots of love and attention, and 8 years on, here they are, big and very boisterous.
Mike Dodson has spent 5 years looking after these elephants.
5, come here.
Working with elephants requires an exceptional amount of training for the keepers and the elephants,
5 foot.
as they are the most dangerous animals to keep in captivity. Worldwide, an average of 1 elephant keeper is killed every year.
Leg back.
Elephants are big, powerful animals, and without this level of training, in some facilities, keepers have actually lost their lives, so health and safety is a big issue.
We train every day, and we see they went on their chains nice and easy, nice and relaxed. It becomes more and more routine to them, and it's not a shock. They seem at ease.
It's literally for sort of 45 minutes a day. It just helps for general well-being and management of an elephant facility.
One thing's for certain, elephants don't jump. But do jumping rats?
They only generally jump when they're scared. Normally it's to evade the strike of a type of ground boa constrictor. I've never seen them jump as much as they can do. They can jump about 1 metre high, but that's a good thing because I don't want to scare them too much to be able to see them jump that high. As an exhibit, they're fantastic. You know, they're always sort of foraging around, really active all day or during their night time. Obviously, we've got a reverse cycle going in here with the lighting. People seem to love them, you know, especially when we have babies like we have done a few times this year. We got 2 adults about a year ago now, which has been breeding a bit too well, really. So that's why we're going to put in a contraceptive implant to stop her keeping pumping the little babies out.
Come here. 35, lie down. Lie down. Steady. Basically just giving a bit of a brush off every day. All right, 5. Steady. Giving her a brush off every day, just so she gets used to a bit of human contact. Help lying her down as well. Is if we ever need to knock the elephant out for any procedures, just makes it a lot easier. We can give them the anaesthetic while they lay down, so they don't have to fall into uncomfortable positions. We teach them this when they're quite young. It's a lot easier when they're younger. I mean, you can do it as adults, but you've got added advantage of size when they're a bit younger. It feels quite good when they do these things for you, 'cause it's such a large animal listening to you, and you know, sometimes you can't get anybody to listen to you, and you get an elephant to listen to you, so it sounds quite good. Steady, good girl.
What follows a good brush? A nice long bath.
We bath the elephants every day, and it gives us a good idea if they've got any medical problems. And also, it's another good way of getting near them, getting used to it. And it's good for their skin, because they get a lot of callus and things grow on their skin. They get a good routine every day. We check their feet and check behind their ears. They do enjoy it. As you said, they stand there, and 5 especially, she likes to drink the water as you're bathing her. And also the water temperature, we heat up so it's quite warm, not boiling hot, not too cold, enough so it's comfortable on their skin.
They really enjoy the bath. It's a nice warm bath. We certainly don't give them a cold bath. It gets their blood circulating just before they go out. We heat them off before they go out in the cold, so they're nice and dry. It just generally makes them feel healthy, like when we've had a nice bath.
To slow down the breeding of the jumping rats, a dominant female and a youngster are being implanted with a contraceptive. Then, as part of the international breeding program, one of them is going to be sent to another zoo in Eastern Europe.
Hello. This is the first time we've ever had to do anything with these rats. I was a little bit dubious to start off with when I was told that we were going to have to handle them to microchip and implant them, because I'm not really a huge fan of normal rats, but these are actually really sweet, and they're quite inquisitive. I think they've come out to see what's going on. Hello. They do jump. That's why I'm a little bit nervous about having the lid off. I think they're just going to jump out of this container. Ooh. Apart from trying to escape. Ooh, what's that about? Now I'm really worried. The microchip needle is quite thick, and it would be too difficult for us to implant them or microchip them whilst they're like this, because they're far too lively. Plus it's not very nice for them either. So yeah, it's a lot easier to do the procedure when they're under an anaesthetic. We don't want to stress them out too much, so basically what we'll do is we'll place the mask over their face, introduce the anaesthetic gas, and we'll put the implants and the microchip in when we'll try and revive them pretty quickly.
You're a lovely little thing, aren't you? All I'm just going to do is wrap you up a little bit here. It's quite a feisty little thing, aren't you? Pop your nose in there. Okay.
They're doing great here, they're breathing really well, a bit too well to be honest, which is why we're going to put this implant in there before she goes off to Latvia to be paired up with another male. She's not quite old enough to breed yet, so these implants last about 2 years. So in 2 years' time she should be strong enough and big enough to mate.
We're just scanning for to make sure there's no chip in there already. Okay, that's all negative. Just go at about 2%, can you please? Right, here we go, just beginning to wake up. Stop there. Thank you, just open up for us. Okay, there we are, my little friend. Just beginning to wake up now. Let's pop you in there.
Once the jumping rat is fully recovered, it'll be sent by air on its 1,000-mile journey to its new home in Latvia.
After bath time, it's time for the elephants to come out into the paddock and have their own time. And they normally come out, roll in the mud, slip in the water, get absolutely filthy dirty all over again. They like to dig in the sand on the hill and slide down on their knees and roll in the mud, just have a great time really. In the paddock they've got logs, they've got some fireman's hose pipe which we give them to play with. They enjoy pulling on this, rolling on the logs and rubbing and scratching themselves. So it just gives them something to do and keeps their skin nice and healthy. They're out from 10 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock at night. So that's the elephants' time. They can do whatever they like and we don't interfere at all during that day. It's lovely to see them out in the sunshine. It's great to see them playing in the mud. They dig in the sand and they just do their own elephant thing.
The park's 4 elephants haven't bred yet, and the staff are concerned they'll never conceive naturally. Breeding elephants is notoriously difficult in captivity, and as pregnancy lasts 22 months, there's a lot that can go wrong. So in order to help things along, the elephants are about to embark on a course of fertility treatment.
We're taking blood samples from a harbour. We're hoping to do artificial insemination. We're taking daily blood samples at the moment because we're waiting for a luteinising hormone peak. So when we take the samples, we send them off to Germany and they're analysed there in a lab.
Steady, good girl.
I'm normally used to taking blood from a lot smaller animals. So it's quite exciting really to be able to take blood from elephants, especially from the ear. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult, but I'm getting quite good at it now, so.
Well done, steady.
It's very important to be breeding these elephants. African elephants haven't bred brilliantly in captivity, and although we've got males and females here, the males are the same age as the females, and although Jack is obviously quite interested in the girls and doing his best, he's not dominant or big enough to actually be able to make them himself, so that's why we're looking down the artificial insemination road, because the girls aren't getting any younger, and the longer you leave them, they could develop problems and maybe never get pregnant, so we obviously don't want that to happen.
The centrifuge is to actually spin down the blood. What it does is it separates the clotted blood from the serum, and the serum is what we're actually collecting to be analysed.
The samples will be sent to a laboratory in Germany so they can predict when the elephants are about to ovulate. This is the most fertile period, which only happens 3 times a year. In the park's Twilight Cave, the jumping rats are kept with another animal that originates from Madagascar. Also extremely endangered, the park's only primate is a strange-looking rodent-like relative of the monkey.
An ii is a nocturnal species of primate. They're not really that similar to a lot of other species of primate in that their middle finger is sort of become quite scrawny and a little bit longer than the rest. And they find sort of hollow pieces of branch. They can gnaw open with their rodent-like teeth, which is another thing that separates them from all of the primates. And they'll basically stick their middle finger in, give it a fish around and see what they can pull out, hopefully some nice juicy grubs. Our ii is called Michotra, which is Malagasy for thank you. He's got a great temperament to him. He always comes out and says hello every morning. And yeah, we don't want to get him too tame, but it's sometimes difficult when you work with such an amazing animal. They're solitary creatures in the wild, so he's quite happy on his own for the moment. Obviously, keeping any endangered animal, one of the main goals is to breed them and get a viable captive breeding population. It's out of our hands at the moment. It's in the hands of the Madagascan government, which are the actual owners of him. When a female becomes available, then hopefully we'll get one and we'll be able to breed from him.
These are both Madagascar natives. But how well do they get on in captivity?
They're found in the same woodlands in the wild, in the same forests. But Michotra occasionally comes down and tries to steal the rat's food, and if he comes down too low and they catch him, they might give his tail a little nip, but it's only a bit of fur, so it doesn't really hurt him. But apart from that, yeah, they get on fine.
Every 2 weeks, the elephants are rounded up and walked tail to tail to the industrial-sized weighing scales kept at the back of the elephant house.
Because they're still young and they're still growing, we have to check their weight to make sure they are still gaining weight.
Get over.
We don't want them to grow too quickly. Usually they're putting on about 10 to 20 kilos in a fortnight. Sometimes it's a little bit more, but we can always alter the diet to keep them on the straight and narrow.
5, get over, move up, quick. Step up, move up, steady.
Elephants can usually live 60 to 80 years, so ours are still pretty young. They're all teenagers, roughly 13, 14 years. An average sort of bull elephant in the wild could weigh up to about 5 tons. These are roughly about half that size. 5 weighs 2,760 kilos, which is 2.7 tons, which is the equivalent weight to my Jeep. So she's pretty heavy, really. She will get heavier.
You can.
It's not just the big animals who need their health monitored. The small ones have regular checkups too.
Just trying to get him down onto the scales at the moment so we can give him a weigh. Try and weigh him every month, a couple of times a month, just to keep an eye on him, make sure he's not losing any weight or gaining too much weight. Come on, Michotra, come on. This is about the only time he'll ever come down onto the scales when we tempt him with the waxworms, which are his favourite food. OK, it's about 3.7, which is a little fat for an ii, to be honest. We'll have to try and bring his weight down a little bit closer towards 3 kilograms. Probably cut down a bit on his breakfast feed. It's quite fattening, the gruel and honey, and probably a few less of these waxworms as well. They only tend to sort of accept 1 or 2 people coming into their enclosure. If more than those come in, then they sort of get a bit freaked out. So I like to think we have quite a good relationship. He always comes out each morning and says hi to me and gives me a hug, as it were, and a poke with his finger.
The results of Lucy's blood samples have come in, and the staff are hoping that the female elephants are now ready to be artificially inseminated. With all the planning that's gone into today, everyone is very anxious.
We're going to see if 5's ready to be artificially inseminated. To me, it means we get, hopefully, a baby calf at the end of it.
A team of German scientists, who are experts in animal reproduction, have flown over especially to examine the elephants.
They're renowned throughout the world. They've been working on various species and they've done a lot of AI with elephants. They've already been successful in this country at Colchester Zoo. They actually produced the first AI baby elephant in this country, so obviously they were thrilled and we want to follow in their footsteps.
There's a lot of research necessary because so far we understand only the basics of the reproduction biology of elephants, not the full picture, and that's only since the last 20 years, so there's a lot of need to do more research on elephant reproduction.
Just doing the ultrasound scan to see if she's receptive to the AI.
From our interpretation of her cycle, she should be ready any day now, but we're just checking to see if this is the day or whether we've missed it or whether it's still to come. They're very compliant, they know these procedures, they're used to having strange people around them, probing them and doing all sorts of unmentionable things. Andy's at the head, she's quite happy, she's just feeding her tidbits, and they'll stand like this for up to an hour and a half, possibly even 2 hours for these various procedures. They're not going to breed naturally because the bulls with them are too young and too immature. In the wild, they'd be served by far bigger bulls. So we need to get them breeding if we possibly can, if we were ever going to do it, and the time's now.
After extensive ultrasound scanning, the results are not looking good.
She already has ovulated, so that we missed the time when we could artificially inseminate her. There are 3 cycles per year in the elephant, so it will take another 4 months. We will have to wait until we have another chance.
We were hoping we'd have a few days, give or take a few days, but obviously we've just missed it by a day, so it's really disappointing.
Well, when the last visitor's gone, we call them up, line them up and walk them in. It's almost like taking the dog for a walk, really, but the keepers have done thousands and thousands of painstaking hours training them, and it's not as easy as it looks, but they've done a lot of hard work and it's good fun. 5, steady.
We've trained them to walk tailed up.
5, move up.
Taba move up tails, 5 goes first, and the Taba tails up to 5, Jack tails up on the back. We lead them in into their yard.
Steady.
Steady tails.
Steady.
Today I've been taking the Taba in. She's our middle elephant. Very stubborn at times, but no problem at all. With the bulls, you have to be a lot more careful. Jack tails up and walks in very well, but Tooth isn't quite so amenable, and we just let him in out of the yard by himself. He doesn't tail up to the others. When we're walking the elephants in, we just have to take care that nothing spooks them. You know, a little bird or anything just flying across their path may upset them, so you have to be very vigilant. But they're very good and they know their routine.
Get over.
At night, we have to keep them in the house, mainly for safety and security reasons. Obviously, we wouldn't want any people climbing over and coming to see the elephants at the night. And obviously, in the winter, it gets a little bit colder, so they need some heating. At this time of year, we have the fans on to keep them cool.
They come in one by one, and they have individual pens, so we can monitor individual rations, individual faeces and urine samples in the morning, and it enables us to keep a good eye on everything.
Get over, we put them in their place, and then we normally give them a little procedure to do. Carve a place, maybe salute or bow. Salute, steady, Taba all right, steady, Taba all right. And then we release them and they have their tea.
Now more than ever, zoos and safari parks are opening their doors to institutions interested in observing animal behaviour.
Bristol University are doing a study and looking at all aspects of keeping of elephants in captivity, all aspects of the welfare, health, behaviour, everything else. And it means putting cameras in the roof of the building at night, monitoring them outside, looking for stereotype behaviour and things like that. All right. The surprising thing we saw on the video was on the very first night, we saw Jack lying down and going to sleep. And as darkness fell, he was still lying on his side, fast asleep. And he didn't appear to move all night. When the sun comes up, he's still lying there. He doesn't stir himself until about 6:30, and he finally gets up, which means he's had about 10 hours sleep, which is more than we get. We welcome the survey. It's the first time the elephant survey has ever been done in any depth.
Good night, Ellis.
We're becoming ever more accountable for what we do and how and why, and if there's anything wrong, at the end of the day, we need to be the first to know. We want to be the first to know, because we do care about the welfare of all our animals. However big or small they are, they're all important. We care about them all.
The West Midland Safari Park, one of the busiest of its kind in the country, with 750,000 visitors each year. You can get up close and personal to 130 different species of animal. The rhino is a descendant of the prehistoric woolly rhino. which once roamed throughout Britain. In many respects, its recent history is a conservation success story. After being hunted to near extinction, the worldwide population has now increased to 17,500. But before we get carried away, that number once ran into hundreds of thousands.
Rhinos have been around for millions of years. They used to roam freely throughout North America, even in this country. But man has slowly reduced their range and their activity, so they're now restricted to relatively small areas of Africa. They're quite enigmatic creatures. They're a relic of some bygone age, a dinosaur age, if you like. But even in the 21st century, they're still quite capable of surviving and indeed flourishing. 100 years ago, there were only 20 of these southern white rhino left.
Hello, Trixie.
But from that slenderest of margins, the present population of about 12,000 worldwide has been built up again. So it shows it can be done. If the animals are left alone, they can revive. They're quite capable of surviving and flourishing in the modern world as long as they are left alone. But man is the problem. They are being hunted for trophy. The perceived value of the rhino horn for medicinal purposes, aphrodisiac and things like that, it's worth up to about £500 an ounce, and when you consider what the rhino horn weighs, they haven't got a hope of hell of surviving when you put that sort of value on them.
Hello.
There's a good girl.
Early in the morning when we come into the rhino house, we often find them fast asleep, and they're quite slow to get up really. They sleep quite a lot longer if we let them, but obviously we get them into their routine. We check them in the morning, make sure they've eaten from overnight and that all looks well with them, and then it's time to let them out and clean out their house.
Good girl.
It can be quite deceptive in the house. They do know us, but obviously if we're walking around with them outside, they would not be so amenable. And when we let them out onto the reserves, obviously we have to take very good precautions because they're such big and they can be very dangerous animals. So it's all a case of opening gates and using bars to open the gates so that we don't actually go into the pens with the animals. And then as one exits the house, we shut that gate and open another gate. The patrol vehicle is outside waiting to keep an eye on them out in the reserves, and as they go out, we shut the line of gates behind them.
Believe it or not, despite their bulk and their perceived ferocity, they're quite harmless. If you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone, and they really are quite harmless. You see them grazing, they graze the ground tighter than sheep, and they're quite capable of going on without causing any harm or damage to anyone or anything.
Even though the rhinos are threatening when on foot, visitors are safe from harm in their cars. Other dangerous animals can be found in the reptile house, where there's one of the largest collections of venomous snakes in the country. Rattlesnakes and the aggressive cantil. There are also some of the biggest snakes in the world, including pythons.
This is our reticulated python. They originate from Southeast Asia. Their habitat's normally rainforest or woodland areas. They're one of the world's longest snakes. They can grow up to 20 to 30 feet. We've measured this one at 14 foot, so pretty big, but not one of the biggest ones. They normally eat small mammals and rodents and birds normally by constricting their prey. They have been reported to have killed and eaten humans, but it'd have to be pretty big, normally I think around 30 foot to do that.
This python has developed a lump under its skin and needs to be operated on to determine what the lump is. Consultant reptile vet Chris Marshall has been called in to do the surgery.
We've already given him a sedative, so he's pretty sleepy at the moment. Normally they're pretty active, and we're going to give him about another half an hour, so we're happy he's fully asleep, and then we'll transfer him over to the operating theatre, and then we'll get ahead with the operation.
I haven't seen many of these procedures before, so it'd be really interesting to see the kind of drugs that he's going to use and to find out what the final diagnosis is going to be.
He's quite sleepy now, so he'll be ready for the procedure in about 10 or 15 minutes. So I think we can move him up there now. Let's do it.
We've got white rhinos here. We have now got 8. The original 5 came from South Africa. We had 3, a male and 2 females, and then 3 years later we had 2 more females. The original male mated with our 2 females, and we produced 3 youngsters within 2 years of each other. This is Barney. He's our youngest rhino here. He's 4.5 months old, and he's had the winter mostly inside the house, boiled to death by the keepers. Loves to be tickled and scratched, and he's certainly our favourite.
Yeah, he's pretty solid, isn't he?
Well, certainly is. He's a very friendly rhino. This is because he was born in September, so he's had the whole winter. We've hardly any visitors here. We've been closed for the winter, and he's just had the undivided attention of the keepers, and he has been spoilt rotten.
Yeah, daft as a brush, literally.
It's absolutely incredible to be able to get close to this baby rhino. We more or less saw him being born, and he's such a friendly little character. To come up and to cuddle him and to brush him, it makes our day.
Today is a big day for Barney. After being kept in the rhino house until he was old enough to be let out, now it's his first day on the reserves. The other rhinos are being kept in because staff aren't sure how he'll react to his first taste of freedom.
He's going to let him out just with him and his mom, Tootsie, just to go outside onto the grass, get a feel of the reserves before we start to mix in with the other rhinos. I think he's going to enjoy this, but he's going to become exhausted.
Hey.
My goodness, look at him going. He's panicking a little bit because he's never been outside into the big reserve before, and Mum's wondering what's going on. She's galloping around so fast that he's just trying to keep up, and I hope he doesn't fall into that paddock. Bless him, it's quite nerve-wracking. That's quite a drop on the other side of that wall. And that lion's running up at the fence at him now, but that's okay, Mum's taking him well away from that. He keeps running, you see, and then it makes her panic a little bit. Even in the wild, that lion would not be thinking of taking a baby rhino, but it's just the excitement of seeing that little rhino out against his fence.
The other animals, I think they're not feeling quite as energetic as him, but they're always a little bit curious when something new appears on the scene, and they're watching with some interest.
See, they're used to rhinos, they're just not used to little rhinos. So what's that? She's going into the wallow now to have a little bit of a rub down in the mud. That's going to do her skin the world of good.
She's been indoors these last 4.5 months, so her skin's getting a bit dry. It's usually the first thing they do when they go out for the first time, have a good roll in the mud. I've seen them break through the snow and the ice to roll in the mud.
I don't think he wants to join her, he doesn't know what on earth's going on. It's so nice to see them out and to know that he's past that vital stage and that he's out and about, our successful little rhino.
It's a wonderful day. I mean, I feel like going for a run. I think they're both going to sleep very well tonight.
Do you want to grab the middle section, Ed?
The python is transferred to the operating table. Weighing in at 28 kilos, which is just under 4.5 stones, it's a lot of snake to handle.
Right, on we go. Okay, that's pretty sleepy there. This is actually what we're looking at here. If you can see that there, there's a lump there about 1 inch across, underneath the skin, quite mobile. So now I'm going to put a little bit of local anaesthetic under there, just to freeze the area completely, a bit like what the dentist does. Unless you anaesthetise them very, very deeply, they don't stop movement 100% because they have a very strong muscle reflex with snakes.
I don't really have that much experience at all with reptiles, as I haven't really worked a huge amount with them in the past. This is a really good experience for me because I'm studying a course in exotic species, which reptiles are a huge part of that course at the moment, so this will be a really great benefit to me.
Reticulated pythons have a reputation for being bad-tempered. He's quite a nice specimen, this one.
Not too bad with them, really. Unless they're the venomous ones, then it gets a bit frightening.
Right, that's good news. That is an abscess. That's actually just popped out of its cavity there, so that certainly should clear up completely with the treatment then. Right, make sure we're all clear there. Right, we'll just do a bit of antiseptic flush there. Good. That's nice clean tissue underneath there. Just to complete the job these days, we seal these up with surgical staples. So we just need to get the edges of your skin together. Yep, that's good. That's sealed nicely. They take quite a long time to heal, about 6 weeks, whereas normally with a dog or a cat or a human being you remove stitches after about 10 days to 2 weeks. But reptiles take quite a lot longer. Just going to give him the antibiotic now and the reversing agent for the sedative, so within about half an hour he'll be pretty well back to the way he was before we started.
I don't think I have encountered abscesses with them
with the
before.
reptiles,
No,
yes,
no, not with the
yes.
reptiles. Yeah.
Yes, you'll have done plenty in the domestic
Yes,
cats and
yeah.
dogs, of course. Yes, you'll find this. This is this type of thing we'll see in snakes, in lizards, quite commonly in lizards, and in tortoises as well. But the big difference is that you always have to remove them surgically with reptiles. In many cases, we'll find that you get tiny little nicks or punctures in the skin, which allows a bit of bacteria to get just under the skin, and that can be things like just catching themselves on a bit of a branch or that kind of thing. And it's come out of a nice capsule, so we would expect very good results with that. Fortunately, fairly easy to treat successfully.
All the keepers maintain a close eye on the eating habits of their animals, particularly the larger ones. Rockford, one of the male rhinos, has been off his food now for 3 days.
We suspect he's got a bit of infection rumbling along. He did the similar thing last month and we put him on a 3-day course of antibiotics, which worked until this week when he's gone off his food again. One of the problems with dealing with these large animals is you do need a colossal dose of antibiotics to get into about 1.5 to 2 ton animal. So we use this particular type of antibiotic. It can be made up in a very concentrated form, so we can get it in just a couple of darts. If you use a conventional antibiotic, you'd end up firing about 10 or 12 darts at the poor thing every day, which simply isn't acceptable. So by using this concentrated antibiotic in a very concentrated form, we can get away with just 2 shots a day. Darting is very often the last resort, but with animals like this, it's the only resort. You hate doing it, but you can't not do it. You've got no choice. You've got to get that antibiotic into him. You're very cross, aren't you?
When there's like only 1 or 2 people in here, he's fine, but he's getting used to the fact of being darted now, so he's a bit like spooked and he's a bit on edge, as you've seen. Not very nice. You just always have to remember, obviously, we don't never go as close as what we would when he hasn't been darted. We know that we've got to stay well back when he's in that kind of mood.
I've been looking after rhinos for 34 or 5 years. I've never seen a dead one. I want it to stay that way. And I just hope he will be all right.
As well as the animals on the reserves who roam over the 100 acres, the park also has a sea lion pool. There are 7 South African fur seals and 4 sea lions, all with a bark worse than their bite.
Do we have a roar? Good girl, Lucy. Come on then. Lucy this year is going to be 33 years old. She's a Patagonian sea lion, and Patagonian sea lions originate around the coast of South America. They're thought to be 2 different species, but generally in captivity, Patagonian sea lions live to be around about 30 years old, so Lucy's doing exceptionally well at the moment. She's still very fit and healthy. Despite all her bark, Lucy is she's a very well-tempered sea lion. Due to her size, we do obviously have to be a little bit careful around her. Lucy weighs in well over 100 kilos, so we have to be careful of the fact that that is 100 kilos of muscle. And at the end of the day, she does still have a wild animal temperament. No animals here at the safari park are what we would ever call 100% tame. So we just have a respect for her, and she shows us some respect as well. Good girl. Open your mouth. Good girl. Good girl.
All the seals have daily training sessions to prepare them for the public shows and, more importantly, for their routine health checks.
Okay, we'll try and see how much you weigh today. Okay, Bronze, we're going to get on the scales. Up you get. Good girl, Bronze. All the way on. Good girl. Did we get a weight there, Luce?
It's 59, Chris.
Oh, that's good. She's gone up by ½ a kilo. She's put on about ½ a kilo, which is what we'd expect, really, because we upped her food slightly to help her accommodate for the winter. So about 59 kilos is a good weight for Bronze, for an animal of her size.
It's really important for sea lions to have that little bit of extra fat in the winter, especially because the water temperature is so much cooler. The pool temperature that Bronze is swimming around in at the moment is around about 3 or 4 degrees C. So although she's got a very good coat of fur covering her body, that extra bit of fat obviously helps keep her a little bit warmer when she's out and trying to get a bit of sunbathing in. Not that there's much sun around at the moment. We train them so that we can do things like this, so we can weigh them, so that we don't have to restrain the sea lions for simple veterinary procedures like checking their eyes, checking their teeth, checking their general body condition. Good girl, Bronze. She is one of our best trained animals. She's one of the veteran sea lions. She's been doing a lot of training for the majority of her life, so she's a role model for the other sea lions. It doesn't take her long to work out what you're trying to teach her, and she can usually pick up a new behaviour within a matter of days. With some of the newer ones, it can take anywhere in the region of 3 or 4 months. There's obviously something going on behind those lovely black eyes of hers. She's very, very clever. Good girl. She's going to be 15 this year. South African fur seals usually live to be between 20 and 25 generally in captivity, although our oldest clocked in at 29, so must be doing something right. We're doing something right? We are, I thought we were. Good girl. Am I your favourite keeper? I am. Do you think I should get a pay rise? You do, yeah, I agree with that as well. Good girl.
Rockford's finished his course of treatment and staff think he's better, but the real test is whether he'll now eat.
Rockford's picked up, he looks a lot brighter in himself, but we can't be absolutely sure he's eating all his food, so we're going to feed him outside on his own so we can make sure he's eating it and not the girls. I'll just pop in there and put it in before he comes out. Otherwise, if he smells the food and comes charging up to me, he'll make a rather nasty mess of me, I think.
He's definitely looking a lot better in himself. He's more active, a lot more friendly. He's just having a sniff now, so definitely knows where it is. Picking some up, which is great news. Yeah, crumbling out of his mouth, so we definitely know that's going in.
We've got 120 different species here, but if I was asked what my favourite was, I'd probably say the rhino. Last year, 14 of us from 7 different countries did a sponsored walk across the Namibian desert to and through the Skeleton Coast to the Atlantic coast to raise money for Save the Rhino Trust's anti-poaching unit. And since that patrol has been in existence, not a single rhino has ever been poached. So it's a great deal of fun, very worthwhile doing and very enjoyable. It travels very cheap these days. There's all sorts of conservation bodies out working the length and breadth of Africa, and it's very easy to get involved, even if you have to pay to be involved in it. But the money is going to a very good cause, and if you feel that strongly about it, do it.
A total of 3 rhinos have been born at the park by one mother, Tootsie. But the staff would like all their females to breed, to keep their captive population going strong. Today is a big day. Experts in animal reproduction have flown over from Germany to take semen from the sedated male rhino, Shaka, who has already fathered the 3 babies. They will also carry out artificial insemination on 2 of the females.
We're putting him onto his side. It's not easy. He weighs about 1.5 tons, but it does make a safer working environment for the vets, and it means it's safe for the rhino as well, because if he's sitting upright, there's a danger he could damage his internal organs. And on his side is far less chance of doing that.
Even though Shaka is sedated, it takes most of the staff's senior keepers to restrain him.
It's gone very well. We've got the sperm sample. All we've got to do now is take it to the females.
As Shaka comes round from his sedation, the first female, Matuba, is darted with hers.
Thomas?
As the team prepare to carry out the artificial insemination on Matuba, Bob notices a problem which overshadows the job in hand.
Well, whenever we sedate an animal, we always take the opportunity while we're hands-on to check everything else about the animal. And while we're doing that, we've noticed that the rhino's got a huge longitudinal split down the horn. And at the base of the horn, we've got a horrible infection. To give it any chance of healing, I think we're going to have to cut a bit of the horn off.
Oh my God. That's heavy, isn't it? Yeah. Imagine having to carry that on your head. Yeah.
This is the cause of the rhino's decline. If the rhinos didn't have a horn, they wouldn't have a problem. It's worth a fortune, unfortunately, because of its perceived aphrodisiac and medicinal value. I think it's largely a load of nonsense, but the fact of life is that if you're a rhino, people believe it, and that's why they're killing them.
It weighs just over £9, and in
terms of monetary value, it's about £76,000. So this here is quite a nice deposit on a house, really. Fortunately, our rhino is still alive, and the horn will grow back.
Matuba doesn't take long to come round from the procedure. Sadly, on this occasion, the artificial insemination wasn't a success.
You're very noisy, aren't you?
Many hours of practice go into perfecting the well-scripted seal shows.
Pooja, are you ready? Off you go then. The animals enjoy working in the shows as far as we can tell. They enjoy the interaction with us, they enjoy the enthusiasm that we put into the shows, and then we obviously feed off the enthusiasm we get back from the audience. So the more lively the audience is, the livelier we are, the more excited we are, the more excited the sea lions are, and the better they perform generally.
But they're not just about entertainment. There's a deeper message too.
2, 3! Woohoo! Right then, now we need to tell a little bit more serious, and we need to get a little bit serious now, guys, because we're going to talk about a very important issue. We're going to talk a little bit about rubbish, okay? Some of you may think I've been talking rubbish since the show began. We're going to talk, very importantly, more importantly now, about recycling and what we can do to make the environment just that little bit cleaner. What do we do with that rubbish? After 3, 1, 2, 3, Whee! Woohoo! We throw it in the bin, that's right, Tony! Protecting the environment is obviously really important for the future of our planet and for the protection of natural habitat for these fantastic animals. So I feel it's very important to get this message across to people that recycling is the way forward, renewable sources is the way that we're going to preserve the natural environment for the fantastic wildlife that we do have out there in the wild, because at the end of the day, I love wildlife, people that come here love wildlife. The whole reason they come here is to see the fantastic animals we have here, but it would be even better to be seeing these animals for years to come in their natural environment.
We're a nation of animal lovers, and with 130 species at the West Midland Safari Park, there's a wide range for us to admire and learn about. The creatures most of us identify with, because of our close relationship with them, are dogs. Dogs were domesticated from wolves, and in Britain, we had wolves running wild across our landscape until around 250 years ago, when they were hunted to extinction.
These wolves are North American timber wolf, very timid in nature. We always read the fairy tales about Little Red Riding Hood and all the rest of it, but it's an absolute nonsense because the wolf's first instinct is to run. If you get it cornered, it'll turn around and bite, but then so are the domestic dogs, and really they're not that dangerous. These live together in relative harmony. They're very, very popular. British people are mad about their dogs, and wolves do seem to hold a particular attraction for people.
2 of the wolves are about to give birth, a big event at the park, as it only happens once a year in the spring.
The biggest problem we have with the wolves is that when they give birth naturally outside, it's usually down a tunnel about 10 foot long and 6 foot deep, which means we can't get the cubs to vaccinate them when we need to. So we've got these artificial cupping pens which we build, which has proved very successful in the past. And we build them perhaps a month before they're due to cub, so they get used to them and they cub down in there.
It's lovely having baby animals. It's time of year. Who wants human babies? No thanks, that's not for me. Not even slightly. I'd rather stay up and hand rear animals if we have to every 2 hours and get up. Force myself to get up to do it than having to look after my own child. No thanks.
If another wolf comes in that she doesn't want to see, it's easy for her to defend the patch and stop him coming in. It's warm, it's dry, it's dark, it's quiet, and it's everything they need.
Some animals get by making their own birthing tunnels. African wild dogs are ferocious predators and work closely together as a pack. So unlike other species of dog, they are the most difficult for man to tame. When it comes to nurturing their young, the whole group get involved and get digging.
This year, the mothers reared 8 pups with help from the members of the pack. They've been taking meat and regurgitating meat for the pups. They've dug a den outside, which is just over there. We could hear whimpering coming from the outside of the tunnel, so we knew that she'd had her pups. And then 5 weeks later, the pups first were just in the mouth of the den. We could see them. They are 14 weeks old now. They're running around all over the reserve, very lively, and we're really pleased with the success. These are very, very social animals. They rely totally on each other, but they can be very ferocious. They're very territorial now that they've got the pups. They are the most endangered large carnivore in Africa. They're persecuted throughout the whole of their range, so they desperately need our help. I hope that people do appreciate what they see when they come around here. I know it's a day out for them, but I hope that they realise how much help that they do need to conserve these animals so that they will be around for us all to see in the future.
Yeah, we've had some good news. We've had the first litter of wolf pups born this year. Hey, sweetie. We're trying to keep everyone out of the house so it's a bit of peace and quiet for her. We just tend to let her to get on with it. We don't know how many's in there, so we might just have to see if we can have maybe a sneaky peek, just to make sure everything's all right. Possible quick count and then just leave her to it.
To be able to see the newborn cubs in the dark, Becky's using a special camcorder, which means she doesn't need to shine a light and disturb the babies too much.
It's got this night vision thing on it because the tunnel's really dark, so unless you've got a torch you can't see in there. Have a quick count, close up the hatch and then leave her to it. Just dark balls of fluff. She's feeding them, so they're quite close to her. She's still in there, just looking at me. You can't really tell they're wolf pups, but they're moving about quite a bit. As far as I can see, there's definitely 3. They're all in the front den. There could be some more in the back, but I doubt it because they were all feeding when I first put the camera in. When only 3 days old, it surprised me how big they are. But there's a lot of squealing and the squeaking going on in there. So they're obviously being fed enough, but we'll keep everyone out. Just one person go in to feed her when we need to, and then that'll be fine, but they look fine to me. So hopefully a couple of weeks' time when they start coming out, they'll be quite sweet, because they are lovely when they're that age. And we'll be able to play with them a little bit, possibly, depending on permission.
With their unusual colours and markings, the hunting dogs are attractive animals with a seemingly playful manner. But that belies their true nature, which can be quite savage, as one of the dogs found out.
We're not sure what's happened to him. He's got this injury to both of his front knees. One is quite severe. We'll probably get a better idea of how it happened when we get him on the table at the vets. At the moment, it's all a bit of a mystery, but he's obviously in need of attention. Whether the others have bit him, but it's a bit odd. He's got almost identical injuries on both knees, but it looks pretty nasty. These dogs bear no relation at all to the habits of a normal domestic dog. They're very good killers. I mean, 70% of their hunts result in a kill, which compares with only 5 or 7% of the comparable hunts with a wolf. They're very efficient at what they do.
Even in this injured state, the dog could do serious damage to a human. So he's been sedated, and Bob's taken him to the vet's surgery for a full examination.
Looking okay at the moment. What we're going to do is just going to put him straight in on some gas just to keep him sedated. Because after a while they do tend to get a bit lighter and start to wake up. It's amazing really the damage that the others have done to him. You know, I'm just amazed how savage they actually are, that they could cause so much trauma just from a fight really.
This is the bad one?
Yeah, this is the bad one. He's not putting any weight on this one, he's putting a bit of weight on this one.
He's severed the extensor tendons here. It's just not good at all. And that was a good leg.
That was the good leg. That one's the one it's not using at all.
Yeah. Yes, it hasn't actually gone through the carpal joint. I really don't think there's much we can do, really. No, I mean, if it was one leg, you could amputate it.
It's quite disappointing. It would have been nice to be able to save him, but you know, it's the best thing to do for him, really, at the end of the day.
Being rare, endangered or beautiful doesn't make animals immortal. They have a certain span, at the end of which they die like everything else. think in this case his span has been cut short a little bit prematurely, but invariably they do live a lot longer in captivity than they ever would in the wild anyway, so I think he's had a good innings, and he will have no quality of life whatsoever if we kept him alive, so I think we've done the right thing for him.
The safari park is run by Ivan Knezovich, a sea lion trainer and former trapeze artist, who has impressed audiences around the world with his shows. He worked his way up to the top job at the park.
How's it going? Understanding what it was like being a performer obviously made it a lot easier, understanding what the people wanted, who were the guests of the park. Okay, who's the superstar? Great, and what about a kiss? And wave goodbye to everybody, say bye! Mooch, what a fantastic sea lion. This is where I started. I was a sea lion trainer and presenter. And in fact, in South Africa, I had the first sea lion show ever. You haven't cleaned your teeth this morning, I see. Herring fish paste works wonders with seals like you. These animals are from the southern shores of South Africa. There's probably 500,000 of them. And unfortunately, each year, up to 80,000 of them are culled in response for the fishermen and as well as for their byproducts. And Mooch is one of the stars of Africa. She smells a little bit, but like all sea lions, she's highly intelligent. She brings a huge amount of affection, and the crowds just love her.
As well as providing a popular attraction, conservation is at the forefront of the park's overall philosophy now. African wild dogs are in grave danger of becoming extinct in the wild. Their numbers are down to as few as 3,000. Every birth is vital for their species' survival. So when a litter of 12 wild dog pups contracted canine herpes, the surviving 3 puppies were hand-reared by Angela.
Pups, hello! Hiya, pups! Hello! One wild dog on its own would be such a sad animal, but with the 3 of them, they can live a happy life. Although they can't go back with our main group, they're their own little pack in their own little right, which is great for them. They behave just naturally as any wild dogs would do. These are Patch and Big Patch. They lived at my house for 12 weeks, which is on site, so that was handy. And they're now a 1.5 years old, and they're just like absolutely incredible. And they're so pleased to see me of a morning. As far as they're concerned, I'm like a member of their pack, and it's such a privilege to be a member of their pack. I would keep them at home all the time if I possibly could. As a special little treat, sometimes I go to the supermarket and buy them some nice pork chops. Pups! Come on! They absolutely love this. This is what they started off on when they were 3 weeks of age, but obviously now they're onto the more bigger chunks of meat with big bones in, which I don't get from the supermarket. This is a treat, it's just a little treat, and they get very, very excited, but it's wolfed down in minutes, seconds really. Their vocalisation is amazing, but this is how they keep in contact with the pack members in the wild. When the adults go off and they've got cubs in the den, they all know that they're coming back to be fed and everything. And I think that what these dogs are doing with me, they know that I'm going to feed them, and they're very excited to see it. It's like initiation of a hunt, really.
That's it, it's all gone now. See you later, guys.
Although they have many animals from around the world, not many visitors realise that the safari park in Worcestershire has a sister reserve, actually in Africa.
In 1990, we saw an advert in the Financial Times looking for partners in a wildlife operation in Namibia. Having contacts with South Africa and being a South African myself, we chased the contact down, and lo and behold, we came across one of the most beautiful expanses of Africa that I'd ever come across, and that was the start of Ongava. Primarily our business has always been the safari park, and people always say to me, oh, do you get all your animals from the park in Africa? And the answer to that is no, we don't. We net exporters of animals at the safari park, so we breed more animals here than we know what to do with. and it's quite the country in Namibia. It's all about preserving and protecting the species that are out there. Come in.
The man responsible for protecting the African animals is Ken Stratford, a former senior research scientist at Oxford University.
I've been in sort of academic science for 30-odd years, and it's a nice opportunity to get out there and do some field work.
Hi Ken, how you doing? How you doing?
Today we're going to put a brand new style of collar onto a lion at West Midland Safari Park. In Africa, we're concerned about the number of carnivores on site, and we're quite interested to look at their distribution so that we can look at managing those populations if we need to. And in order to do that, we need to be able to actually track these lions and get a better picture of where they're operating. It's absolutely wonderful to be able to do the testing on a park like this because you've got the animals in a captive environment. We can assess what's going on very quickly.
North American wolf cubs grow very quickly and are particularly susceptible to disease. So when they're 5 weeks old, staff have to handle them to give them their first jabs.
We're going to take out the little wolf cubs today and vaccinate them and also microchip them at the same time. We've just separated her off, as you can hear, just so we can get the cubs out. So she's a little bit unhappy that she's separated from them at the moment.
One fat, plump little cub. Look at that. We'll get them out of the tunnel, pop them in this carry cot, and we'll just take them into the stable outside so the mother can't see what we're doing, and we'll do it as quickly, as quietly as we possibly can and pop them back in the tunnel. They are 5.5 weeks. They've probably got some sharp little teeth, so we'll have to be a little bit careful, but they shouldn't be capable of doing too much injury anyway.
They're amazing. I'm actually amazed at how big they are as well. Last time I saw them, they were really tiny, so they're just so sweet. You have to microchip them as well. It's always the nasty bit because it's such a huge needle and they're so little, so I always feel really mean. But this is just basically to give them an identity as well, so if we ever need to do anything with them in the future, they've got their own identity.
Little boy. This is cub number 1, little male. Fat as a dumpling, very good condition, probably about 3 kilos. This is the first time we've seen the outside world, so it's all a bit new and strange to him. It's certainly the first time we've handled him. And he's safely vaccinated now against parvovirus and all the other ills. And got a microchip, so he's now official.
They're a little bit bewildered. It's the first time they've seen grass or the light. I think it's just a bit strange, like vaccinating a wolf cub when you've got 2 of them wandering around over your feet.
All the carnivores are vaccinated against disease. There are currently 12 adult lions in the pride at the safari park. The research team have now selected a female to put the GPS tracking collar onto.
The lioness that we are sedating today is called Dee, and what we're doing is I'm just drawing up all the drugs for the sedation. We will give her her sedative, and then when she's fully asleep, we'll place a tracking collar on her.
Give her about 10 or 12 minutes, get her on the stretcher, and we'll carry her outside on the grass. It's a lot more light outside, it'll be easier to work quickly. And we're just doing a bit of a field trial, really. It's often said that zoos are like living laboratories where various concepts can be tried and tested under controlled conditions as a prelude perhaps to using them in the wild. Obviously she's got to be well out of it before we can get her on the stretcher, but the quicker we can get her back inside and revive, the better. Right, me and Luce get on the front, you two get on the back.
The front? Make sure Molly will be right.
The wolf cubs are now 3 months old, so handling them is a riskier business for staff.
The reason I'm holding him by his scruff is for my safety, really, to stop him from biting. It's how his mum would hold him when he was a little bit smaller and carry him around like this, so it's not going to hurt him, but that's why he looks like he's got a bit of a stretched expression on his face. But it's not doing him any harm, so rather that than me have a bitten face or bitten arm or something like that, it's just not worth it. Hey fella. He's a lot bigger than I thought he was going to be, considering he's only 12 weeks old. He's a bit of a handful and it's quite heavy to carry around as well. But he's doing really well. It looks more like a wolf now. When they're first born, they tend to just look like dog pups. And you often even get people asking you what they are. But now he's beginning to get the... I don't think so. See? Now he's beginning to get the look of a wolf and act like it as well. That'll serve me right for not holding your scruff on it when I've just told him why I did it. Hey? Good boy.
Becky needs to give the cub its worming medication.
It's just a small amount. It's based on weight. Open up. Open up. Come on then, swallow it. Don't just let it dribble out. Hey? Baby animals are the best bit. Most of the staff, we all tend to wait every year because we're never too sure what we're going to get and how many. Whether it's from just an Ankoli cow to giraffe, and even these, I mean, it's still all exciting. Best part of the job, I think. It's great.
After just 10 minutes, Dee the lion is fully sedated and ready for her tracking collar to be fitted.
We have to be very quick. There's only so long that we can keep the animal knocked out, and during that time we have to get the entire process completed, tested and operational, and hopefully that'll be done in a few minutes and we'll get the animal back and revive her.
Okay.
The public have always held the lions as being the feature animal of the safari park, and they sort of outshine all other animals around. There's something about the king of the jungle, and we all empathise with that same feeling, and these big cats are just like our big babies as well.
It's just convenient to have full medical support, being able to get so close to the animals, being able to tranquilise them under controlled conditions. I mean, that's really important, just rather than having an animal running around in the bush. This animal was nice and relaxed beforehand, so the tranquilizers work well. You know how heavy the animal is, so you can calibrate it. So it gives much more control of how we can actually administer the collar.
We normally used to seeing the lions out amongst the cars, so it's quite strange to have one of the lions lying out here on the grass. Absolutely amazing. And we have to obviously anaesthetize this animal so that we can trial the collar on it, and we'll get the data back later on today, and on the basis of that will be the first successful trial of this collar. And once we've got that in the bag, the team can go out to Africa and try it for the real thing.
Bob will be joining the team in Africa to help fit the collar on the wild lion, but he needs an extra pair of hands.
You going to help with the next one?
Yeah, that would be great.
And on go over.
Really? No.
Yeah.
You're joking?
No, I'm serious.
Oh my god. Well, definitely. I'm definitely.
Need a visa, of course.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. Oh my god, that's excellent. Yeah, fantastic. Wow. I don't know what to say. Wow, fantastic.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much.
Looking forward to seeing you in Africa.
I can't wait. Let's go now.
These are the lions in Africa that Lucy will come face to face with. Working with lions in the wild is very different from working with captive lions in the safari park.
Okay, let's stick it up here, Bob.
Yep. We're on the top here. We might get a signal.
Good. Okay. Let's plug this in.
Still looks a bit sleepy, doesn't she? But she's on the move.
Okay.
Getting any signal?
Hang on. Let's get this fired up. What we managed to do is to download around 10 points. And here we can see she's moved along here, up here and back down in a straight line there. Obviously, the distance between the points tells us how fast she's moving as well. So we can see actually she's moving much slower there. And if we had a whole set of dots in one place, we might be able to infer the lions have been resting there. So either they've been sleeping or perhaps they've been on a kill. What we're planning to do when we get out to Africa is do this but on a much bigger scale. So we're looking at an area that's 30 kilometres by 15 kilometres.
I still can't believe that I'm going to Africa. It's just amazing. All this time I've really wanted to go. I've heard that Namibia is supposed to have fantastic scenery, great expanses, and hardly any people there, which will be quite different to being around here, that's for sure. It's not just like working at a safari park. We're actually going to be out there in the wild with all the lions around us. It's going to be a little bit scary, but I'm just really excited. I just can't wait to go.
West Midland Safari Park in Worcestershire, home to a wide range of animals from all around the world. The park also has a sister reserve in Africa, and 2 of the staff are flying direct to Namibia to spend a week working there.
Thank you very much.
I'm so excited. I just can't believe that I'm actually, after all this time on our way to Africa, I'm really excited.
It's impossible to describe. You've got to see it to believe it. It's an incredible country, some fantastic scenery and fantastic wildlife. We're at Ongava Game Reserve. It's took almost 24 hours to the minute from picking Lucy up to arriving at the gates, and we're just going through the bush up towards the tented camp. It's virgin bush. Who knows what's around the next corner? It could be a lion, it could be a giraffe, even a rhino, but the message is the same as at home, really. Keep in your vehicle.
Well, Lucy, welcome to your tent. This is your number 9, and
Wow.
Bob, you further down, you're number 10. And
Okay.
as you can see, we're out in the bush. There's no fence around you, no electricity, no hot water, no geysers, no cell phone coverage, no telephone.
Thank God for that.
This is it.
There's a hive of activity at night with the traps on the ground.
Lots of activity, lots of lions coming in, hyenas, great fun.
So they come right up, do they?
They come right up. They come right up onto the veranda.
Ongava started out as a collection of 4 farms, which in combined total equates to about 150 square miles. And it first started out as an opportunity to develop the site into an eco-tourism destination. The sheer and immense size of the place really strikes home, and straight away people feel absolutely intimidated by this vast expanse of Africa. Hi Bob! Hi Lucy! Nice to see you guys!
Ivan knows Bob and Lucy, because as well as running the game reserve, he also manages the safari park in England. Through this connection, he was able to trial a GPS tracking collar on a captive lion. Now the team are going to do it in the wild. Bob will help with the capture, and Lucy will take blood. But first, they have to find the lion.
Today is an important day for us. We have to get out there and start looking for that lion, and it's a very difficult task, as you can appreciate. There's 150 square miles out there, and we've got to go out there and find us.
Stuart runs the reserve. He was born in Lincolnshire but has lived in Africa all his adult life and knows the Namibian bush like the back of his hand.
Yeah, it has been. Stuart, Bob and Lucy from the safari park.
Hi, Bob.
They're around to do the line tagging, which we're going to be doing hopefully during the course of the week.
I'm just really excited to actually go out and try and track down some lions, especially as it's so difficult to do. So I hope we do find something today.
We're just going out with the anti-poaching unit there, if you like, poachers turned gamekeeper. They know the ground well. If anyone can find the lions, they will. And we're hoping to find the lion that we're going to eventually collar.
She hasn't been seen for a while, is that right?
We've been struggling for the last 2 weeks, but we got lion tracks this morning. So hopefully with a bit of luck we'll find something this evening.
Let's go and find them.
There are between 20 and 35 lions on Ongava. And we've got 4 anti-poaching teams. 2 of the teams are based on the fence, basically border patrols. With cattle ranches on our boundaries, we have to make sure our fences are intact, and they're responsible for that. If the lions move out of Ongava, they get shot by the neighbouring farmers. And then we've got 2 teams that are based on rhinos to make sure that they're not poached.
I'd love to be going with them, but it is pretty dangerous out here. It's sort of Wild, uncharted territory is a harsh, unforgiving environment, and you really need to know what you're doing, and we're not really up to speed on that sort of thing, so we've got to watch.
Quite glad I'm standing back out of the way, actually. Let them do the dangerous stuff.
We don't advise tracking of lions. It is dangerous. My staff have a lot of close shaves with lions where they bump into lions with a kill or lioness with cubs, and so it is very dangerous. All right. Looks like they've got a group and they're moving down towards it, and they're just gonna...
How many do you think? There 7?
Yeah, it just seems to think about 7, yeah.
They pick up Bob and Lucy and travel deeper into the bush to where they believe the pride of lions are heading.
It looks like we've located the lions, and it seems like they're walking down the riverbed, so we're going to try and get round to the other side and intercept them.
By the time the team get around the river, the lions are long gone.
We only managed to find the tracks. We followed the tracks for a while, but unfortunately there was no visual. But at least we can confirm that the female and her group is there, and hopefully we'll pick her up later in the week.
Ungava's lion population is relatively small, as it's a private reserve. Next door is a public national park. It's a huge expanse where anyone can go to see animals in their natural environment.
We're in Etosha, which is one of Africa's largest game parks. It's 23,000 square kilometres. It's home to about 450 different species of birds and mammals, which in actual fact makes it one of the world's premier wildlife sites. Waterholes are crucial because Namibia is one of Africa's driest countries. Obviously, water is necessary for the animals to sustain life, and they also provide a marvellous opportunity for people to view the animals in large numbers.
Elephants are one of my favourite animals. They look amazing out there together. There's a real family group out there, and there's even a couple of little baby ones there as well. And it's just so awesome to see them out here in the wild.
They seem to have broken into the feed pipe for the reservoir here, and they've been standing there for an hour or two taking the fresh water. That's what they prefer, rather than the relatively stale stuff that's what's left of the reservoir anyway.
The baby's having a little bit of a lie down, but then he's just sort of, I think he's trying to get up actually. It's probably a little bit too hot to be lying out in the sun at the moment, because sort of, it's really funny. He's like trying to get up, but his trunk's waving around a bit and his ears are going. But he looks really, really cool.
It's certainly a humbling experience seeing these magnificent animals in their natural environment like this.
As the sun sets, crowds gather round one of the most popular waterholes in Etosha. It's a prime site for seeing the black rhino, one of the most endangered species of rhino. Their numbers are as low as 3,500.
I think it's one of the most prominent waterholes in Etosha. It's famous for this night viewing. Virtually any time of the night or day there's something here, but dawn and dusk are obviously prime viewing times. Numerically, the black rhino exists in far fewer numbers than the white rhino, and the numbers are relatively stable at the moment, and indeed maybe slightly increasing, but there's still no cause for complacency whatsoever, which makes holding areas like Etosha so very important. Traditionally, it's always said they're few and far between, and you're lucky if you ever see one, but here we've got 4 in front of us. It's an incredible sight.
There's been a black rhino just in the distance, and he's just started to walk in now. He's getting quite closer to the water. And there's actually a second one that's going to join him.
A little kiss.
It almost looks like they're kissing. It's really nice. I don't think they actually enjoyed that kiss very much, because they're actually growling at each other a bit now. He's actually moving away a bit. It's really fantastic to see him in the water. You don't get to see that very often. That's great. This is great. This is fantastic to see. 4 black rhino.
Most of the rhino move on to make way for a solitary springbok. Small antelope are the main food source of predators on the reserve, and this one is under the watchful eye of 2 stalking lions.
It looks as if the antelope is actually going to get away, yet the lion's given up. It's fascinating to see them stalk. It's a male and a female, not a big pride. They've got it sussed out. The female went one way, the male went the other way in an attempt to block off both escape routes, and if it hadn't been for that big bank of stones, I think their ploy would have succeeded.
Back at Ungava, and it's a very early start for Bob and Lucy, who are joining the rhino foot patrol.
We're off to see if we can track down some white rhino. The trackers have been out since first light to see if they can get a rough idea of where they are, and when they can pin down a fairly small area, we'll be following in on foot.
You tend to forget that you're out in the wild and you're the prey, really. So, yeah, I'm feeling really good about it at the moment, but when I'm actually out there, I think I'm going to be quite nervous. We've been given a bit of a brief about what to do when rhinos charge. I'm trying not to think about that really at the moment. I'm hoping that doesn't happen because they say don't run, but to sort of stand there, I'm not sure how brave I'm going to be if that does happen.
Abby's been studying rhino for 18 months and has a good idea where to find a group now.
My main project at the moment is to establish a family tree for the black rhino and the white rhino population of Ungava. We will establish the structure and we'll be able to use a lot of this information for managing the population because it's a closed population. We'll see if we can pick up some tracks around a waterhole, possibly follow the tracks out and try and see if we can get a visual of any rhinos. The wind seems good today, so hopefully we'll go in the right direction and we should get lucky. When we track the animals, we try and stay downwind so that our scent blows away from the rhinos, and we'll obviously try and be as quiet as possible. Those are the rhinos' 2 main senses, the sense of smell and sense of hearing. They can't see very well, so as long as we stay downwind and we're quiet, we should get Lucy nice up close and personal.
Fantastic sight. We haven't seen a single rhino until now, but then suddenly there's 5. They're absolutely magnificent specimens, superb condition, and it's an awe-inspiring sight. It really is absolutely cool. Amazing,
brilliant.
Yeah. And that big one in the middle, she's only a youngster, but she's got a colossal horn. It's probably the biggest rhino horn I've ever seen in my life.
Very impressive.
Amazing sight. But the wind is in our favour. I don't think she's moved since we came into view.
It's just so fantastic that we can get so close to them. And they're not even bothered. It's excellent.
Longhorn is the largest horned animal in southern Africa as far as we can tell. It's a mighty horn, and we're so proud of her. It's a tremendous beast, and she calves regularly every 2 years, and she's been a great mother, very relaxed.
She doesn't mind cars around her, people around her too much. So there's excellent opportunity to observe, her and calf interactions as well as her interactions with other rhino. She's one of our favourite rhino on the reserve, yeah.
It's very, very dangerous taking inexperienced people, into the rhinos. But on this particular occasion, we had full confidence in both Bob and Lucy, and it allowed us to get very, very close to Longhorn, and we got to within 15 metres of her.
When we first arrived, they were quite a distance from us, really, and it was really nice. We were taking loads of pictures, and then Ivan suggested we went a little bit closer. So we sort of hid behind a tree and crouched down. And we were watching them for a short while, and then all of a sudden they started to come really close to us. We reckon it was about 15 metres. I must admit at that point I was getting quite scared. Bob was saying, take pictures, and I was just so stiff that I couldn't take anything. I just didn't want to move because I didn't want to spook them. The adrenaline's still pumping now. I can't believe we were actually that close. It was just absolutely fantastic, but very scary.
Walking in the bush, it does bring you closer to nature, as the Americans say. It's a wonderful experience, and it's an awe-inspiring experience. It's typical Africa, if you like. You can walk or drive hours and hours without seeing a thing, and then suddenly you come around a corner and you experience something that will stay with you until your dying day. It's an absolutely unforgettable experience.
After the rhino have moved on, Abby moves in to collect some dung samples. From these she will examine the rhino DNA and draw up a family tree of their social structure to prevent the rhino inbreeding.
There's various dungs here. The fresh one on top here, I'll take basically one ball of dung, which we call a bolus, and I'll take samples from the outside of that bolus. And then I'll take the sample back with me to the lab, and we'll store it in the fridge for a while.
As man encroaches further into the last truly wild spaces of Africa, reserves like this become animal safe havens. Wildlife populations need to be monitored, and research in their social structures becomes imperative. Today, directors and staff of the reserve have gathered at the research centre for its official opening.
I came over from England to set up the research centre as a challenge, really. I'm not an eco-warrior, although I do believe strongly in conservation and the ethics underlying conservation. But there's also a personal challenge in this. I've spent a lot of my life in the laboratory, and it's nice to get the opportunity to come out and do some field work and to get in touch with the animals out in the field.
Ken's main project will be tracking the lions with a GPS collar. After the road tests at the safari park in England, a few design changes have been made.
We were slightly concerned that having an external aerial would cause us problems, especially with the female that we're going to collar having young cubs. So we've come up with a modification, so you can see here that this particular collar has its aerial internal here, so it's concealed and safe. So all we need to do now is find the lion.
But before they find the lion, they're on the trail of the cheetah, the most endangered big cat, with numbers as few as 9,000.
In this country, a cheetah to a farmer is a pest, just as a fox or something is in the UK. We understand that problem. We're trying to do our bit to keep as many cheetahs and leopards, any large carnivore, in the wild as possible. It's a big problem, but it's something that we're addressing, and lots of other organisations, not only in this country but in the world, are addressing as well.
Hey, 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 hey! Hey, 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 hey!
We're at Africat, and we're just at the moment feeding the cheetahs while Bob's feeding the cheetahs. So I'm not brave enough to put my hands in the meat without any gloves on. But it's absolutely fantastic. We were just driving along, and they were all just chasing us, and it was pretty amazing, really, to be like side by side with them as they're running along the fence. Fantastic. Whoa, whoa! Look at that!
We feed 5 times a week. We starve 2 times a week. These cats are not hunting for themselves, so they're not getting the exercise they need. If we fed every day, then they'd probably get a bit porky. In the 14 years I've been here, feeding the animals always inspires me, and I find it exciting and amazing. He's going to slap. This guy normally kind of slaps.
Yeah, he looks the scariest one of the lot.
So, come on, I'll open the door and you can stick the bowl in. Okay, my boys, come in. We have a rescue and release program that we run here. We get calls from farmers who have trapped cheetahs, leopards in box traps. They don't want them on their farm for obvious reasons, but they don't want to kill them. And to date, we've rescued and released just over 850 animals, of which some 600 are cheetahs and the rest are leopards.
We don't have cheetahs at the safari park back in England at the moment. Having seen the cheetahs, I'm even more convinced it's something we could keep properly. I'm being nagged by Lucy, and I think they'd be well advised to check the inventory very closely before we go.
Before Bob can think about home, he and Lucy have got one last job in Africa: to help the team put the GPS tracking collar on the wild lion. It's the dead of night, and the lions are out in force.
We're still trying to track down the female, which I think that they've darted. We're not 100% sure at the moment, but she's hiding away, so we're just playing the waiting game at the moment, seeing if we can spot her. Being in the bush in the dark is very scary. No comparison really to being at the safari park.
Axel, we got her,
I believe she's right next to her.
Hey, she's right next to her, guy.
Yeah. We've just found the female that we want to put the collar on, it right next to us here in the bushes. We've had to drive in and give her a second dart because she's not sleepy enough for us to do anything with at the moment. But it sounds like the males are calling her, so we're just making sure that the males don't come too close to us. She's the lioness has gone to sleep, and we've had to pull her out of the bushes and put her onto the
back of the truck and bring her to a safer place because she was surrounded by her cubs and the 2 other male lions.
It is pretty hairy. We knew there were probably at least 9 other lions all around us. We've got the animal we were after. That's the important thing.
I'm going to take as much as I can, to be honest, but I'm not sure how much I'm going to get from this fish.
Slight panic because the lion's neck is a little narrower than we thought, so we've had to put an extra 2 holes in the collar. Luckily came prepared with a drill. So the collar seems fine. We've put it on at the right tension that the lion can eat okay, and all looks fine.
As the team work, the other lions from the pride come a little too close for comfort.
Hey guys, everybody who's not working on the line in the car. Send the vehicle down there.
It was getting a little bit scary for a minute there because the males were starting to come down the road, so we had to try and get a bit of a rush on with it really. But I've managed to take as much blood as I possibly could, so hopefully we've got enough there for him to use. There was a bit of an adrenaline rush actually doing it, but I've definitely come back and do it again.
This is the cutting edge really. It's a different ball game altogether, and it's a wonderful opportunity to come to Africa. We're immensely privileged to be able to work with some of Africa's top vets and do this sort of thing. It's mission accomplished, I think.
Well, my first impression of the collar as she stands up is that the colour's about right. It'll darken a bit. I'm pleased with that. It looks quite a large collar, but I think that won't be a problem. It looks comfortable on her, so yeah, it's been a long time coming, and we're very pleased.
After the excitement of coming face to face with wild lions, it's time to relax.
Well, welcome Bob and Lucy as a special treat for all the hard work that we've done this week. We booked you into our world-class and exclusive destination, Little Ongava. You'll each have a chalet tonight, just like this, and this is the place where the superstars and celebrities stay, so boy, are you in for a treat.
This is fantastic. I feel like a film star.
With a view to die for. Absolutely spectacular.
Unbelievable.
Africa is such a wonderful place. Amazing animals. This really has been a dream come true for me to be out here and to experience this. It really is wonderful to be able to see all the animals out in their natural habitat with no fences, nothing to confine them. This is just such a brilliant experience to be able to see them all out here.
Yes, it's nice to see the wildlife in their natural environment, which is where we all hope they should be. Indeed, they should be. It can't always be the case, but it's nice to see them in their natural environment doing what comes naturally.
We at the Safari Park are about raising awareness about endangered species, so really this is what we want to conserve.
The West Midland Safari Park opened its doors to the driving public in 1973. The 100-acre reserve is home to some of the world's endangered species. With many of them on the brink of extinction in the wild, it's vital that parks like this keep their animals breeding. There are more tigers in captivity now than in the wild. It's down to our generation to change that. Someone who's made a difference to the animals at this park is Angela Potter, the Deputy Head Warden.
I've been here such a long time. It's over 27 years now. I came for 6 weeks summer job and I've been here ever since. Absolutely great job though. In all those years I don't think there's one day that I haven't wanted to come to work. There's always something new going on, so you never get bored. I've done some great things. I've hand-reared wallabies, helped with lions and tigers. You know, that's probably one of the favourite parts of the job, the hand rearing. Hello, sweetheart. Time for your meal. Over the years, I've progressed up the company. I'm now deputy warden, Bob's deputy. He's away at the moment in Africa, so I'm holding the fort, which is great. Actually, I love it when he's not here. Go. You're a noisy girl, aren't you? That's nice. When Bob's away, you're always very busy, and it's got the extra responsibility. You haven't got anyone to turn to if you've got a problem. So it's obviously a lot more pressure and stress then. But it's nice to be able to do that just from time to time. It's always nice when he comes back as well. Oh, I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. Couldn't even really imagine going to work in another zoo, because you're here all the time. You think of it, all the animals as being part of your family, and all the staff. Lots of people do move from zoo to zoo, but this is a place for me.
And when he's not at the safari park, the place for Bob Lawrence, the park's head warden, is in Africa. He takes every opportunity to visit Namibia and see wildlife in its natural habitat. This is the safari park's sister reserve, called Ongava.
We're at the main lodge. We're at the balcony of the lodge, which gives us this breathtaking view of this panorama which stretches as far as the eye can see and beyond. It's as close as you can get to heaven on earth as far as I'm concerned. We've got some red-billed quelea flying in. There's tens and tens of thousands of them. That's coming in vast swarms, rather like you'd imagine a locust swarm to be. They're hanging on to every tree branch that you can see. Absolutely incredible. And the noise is astonishing. It sounds as if I'm sitting under a waterfall. It's like running water. It's an incredible scene. I've never seen anything like it in my life. They're flying so quickly, it's very, very difficult for the human eye to pick them out at all.
A rare and spectacular sight. One of Africa's rarest predators is the wild dog. With numbers now thought to be as low as 3,000 in the wild, captive populations like these at the West Midland Safari Park are now helping researchers to preserve the species.
What we're doing is something a little bit different today, and we're involved in a study in conjunction with Vienna University looking into the reproductive biology of wild dogs. What we're doing is feeding sweet corn inside the meat. We've tried various other things. We've tried red and blue dyes, but when it comes out in the faeces, it doesn't show up. But sweet corn comes through, no problem whatsoever. So we're giving it to the female dog, obviously, because we're studying her reproductive cycle. And then we're going around afterwards collecting the faecal samples, which contains the sweet corn, and then we send them off to Vienna University to see if they can learn a little bit more about the reproductive cycle. Because not a lot is known about it, particularly in the wild. In the wild, only the alpha female would usually breed, but in captivity it's been found that sometimes the beta female will breed, which leads to infant mortality when the alpha female won't allow her to rear the pups. And this is quite a long-term study over 6 months. And hopefully this can be used to help these endangered species in the wild. Come on, girl. A little bit of sweet corn does fall out, but obviously that just gets eaten up by the birds at another day. But because I put so much sweet corn into the meat and it's folded in, she's definitely got enough to go through her digestive system. There's 3 extra bits of meat that the others aren't getting, so she's well pleased. In the wild, African wild dogs are very endangered nowadays. They're very successful at catching their prey, but they fall victim to lions and hyenas taking it from them. They're persecuted by farmers in some regions, wrongly so, that they do take domestic animals, and they're very prevalent to getting diseases that the herders' dogs get, particularly distemper, rabies as well. So in a lot of Africa, they've gone altogether, and we definitely need to preserve them for the future.
Wild dogs are one of the species saved at Namibia's biggest rescue centre, Africat. Over the years, more than 880 big cats have been looked after. Most are successfully released back into the wild.
Oh, wow.
These hand-reared dogs will soon be let into their own special reserve.
These puppies came to us when they were 3 weeks old. The rest of the pack were killed, and they had to be hand-raised because they were so young. These guys now are 14 months old. We are vasectomizing the 2 males today because we don't want them to breed with siblings. And even breeding here, there's not very many places for them to go. So we prefer not to have a litter of puppies because they'd have to stay in captivity. But unfortunately, they get stressed very easily. They're a pack animal, and when one is separated, they freak out. So hopefully it will go well.
Bob is in Africa with the safari park's vet nurse Lucy Pearsall. She'll assist with the operation, as it's quite different from the way things are done back home.
Vasectomy is quite an intricate and fiddly procedure, so it's not really done that often in England. You hear of them done quite a lot in humans, but they're not really done very often in animals. I've never seen one before, and we normally just see normal castrations, so this is going to be really interesting for me.
The closer you get to the animals, the more you worry about them. Anaesthetic worries me all the time, but the closer you are to them, the worse it is.
At the moment I'm monitoring an anaesthetic, which is a little bit scary because I know how much Carla absolutely loves her hunting dog, so you know, I'm making sure that I get everything right.
Nice to see how it's done in different countries. I'm delighted for Lucy to be able to take part in it. It's a wonderful experience for her. The problem hasn't arisen at home yet, but the current crop of cubs is growing up, and if they can't be moved on, it may well be something we have to do if the pack structure breaks down. At the moment we've got a dominant male and dominant female, and I think the dominant male make sure that the underlings don't breed, but if the situation does break down, as it does sometimes, it might be something we have to resort to.
We've just cut out the vas deferens, which is the main part of the vasectomy. This dog won't be helping to have any babies anymore, let's say. I'm sure he won't be very pleased when he wakes up.
African wild dogs kill their prey by disembowelment. They have one of the strongest jaws of all predators.
We finished the procedure and we've brought the dog out and put him into a crate. Because we can't put him in with the rest of the dogs until he's fully awake, there's a chance that they might attack him. We've taken him off the gas and he's had his reversal. So we'll just keep him in the crate now and wait until he wakes up. Probably take a good maybe 5 or 6 hours for him to fully recover before we actually put him back in there.
Even though she's currently running the park, Angela doesn't mind mucking in. Someone has to do it.
I've had to lock the wild dogs into the house, even though they're hand-reared and they know me well, and they are quite fond of me and think of me as part of the pack, because they can be such aggressive animals, and even in play they can rip and tear at skin, so it's far safer to put them in before I enter into the compound. I'm just going to have a look to see if I can find any faeces and to actually see if there's any that Pip has passed that has got the sweet corn in. So I can see some just down here, so I'm just going to have a quick look, see if that's the right one. No, that must be from one of the boys. Hang on, here's a little bit more. Oh yeah, that's definitely got a sweet corn in, so we definitely know that's come from Pip. We'll freeze this, and then when we've got a few samples ready, we'll send them off to Vienna so they can start doing the analysis. We've collected quite a few already, so soon we'll have a batch to go. Okay, lovely. Does smell a bit. You can't believe that sweet corn has uses like this, can you? It's definitely not the best job in the world, collecting poo, but obviously it's got to be done. And if it helps the conservation of the species, then we're all for it.
Bob and Lucy are on the road in search of radio-collared cheetahs. Africat has a 10,000-acre reserve stocked with game, where cheetahs and leopards are released so they can polish up their hunting techniques.
The aim of the whole thing is to rehabilitate them so that they can go out into the wild, because man's intervention has basically, taken them away from a life in the wild. We're trying to give them back that freedom.
Yeah.
They can't go back out onto farmlands because they're habituated, because they're used to people, because they're raised by people. But we can send them to, game parks and national parks and places like that. We have 4 radio-collared cheetahs in here.
Yeah.
So what we're going to use is this telemetry. This is the aerial.
Can't be that easy given this terrain though, can it?
No, as long as you can get a high spot, you can get, obviously the signal travels further, it's line of sight, so if it's round the corner you're not going to hear it. Switch that on, and there's a signal there. You hear that?
Yeah.
That's quite a weak signal.
Yeah.
So now we need to drive off and get around the mountain and find them.
Yeah.
As well as the 4 cheetahs, there are also 4 leopards with radio collars in this area. Tracking them allows Dave to keep a close eye on their progress.
And how far away do you reckon it is?
They're probably 50 metres.
Oh, as close as that?
Yeah.
As we were walking up and the signal got really strong, we could see her right in front of us.
Lying there, that clear in the road, yeah?
She got up and started to come towards us very slowly. We could see she had a huge belly, so she was full up on food. And she came so far and then she stopped, and then she sort of walked back, and to our amazement she walked back towards the gill.
Bob and Lucy are getting closer to the two feeding cheetahs, who even with full bellies can't stop eating.
One of the different things with our cheetahs, because they're raised in captivity and they're fed basically dead meat, lumps of meat as opposed to live meat, they will stay and eat longer than a wild cheetah would. Wild cheetah, as you know, it kills, it eats and it goes.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get a bit closer.
Okay.
So these two rodeo-collared cheetahs, they're brother and sister. They're 5.5 years old, and they're ready to go. We just need to find somewhere for them to go. So one of the problems we have is in this whole program is a bit of a bottleneck on places for them to go. But they're perfect for like a private game reserve, private game park.
Well, it's an incredible feeling, really. We're probably, 10, 12 yards from two cheetah. Unfortunately, they are so full, they can barely move. But while I'm still eating, I think probably at the moment we might possibly be able to run just a little bit faster than them. But I wouldn't put too much on it.
I love seeing this, especially when I remember when they first came in when they were 4 months old, and we've raised them and watched them grow. And now they can, they show that they can survive out there, not in the wild because they're too used to people, but as good a wild as we can give them, basically.
Being here has just strengthened my resolve that we'll have cheetahs. I'm going to go back to England and make the arrangements.
As soon as he's back at the safari park, Bob's first job is to reorganise the animal enclosures.
If the cheetah come, we've prepared this area here where we can keep the animals in isolation from the other carnivores. Perfect for quarantine. They have to do 30 days quarantine, whichever collection they come from within the UK. There's another paddock beyond that which we're clearing, and we'll lay it down to sand. And then we've got this huge area here, which is about an average of 40 or 50 metres wide, but more importantly for cheetahs, it's nearly 200 metres long, and it's almost purpose-built for cheetah. In the paddock at the moment we've got white wallabies and reindeer, rather a bizarre mix, but they do coexist quite happily. They will both move on to other areas in the park when the cheetah arrive. We've got areas dedicated for them already, and the reindeer tend to go in other areas for much of the year anyway when there's too much grass in here. They don't like too much grass, but they're doing well and they're existing quite happily. In the UK, there's probably no more than a handful of institutions that keep cheetah, so it's still a relatively novel experience for the viewing public to see a cheetah at all. But ideally, in an area this size, we could probably keep 6, 7 or 8 cheetah, so we'll keep looking.
Bob's search takes him and one of his senior cat keepers, Becky Wardle, to Paradise Park in Hertfordshire. They've just bred the highly endangered snow leopard. There are thought to be as few as 500 in the wild. This park also has a female cheetah, which has successfully reared 2 litters of cubs.
Wow, they look good, don't they? Yeah, I'm glad we bought the big crates. They've grown, haven't they?
Jenny's the main keeper. She's been looking after him for most of the cubs' lives. And this is one of the males here. Which one's that, Jen?
This is Munya, the biggest one. And then we've got Balika and Savannah, the little female. And then obviously Mum's in there as well.
She won't be left on her own,
No, she's going to be with Savannah, the female. And then we're hoping to breed her again in a few months down the line when we can bring the new male.
They're saying that she has had enough of the cubs now. I think she'll be glad to see the backs of them, to be honest.
I think she will. They're enormous, aren't they?
Yeah. We're actually going to take you guys in and we're actually going to be feeding the cheetahs off some bamboo sticks just so you guys can get a proper look at them.
So we're actually going in there?
Yes.
Okay, great.
You up for it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
We've been going in with these guys since they were first born. These are a much smaller carnivore. They haven't got the build to them. Also, they're naturally very timid cats anyway, so they're naturally going to back off from you rather than attack you. What they will do, obviously, they will spit, they will hiss, they will stamp their feet, but at the end of the day, they're more likely to run away from you than attack you.
Saying that, we still have to be careful. We still treat them as dangerous animals.
It's a big deal. We don't go in with our cats at all back at the park, so this is a great treat to be able to go in with these.
Well, we're taking 2 back to start with, and hopefully within the next 12 months we'll add to them, but these 2 are particularly valuable because they're so quiet and so tame, and they'll help calm down perhaps the other cheetah we bring in during the course of the next 12 months.
We've never had cheetah, and I've been looking forward to having them for a while. I think they're amazing creatures. With our cats, you just got big lions and big tigers and everything like that, so it's just nice to have something that's just a bit more streamlined.
There you go. The old chopstick trick.
Yeah, that's a treat, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank
you.
you.
As well.
There you go.
There's a little bit of danger involved, I think, but if you've got qualified keepers who know the cats, then it's not too much of a problem. They're quite wary of the brooms and the mop. It's a nice feeling just sitting there and watching them all come round. It's great, and hopefully we can continue with it.
Would you touch them at all, stroke them or not?
I don't cross that barrier of touching them, really. If they want to come up and take some food,
yeah,
so stuck in a bucket.
But I don't want to sort of go to them.
Yeah, it's an incredible sensation to get that close to them. They always look tall and spindly, but when you see them close up, you just see how much power and how much athleticism there is in them. And to see them at a range of about a foot, they're absolutely incredible animals. Thank you.
We feed them 6 days a week at the moment.
How much would they have a day?
Roughly about £5 a day.
There's a lot to learn. I mean, we know the basics and we're pretty up on our carnivores anyway, but any species, there's always certain refinements to the basic husbandry methods that you need to learn and take on board.
The cheetahs have been split up, and the 2 males to be taken by Bob have been locked in the house. It's hoped they can be loaded up without being sedated.
Still got Mum and the female out here, purely because if they're inside and that when we box them up and that, then apart from the fact they'll never trust us to come inside again, it will just obviously stress them out a lot more. Savannah's going to find it a bit more difficult without her brothers, just because obviously she's been living with them all her life. Where Mum, she's had another set of kittens, she knows that it's time for them to go. Savannah's calling now. She's going to miss them. I'm going to miss them, extremely.
He stuck his nose out of the hatch a couple of times. I think he was a bit nervous about coming out. That's understandable, but the minute they're halfway, they tend to carry on then instead of coming back. So then it's just a case of dropping the board without catching legs or tail, and then he's ready to go. Get set up for the next one.
Once boxed, the first cheetah is turned around to reassure his brother and encourage him to come out more quickly.
Okay. Done and dusted. 2 cheetahs. Worked perfectly. As soon as we get moving, they'll just settle down and go to sleep. Unlike me, he's got to drive home.
It's a big day for all the safari park staff. They've never kept cheetahs here before.
We're just bedding down the pen, straw in the sleeping bed and some shavings on the floor. They got some logs in there for scratching their claws, and a bit of exercise and some nice invigorating smells. All right.
We've got all the full-time cat staff up here as well, so it's their first glimpse of them, so it'll be quite good to get their reactions to having cheetahs. We've never had them on the park before.
It's great to have a new species of cat. It's going to be pretty cool. New things to learn, the new cats.
It'd be nice to see how they react to their new enclosure.
Set up.
It's really, really exciting. I can't wait to see them.
Lovely creatures. Nice to see them out running around in their enclosure. Fantastic. It's all a bit new. At least they got each other, and once the other one eventually wants to come out the box, hopefully give them a few days, they will settle down and they'll hopefully be bounding around the pen and enjoying themselves.
They come out very well, really, and we have had animals sit in boxes for hours on end. A little bit nervous and apprehensive, as you'd expect. This is the first time they've been somewhere different in their whole lives, but I think they'll be fine. We'll just disappear in a minute and leave them something to eat and leave everything quiet, and they'll settle down, I think, very quickly.
You know, it's brilliant to see them. They're lovely.
Yeah, very beautiful animals. I've never seen cheetahs before in real life, but it's going to be good working with them anyway.
That one on the right was Manya.
and the one on the left is Balika. They're both brothers. Manya's a little bit bigger than his brother, and if you look at Balika's markings down his face, they're a little bit wider than Manya's, so...
I've already done in my diary.
I'm only telling you once, Ad. You've got to remember who's who.
It's absolutely fantastic to see them so close up. You see them on TV and at other places, because you're not so close up to them, you just don't realise quite how beautiful they are. And they're very friendly animals, so that's really great as well, so we can get a bit of a rapport going with them. We've let them out into this sand area, which is great for them to get out of the house and to be able to get out in the fresh air. We're clearing the area at the back to give them more space. Once all the gorse is gone, they'll be able to go into that area as well. They won't be on show this year, they're going to be on show next year. I don't think people always understand how much it takes to get the exhibits ready for the animals. Obviously they're in quarantine for some time and we're waiting for the other cheetahs to arrive, but next year they'll be our feature animal.
The West Midland Safari Park in Worcestershire prides itself on its collection of rare and endangered animals. It has the UK's largest group of white lions, and they've just had their first litter of cubs. The white lion is surrounded by myth and legend. They were thought to appear only once every century, angelic messengers sent from the gods to remind us of the goodness in the world. They are so rare that no one's been able to count them in the wild, but as few as 130 exist in captivity. So this park has been very keen to breed from its male, Rolo, and 3 females, Marin, Natasha and Joanne. We followed Marin's pregnancy and her cub's first weeks of life.
This is a good girl. This is Marin. Pregnant white lion. She's 36 hours overdue from the last observed mating anyway, but that's not a particular concern. It doesn't look that close. The tummy and the teats are quite swollen, distended. We've got her friend Joanne in the pen next door to keep her company, because she was a little bit fretful when we first put her in on our own, but that's why we isolate them before the cubbing is anticipated, just to give them a chance to settle down. We've blanked off the skylights, we've covered the concrete floor with wooden boards, there's a bit of insulation, she's got plenty of bedding. All we've got to do now is wait.
Whenever there's a significant birth at the park, the staff rig up CCTV cameras linked to their high-tech caravan HQ.
Well, this humble little hovel is our control centre. This is what will be managed for 24 hours a day throughout the latter stages of the gestation and probably for the first 6, 7, 8 weeks of the cub's life. If everything goes well, we can keep an eye on absolutely everything, each cub, make sure the cubs are being fed regularly and properly, and if anything's going wrong we can intervene before it's too late. This is the first white lion pregnancy possibly in Europe, but certainly within the UK. I think she will be a good mum. It's always hard to tell with the first time mothers, but she's got a very nice temperament, but there's always that little bit of nagging worry and nagging doubt. These are special to me. I mean, I saw them for the first time out in Africa when they were very tiny, and to see them mature and develop into magnificent animals, very special animals, unique animals for the UK. Few people have ever seen a white lion, so to actually have to work with them and see them every day of the week is a huge privilege, and the thought of having cubs has been captivating us ever since the day they arrived.
Well, white lions have been in Africa probably since the beginning of time. However, the earliest recordings of white lions were probably 400 to 500 years ago with Queen Neba. who mentioned that these were spirits that had come down from the skies in terms of being their ancestors, and have been revered ever since as these great omens in the bush. And almost every century thereafter, white lions have been spotted in the bush in Africa.
And when they're spotted in the wild, they're killed by poachers. These are the first white lions to be released onto a protected reserve in their South African homeland. White lions are targeted by trophy hunters because of their unique colour.
A white lion is actually a lion with a recessive gene. And the only thing that this recessive gene affects is the coloration of its fur. And often with the males, you'll get a pale blue eye, and with the females, a slightly greeny eye. The normal tawny lion has a sort of brown colour eye.
Andrew manages Sambona, the 54,000-acre reserve, which has been well stocked with prey for its predators. As so few white lions exist in the world, whenever Andrew is travelling, he takes every opportunity to visit other collections. On a recent visit to England, a relative happened to mention that there were white lions in the Midlands. But as it was April Fool's Day, Andrew didn't believe him.
He said, joking, well, I thought he was joking, that there are white lions in Kidderminster. And of course, I really thought he was joking. And then we went down to the safari park, and it was a great privilege to meet Bob. It was great to hear him talking with such passion about his white lions. It was wonderful. We've kept up correspondence since then, and one of my projects is to one day establish the exact genealogy of white lions. And Bob has very, very kindly given me DNA samples so that when I can get the funding and get my act together, we will definitely find out exactly what the gene of the white lion is.
Becky Wardle has her hands full. She's rearing 2 lion cubs, which had to be separated from their mother for their own safety. She's also on night duty monitoring the white lion pregnancy. It's been a very eventful day.
All right.
There you go.
Good day's sleep?
Oh, not really.
Not these two, no.
Keep you awake all day?
Yeah. Well, the action all started about 11 o'clock. She had the first cub at about 2 minutes past. And then, lo and behold, about 2:30, she had a second one.
Great.
She wasn't in any obvious distress or discomfort.
For a first-time mum, she seems to be doing quite well.
Incredibly well, yeah. She's looking after them both. She's feeding them both. And she looks quite cool, calm and collected about it all. Okay, I'll leave you to it then. My phone will be on if you need anything, or if anything else happens, give us a call.
Will do, yeah. To the first I call.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay then. Thanks very much. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
See you in the morning. I start work at about 6 o'clock in the evening and I finish about 9 o'clock in the morning. I've got these two to look after, day and night. And then I'm also monitoring the white lion as well, to see how she's getting on with her cubs. This one's Lionel, and Erica is over there. Unfortunately, Mum was a little bit clumsy with them. She had 4 cubs, and when they were 4 weeks old, she sat on 2 and killed them. She's lovely. She's quite chilled out. As you can see, she's just fast asleep on my sleeping bag. He's a little terror, and he runs up and down all night when I'm supposed to be concentrating, and just climbs on everything, chews everything. They're just teething at the moment, so he's a bit of a nightmare.
Well, it's quite late in the day now, and believe it or not, we've just had our 4th cub. 4 out of 4 is not bad, especially for a first litter. She's looking after them all and feeding them all, and we can't believe our luck, really. We've got 4 adults, and we've doubled our tally in the space of 9 hours. That gives us 8 now, all being well. We don't want to count too many chickens for the hatch, as it were, but it's all looking very, very rosy at the moment.
In the space of a few weeks, concern grows for the health of the newborn cubs. Reluctantly, staff will have to handle them to give them medication.
It's always a worrying time to go in, because obviously we'd rather not to go in and touch them at all, because we don't want to put her off. But because we haven't really had a lot of choice in this instance, she's been really good. She's an excellent mother, and she's got such a nice nature. That's a good thing, really.
I'm saying, well over 30 years of looking after these exotic carnivores, I've never seen anything like this before.
The hair loss suggests mites, but the thickening of the skin around the edges suggests mange. But we've took skin scrapes and put them under the microscope and can't see a thing, but that's not particularly unusual. But you can't ignore the physical evidence of the hair loss. I think one of them seems remarkably unaffected. The other two seem to be getting a bit better, but this one is still losing hair, so we're going to treat them again. Little tinker. Look at that, eh? It's a wonderful feeling to hold something so special, so unique. Look at that, daft as a brush, eh?
Bob uses this opportunity to weigh the cubs, which helps him to keep an eye on their growth rates.
2.71. Yeah. We finished the treatment. We've fed her back in with a piece of meat, and she's just making a fuss of the cubs, licking them. Not too hard, I hope, 'cause it'll probably lick the treatment off that we've just applied. But as you can see, she's not unduly perturbed with the fact that we've been in here, and she's coming up for a fuss. Oh, yes, I know. Oh, we didn't hurt her, did we? Good girl.
Just over a week later, and there's a new health worry with the white lion family.
The cubs are a lot better. The second treatment's been particularly successful, but we've got another problem now. The mites have jumped ship. They're on Mum, I think, and we're getting bald patches appearing on her. We don't want to knock her out, and she's got the cubs, so we're going to treat her orally by injecting something into the meat.
She's very hungry. It's literally taken her a couple of minutes to finish that piece of meat off. So that's good. Hopefully the medication will start working pretty soon.
We know she's got the infection because all the bare patches are appearing around the teats and they're getting bigger and bigger. And we can see that at night when she rolls over onto her back. The closed circuit television's picking that up, and that's given us a bit of early warning. So hopefully we've nipped the problem in the bud the first time of asking. This little fella was the worst, but look at that bright red.
That looks fantastic.
Pink has gone, and you can see it's looking white now because the hair's regrowing. That was a bright, vivid pink or red, and although he still looks very, very scruffy, it's all growing again. He looks absolutely adorable, doesn't he? Because at the end, if it had gone untreated, they could well have got so anemic they could have died, and that would have been a tragedy. Normally we feed lions 5 days a week, give them a couple of starve days to simulate conditions in the wild, but when she's got 4 cubs to rear, we feed her every day as long as she's cleaning the meat up, and so far she's eaten everything we've given her every day. So you can see why. She's got 4 extra hungry mouths to take care of, and she's taking care of them very, very well. It's not a surprise we put the meat down for Mum, but before we could let Mum through, the cubs have started chewing on it. Just 4 weeks of age. It's incredible, really. There's another one moving in for a lick. 4 weeks of age, it's quite a good sign. They'll start growing even faster now. It'll be interesting to see what the weight is next time we handle them.
At 6 weeks old, the mum and cubs are all given a clean bill of health. It's a critical age, and the cubs will soon be allowed outside. However, before that can happen, they need to be vaccinated and microchipped.
Right, that's it.
Hello, you little tinker. Oh.
Let me just set this first, Bob. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, we're ready. 6.8. And is that a male or a female?
Little girl, I believe. Good check.
Yep, little girl. Okay.
That means we've doubled in weight in 2 weeks.
I'm just going to place a microchip in. This will basically just give them each an ID. So when we do weigh them in future, we'll be able to identify which one is which. And this is just like the worst injection ever.
She's taken off the man.
I hate giving that because it's always such a huge needle. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bit of spray.
We've just put some spray on their tummies just so we can identify them from the ones that we've already done, because we don't want to have to inject them or microchip them again.
They've doubled in weight in just 2 weeks. They're fat little dumplings, and they really are one of the most significant births we've ever had in 35 years of the park's existence.
They've got huge claws. The size of their feet already at this age, you know, they're just going to be huge animals.
We are strictly hands-off. You know, when we have to treat them, we have to go in and handle them. That's a statement of the obvious, really, but I don't believe in handling them unnecessarily. It gives people the wrong impression. At the end of the day, they are lions, and lions kill things. So they look cute and cuddly, but a month's time, if they want to go that way, I want them to go that way, they're going to win the argument hands down. There is a commercial side of this. I mean, we're a nation of cat and dog lovers, and you won't get a cat better than this, so I'm sure it's going to be a huge crowd puller. But from the animal point of view as well, it's going to be wonderful having a family of these running around outside. They really are looking like little lions now, aren't they? Look, inquisitive, cheeky, full of beans.
The other 3 adults have had the reserve all to themselves, but that's about to change. Now they've had their vaccinations, the cubs will soon be joining them. But first, there's the issue of names to resolve.
We've named the little one Toto, because it's Swahili for little, and she's the little runt of the litter, and she's a bit scruffy. And then the big female's Kiara, the middle one's Lara, and the little male's Casper, to the ghost. So it's nice. We don't get to do it very often, because most of the time now they do tend to do it by competition, and they come up with the most awful names ever. So we thought we'd get in there as quick as possible. I don't know if we've really mentioned it to Bob yet.
I don't really worry too much about names. I leave it to the girls. They usually come up with something completely daft and soppy and usually totally irrelevant. I leave it to them.
So you've never named a lion Bob?
No, I hope not anyway. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Bob the lion, blimey.
Going outside is a big step that needs to be taken in small stages. Initially, Mum Marin and her cubs will be let into the nursery paddock, so if anything scares them, they know how to get back to the safety of their pen.
I didn't expect them to come running straight out. They're coming out very cautiously.
It's Casper coming out first, which he's a bit of a mummy's boy, so I'm not really too surprised. And then there's the little scruffy one. Lara's come out, but it's the 2 big independent girls that stay at the back a bit, do what they want to do when they want to do.
Mum's pretty steady though. She's just standing there having a long hard look and a sniff. It's been a long time inside for her.
It has, yeah.
But she's in marvellous condition, isn't she?
Probably quite relieved to be out.
Yeah. You would never know she'd reared 4 cubs though, would you?
You wouldn't, not looking at her. She looks amazing.
She's bowled the pounds on, not lost them.
Because she's got to get used to it again. It's been a long time since she's been out. So the cubs really should just follow her lead. If she doesn't panic, they won't either.
Sniffing at everything. Everything looks different. Everything smells different. There's one there chewing a big chunk of grass. Look, doesn't know what it is. Fortunately, spitting it out again. It's not eating it.
One of the big girls just picked up a big chunk and is playing with it because they've never seen it before. It's a bit of a novelty for them, I think.
It's gone very well. You know, when they start panicking or running up fences or barging into things, you worry, but they've got Mum's temperament, I think. They're very laid back.
The main White Lion Reserve covers 2 acres, a daunting area for small cubs. But after a week in the nursery paddock, they're ready for the biggest adventure of their lives so far.
Mum's gone out to check everything's safe, I think. She's going around the outside of the fence, and the cubs are just sitting in the hatchway, looking at the ground that they've never seen before. But I think they'll get the hang of it. One's come out now. Funnily enough, it's the one that usually keeps well back. She's always the reticent one, but she's come out first this time. Perhaps she is going to be the biggest and boldest of them all. And when they're fully confident,
We'll let the public in when we open. But at the moment, no one has got any idea at all what we got here. They're having a good run round. Mum's doing her usual marvellous job, as if she's just slowly but surely introducing them to it all, and they followed, getting more confident by the minute. It's been a long time since she's been out here, and she deserves it. They're having a drink now from one of the puddles. A bit startled at first when they first trod in it and didn't quite know what it was, but once they realised it was wet, they've had a good drink. Got some rather muddy little noses doing it, but they're having a whale of a time.
After a few days getting used to the reserve by themselves, the cubs are ready to meet the rest of the pride. The first to be introduced to them is Dad.
Just hope it will all be playful. We've got the cavalry behind us just in case anything goes wrong. We're moving with the vehicles to intercept anything that gets beyond the playful stage.
There is a possibility of danger, as there is with mixing any animals. He could come out and just have a go at them straight away, and if he does, the size of him compared to the size of them, he could kill them. We don't really think he's going to, because he's a big soppy boy. But we've got to all be in here just to be on the safe side, just in case. So if anything does happen, we can get in there immediately and split him up. Just lifting the hatch up now for Rolo to come out.
Come in, Beck. The hatch is up, he's on his way. Stand by.
Marin's going up to her now. She's been a bit flirty. We don't want her to come back into season. The last one we want is for her to be mated again, but I think she's just missed a bit of adult company. And the cubs are a bit wary. But I'm very surprised that he's just walked past, and to be honest, he doesn't even look as if he's turned and seen them yet. Two that look like they've plucked up a bit of courage to follow him, which is quite brave really, considering they've not really met him before, and through a bit of fence. Doesn't really seem that interested in him, in all honesty.
I think fatherhood's come as a bit of a shock to him. He's a bit surprised at what's going on around him. He's a bit of a slightly short temper, but I think that will improve the more he gets used to it. But this is one of the reasons why we do this in easy stages. I want to play, tease and everything else, but he'll have to get used to this over the next week or two before we can leave them out totally unattended.
You can see these cubs aren't white anymore. She's washing them, trying her hardest to keep them clean. But with all the mud and how wet it is outside, they're rapidly turning a shade of brown.
A few weeks later, and Rolo is still chasing the cubs. All 8 white lions are now on the reserve together. The breeding programme is going so well that Natasha has had 2 cubs, boosting the size of the pride to 10.
5.22. They have put on a little bit of weight then. Not a huge amount, but a little bit.
We brought them out here so we could just give them a bit of a check over and just to weigh them. They've got fat little bellies and they're looking really good condition.
It's all good fun. As soon as they're vaccinated, we'll mix them. But the thought of having 10 white lions out together is absolutely an incredible prospect.
The safari park is closed for 3 months during winter, but it opens in time for the half-term school holidays. Opening day looks very different this year. The 100-acre site is covered in thick snow. Some of the older animals have seen snow before, but for the younger ones, it's a novel experience. And that goes for humans too. Bob Lawrence, the park's head warden, has called his staff for a special early morning briefing.
The challenge for today is to get the park open. It's an impossible task for mere mortals, but we don't fall into that category. We've got an hour and a half. I think the rhinos, we'll try and get them in the paddock, won't put them in the reserve. Elephants will go, won't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. just top up all the hay racks and go for it.
It's a big day for the new staff. This is their first taste of working with the animals and the public in extreme weather conditions.
Well, today's my first day. We did a bit of training at the start of the week, but today's the first day properly with people in and hopefully trying not to mess up, trying not to release the animals.
Well, it's all a bit new for me today. I'm just trying to keep warm at the moment.
It's going to be a bit of a mission getting all the snow off the ground and the animals out ready for the customers to come in if we can, and it should be hard work, but we'll do it.
And I think it's a bit novel, but they're fairly adaptable, you know, they're used to all sorts of things. Most of them were probably bred in captivity anyway, so it's something else for them to, you know, something interesting for them to play with, so it can only be a good thing.
We let them out yesterday and they were loving it. They were playing around in the snow, rolling in it. I think they quite enjoy it, most of them.
It's exciting. It's going to be a good day. It'll be a bit of a challenge, but should be good, hopefully.
This couldn't have happened at a worse time, really. We had probably 8 or 9 inches of snow on the ground last night. We've been up most of the night with the roads, watching some of the animals. We've got 1 or 2 animals giving birth and things like that, which keeps us on our toes. We're just hoping to goodness we can get the roads clear before the first visitors arrive. I can't remember snow quite this bad here for about 20 odd years, but in 1980, 81, I think it lay on the ground for 8 weeks. I just hope it doesn't lay on the ground for 8 weeks this year. The animals don't seem to mind too much. Obviously it gets pretty cold in Africa and countries like that anyway, but they get well fed. The secret with the animals is to have them in good condition to start with. It's no good waiting until the conditions are like this and just suddenly deciding to feed them a little bit more. It's too late then, but if they're in good condition to start with, they can hack it.
Some of the animals really enjoy being in the snow, particularly the tigers. I think they've probably enjoyed it the most, and the lion cubs have enjoyed it too. But some of them, such as the giraffes, they don't even go out because it's just too far too slippy. They haven't got very thick coats and they'd much rather be in the warm giraffe house than outside. And the wolves, absolutely at home here in the snow. They're loving it. They're much more active than normal. They're digging and playing. I think they really are at home here.
The park has just welcomed the first white lion cubs to be born in the UK. Imagine their delight. There are only 130 white lions in the world.
I think the lions, when they see it for the first time, it's quite funny. They try and tiptoe on all 4 feet at once and invariably end up falling flat on the nose in it. But when they realise the snow won't bite, they love it. They play and play and play. And you know, particularly cubs, probably by lunchtime, they'll be absolutely worn out. Paradoxically, I think when the white lions arrived for the first time in 2004, it snowed on their first day out. And here we are now, with those same lions have produced cubs, and they're coming out to snow. They don't look quite as white in the snow, but they still absolutely love it, and they really are going to make a sight for sore eyes. The cubs are virtually 6 months old now to the day. The interest in this story has been absolutely phenomenal. They've been photographed and filmed non-stop. They've even made the headlines in South Africa, which is significant because that's actually where the white lions come from. And I'm sure they'll be very reassured that the animals we took out have done very, very well and are flourishing.
All the animals are out and ready for their first visitors.
I think it looks quite nice really, because some of the more unsightly things like the inevitable fence tend to get masked with the snow, and I always think it looks far more attractive. You know, Christmas card scenery, some wonderful woodland behind us and the mist coming out of it, it looks absolutely wonderful. So if anyone does come today, I think they'll get some jolly good pictures.
The rhinos and the giraffe won't be out today for their own safety. Is that okay?
That's okay.
How many people is it?
2 adults and 1 child over 4 and 1 child under 4.
I thought it might be shut at first.
Yeah, we rang and
phoned them up and they said they're open. So that's if you can see them in the snow.
Just saw it was open, so
I've always wanted to come.
Down. Claire's never been.
Always wanted to come.
And just thought we'll try it.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's how I saw on the news how they got 4 cubs. So looking forward to seeing them.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons we've come.
Yeah.
You've come for the white lions, isn't it? Definitely.
Yeah, so.
Well, they never thought white lions exist, and we always used to have the argument down in Longleat that they did. But now that's my point. This is going to be my point to prove to you that they do actually exist. So yeah, that's if we can see them in the white snow, obviously.
Yeah. Safari park in the snow. It's very, very peculiar. Very peculiar. But the animals come out in the snow. Doesn't make any difference to them. So I'm not too bothered. I've got my gloves.
African wild dogs seem surprisingly at home in the snow. As the first members of the public are let in, one of the dogs is trying to get out.
This is the first flux of cars they've seen for several months, and they do seem to be particularly fascinated by them. The pack have heard a car coming, I think. Look, they've all took off as one, run straight over to the gate, and I think one has just slipped through the gate. But that's the value of the double gate system. You can get through the one gate, but you can't get through the other one, because the other one won't open until the first one's closed. But the patrol driver will have to drive in now and chase him back out.
It's as if it's like it's a canvas for them and they just stand out and the pictures are amazing.
The funniest moment was the car in front of us and the wild dog swamped round the car and they had a tail bar and they took off the covers and they're tossing them in the air and catching them on the nose and throw them away. And then one jumped on the car. That was absolutely hilarious. I got it all on camera, but I'm looking forward to watching that back.
You can see how fascinated they are by the cars. They probably all smell a bit different. They might bring fresh scent in from the other reserves. They might have a bit of animal manure on the tyres or under the sill, or they might have brought smells in from further back than that. You can see one or two of the dogs are going to the back of the car to test the exhaust fumes again. It's a peculiar habit. I'd love to know why they do it. You'd think the heat of the exhaust alone would stop them putting their nose up the exhaust, but it doesn't seem to.
I've been in tears twice. Once with absolute laughter because of the wild dogs, and then the white lines. Well, probably the best experience I've ever had, to be honest.
Laura Warner has worked with elephants for 3 years. She's recently been promoted to research officer. This is the elephant's second day in the snow.
They're a little bit apprehensive going out because they weren't used to it, they'd not seen it before. But once we'd got them out and they were out and about with their logs and their food, they were quite enjoying digging around in the snow. We just put some pony nuts out there and some bread just to give them a bit more food because the snow's covering up all the grass, so they can't graze as much as they normally would on a nice sunny day. The tree and the roots that we've put out there about a week ago, ready for them to come out into the paddock for this opening of the season, that's really important to display their natural behaviour like they would in the wild, knocking off the bark with their tusks and eating at the roots and just generally digging around. It helps increase the vitamins and minerals that would be required in their diet because their tusks aren't quite long enough yet. They need to kneel down to use their tusks to do it.
This is the second time, and we're going to go around. I should imagine we'll go down another couple of times after something to eat.
I've got to.
You'll be kicking me out by the end of the day. You'll be throwing me out. You won't be able to get rid of me. I'm saying now, the elephants as well. To look out your car window and see an elephant. When does that happen? It's amazing.
We need the snow to keep the seasons changing, otherwise there's going to be a high rate of extinction going on with various animals and various plants, and a perfect example of that is the polar bears. For the first time ever, scientists are actually seeing polar bears drowning because they've got no ice to hunt from and they're having to travel such long distances to try and find food. And there've been photos all in the news, papers and on the telly recently of these polar bears just stranded on tiny little pieces of ice out in the middle of vast open water. I find that really upsetting. When I saw the images myself, my eyes were welling up. I found it really upsetting and really heartbreaking to see that because of our own actions that we're ruining our own planet really, and that we're getting rid of some of the most beautiful landscape and beautiful animals on the planet.
Global warming is scary, very scary. And I say it's upsetting to think that, I say with polar bears, I mean, we think, oh, there's nothing we can do here. But the little things that you can do to help a species like that, you've got to try.
Same here. Yeah, they've got an okay lives because they're looked after, but the ones out, who's looking after the ones in the wild? Like I say, we've got to do that. But like I say, 1%, the person making a difference, everyone's got to do it, isn't they? Really? It's all right saying, oh, it doesn't matter if I do that, what am I going to achieve? But if everyone has that attitude, it won't change. So it has got to. be brought home, if not for our generation, but the next.
I think more recently people are starting to become more aware because it is being such a big issue in the media recently, but there is still a lot of work to do out there. We need to get people recycling, we need to get people using the energy efficient light bulbs and just really start educating people about how they can change their behaviour to have an effect on what's going on in the planet. And I think that's one of the major roles of the safari park really, is to educate people, get them involved and really let them know what's going on and what they need to do to help out.
I think the snow's threatening to go almost as quick as it came, although it's been one of the heaviest snowfalls we've had in years. It's not going to last too long.
The weather might be improving, but the staff still need to keep an eye out for baby animals. One of the species that gives birth during our winter is the wallaby. Most newborns are hidden away in their mother's pouches. You'd never know they were there.
The wallabies are fine in the snow. They've got the little shelters which they go in. They've got the feeding hoppers, so they have no problem getting their food. Obviously, it's probably a little bit cold on their feet, but they all hop around. They don't seem to mind in the least. Unfortunately, we did lose an old female about 2 days ago on the first day of the snow, and when we looked in her pouch we found a very, very small joey, so we've taken that in to try and bottle feed it to see if it will survive. I'm just preparing some milk for the little wallaby joey now, because she's quite young. She's on condensed milk, diluted with just normal water. Obviously she has to have some vitamin drops, and iron is particularly important for her because she's so young, leaving her mum. Sometimes they can develop cataract troubles if they don't have the right nutrition. She's just having about 15 mils each feed at the moment, which is quite a good amount really, considering that she is so small, but she's taken to the bottle very well, and you know, hopefully she'll go from strength to strength, but fingers crossed. Because she's so small, she can't regulate her own body heat, so it's important for us to keep her warm. That's why she's got a hot water bottle in there and she's in this warm room. Hello, little one, are you ready for your milk? Come on then. When I go home in the evening, I take her with me, so she's never left anywhere unattended, because quite often they can wriggle about a little bit too much and you don't want them to get off the heat. She's been fed about every 2.5 to 3 hours at the moment, so if I'm looking tired, that's why. You're so hungry.
What goes in at one end has to come out the other.
Because she would still be in her mum's pouch, she cannot urinate or defecate by herself, so using a little bit of tissue, you have to just stimulate her to pass urine and faeces, otherwise she'd soon get blocked up. Obviously the mother would do this with her tongue, but I'm not that dedicated.
Any baby animal born in such harsh weather is very vulnerable, so a close eye is kept on all the females that may be pregnant.
African and Asian animals don't have a particular breeding season. They can drop calves or foals at any time of the year, and obviously if they choose to do so in these conditions they need to be indoors. But if they're fit and good condition, this shouldn't trouble them unduly. But we had a black buck born. We think it was to a first-time mother, so it didn't get looked after very well, and it was cold, dehydrated, so Angela picked it up and took it in for some TLC.
The mum had reared it overnight, but then in the cold and the snow she decided not to look after it anymore, so we've taken it in, but it's proving very difficult to get it settled and suckling. Because it's been fed by the mum a little way, it's very, very nervous of people. As soon as we touch it, it jumps up in the air. We've managed to get some down it, and we've been stomach tubing it as well, but obviously for it to thrive we need to get it suckling on the bottle and to get more used to her, so hopefully we will get there, but it's hard work and quite a long struggle. Come on, that's a good little girl. Although she'll sit down and she's quite calm when she's sitting down, her natural feeding position would obviously be underneath mum, standing up. So I'm trying to get her to stand up because that will encourage her to suckle a lot more happily than sitting down. But of course, because she's very scared, it's you know, she wants to lie flat on the floor because that's a defensive position as a baby. So obviously, just trying to slowly, bit by bit, encourage her to do it. She's swallowing quite well, but it's more because I'm squeezing the milk out into her rather than she's suckling. So just a little bit more hard work, and then hopefully she'll get there. She's definitely getting a little bit calmer, but she's not there yet.
Danny and Claire have been around the park 4 times. As they're so taken with it, Bob's giving them a VIP tour.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm Danny.
Hi, pleased to meet you. I'm Bob. Hi. You've had a good day, I understand.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's been a good day.
But you haven't got quite close enough for that special picture of you, so I thought we'd do a special one-off trip behind the scenes and see if we can make up for it a little bit.
Fantastic.
So, you'd like to follow me?
Yeah, all
Thank
day.
you very much.
We'll show you some of our special friends. Scrap, Tubbs, come on. Where's he going?
So which one's that? Scraps?
Yeah. Don't put your fingers through.
Touching a big cat should only be done when an experienced keeper is with you. It's not normally allowed.
I've got no skin left.
Gets rid of the chilblains, I tell you.
That's clean up quite nice.
You got a cat at home?
Got 2 cats.
Oh, you'll be in trouble.
So how often do you feed them?
About 5 times a week. It's to simulate conditions in the wild, because if you feed them every day, they just get fat and
lazy.
slovenly.
Yeah.
But if you
What
just
sort of
keep
things?
their appetite on edge, it just keeps them lean and mean, like any predator has got to be to survive in the wild. Not that you see these in the wild anymore.
So beautiful.
Okay, well, would you like to pop inside and have a look behind the scenes, as it were?
This is the enclosure where all the tigers sleep at night. The park currently has 6 ginger and 7 white tigers.
This one is almost completely white. You can hardly see the stripes. So you have to watch him when there's snow about.
I honestly don't know what to say. I've never seen anything like it. I feel really, really, really honoured beyond belief. I watch a lot of programmes, wildlife programmes, animal programmes on television. And yes, it's amazing to see them on television, but I'm standing in front of a white tiger. Once in a lifetime, most definitely. And I feel really honoured. So beautiful.
So big as well.
It's the trouble. You can talk about tigers until the cows come home, and until you actually stand next to one, you really can't appreciate them for what they are, can you?
Not at all.
Even though he wants to come out and play with you.
It's so strange because the characteristics of just a general household cat like that, scratching, wanting to come out and play. It's amazing. So it feels like you're in the presence of royalty. It's like you feel like...
You get a sense of feeling of it.
I can't explain the feeling. I feel really humbled to be in its presence. Absolutely humbled. It's just amazing.
Definitely.
And it's because of their majestic qualities that tigers are now so endangered.
Some estimates put the population of these Indian or Bengal tigers as low as 1,000, and they seem to be disappearing hand over fist as quickly as ever.
Are they getting hunted, or is that because your environment's getting...
A bit of both. They're poached, the environment is shrinking, and it's also getting fragmented as well, so it makes them very, very vulnerable. If they're isolated in a small area, if you want to catch a tiger or shoot one, you've got a good idea where they are.
Yeah.
We did a survey last year in a protected tiger reserve, a national reserve, which was patrolled and protected by armed guards, and they found that instead of 25 tigers, they couldn't find trace of a single one. So this gives you an idea of the scale of the problem. You can't look after them there.
It was protected by armed guard as well?
Yeah, it was all an official national tiger reserve, protected area, and they were basically protecting nothing because they've gone. But that's the reality you've got to face if you're a tiger or you're interested in tigers and preserving them. And it's quite conceivable that in our lifetime they could go all together. And I think it would be a terrible indictment on our generation if perhaps our grandchildren say to us why, how, we'll know what to say.
Yeah, we've got to explain it.
Yeah.
So how fast the numbers fell? You said from 1,000, I mean...
It could be as few as 1,000, yeah. I mean, for years they've been saying about 3,500 to 5,000, but some estimates now are saying as low as 1,000.
It's alarming, and they're still selling tiger skins openly in markets, quite blatantly. You can go into these markets in India and areas like that, and you can buy the skins quite openly. They're not even trying to hide it.
As an outsider, so to speak, you can see a tiger on the television, on the news, on an animal programme, and take for granted that they're there, that they exist. And then, obviously, quite easily, they could not exist. And
to hear the information we've just been told, just puts it in perspective into reality terms. It's shocking. I'm doing a lot more reading about it, I think.
It does put it into perspective, because you take for granted that these sort of amazing creatures exist and always will, because they are so amazing and such great creatures, and they are very, very vulnerable at the end of the day.
Shocking.
It's sad. It's really sad.
There's no set breeding period at West Midland Safari Park. Animals can be born at any time. Staff are always on hand to assist.
I think it's all right. Slightly congested. It sounds a bit chesty. It's been a long time coming.
And with 130 different species of animal, there's a lot they need to know.
It's an old lambing trick. A bit of straw or something up the nose, make them cough and splutter. I'm sure she'll be all right. What a wretched day to come into the world, eh? Is there anything in the shed? We might as well carry it straight up, I think. Yeah. I've seen far worse, but she's just been calving a long time and the legs were all tangled up inside. You might end up doing 3 or 4 in a day and then nothing for a month, but over the years I think we've calved most species ourselves, and we'll keep it safe and warm and dry, because it's a horrible day. I think it's going to be an even worse night.
Most of the time, the staff's role is minimal and the natural mother can cope, but that's not always the case. These cubs were rescued from their clumsy mother when they were 4 weeks old. She'd sat on 2 of the cubs and killed them, so Erica and Lionel were removed for their own safety. Becky Wardle is hand-rearing them. They're now 3 months old and need to be fed every 4 hours. Not an easy task.
Believe it or not, I'm trying to feed these 2, give them their first feed of the day. But because they've been in this pen overnight, they get quite excited. So they like to have a bit of a bite and chew to begin with. But they'll settle down eventually and have some milk. If they don't get me first.
Lion cubs grow very quickly, so Becky's got her hands full for a while yet. And Bob needs to get his hands on a newborn calf.
These are Addax antelope. There's probably no more than a couple hundred in the wild, in Chad and Egypt, places like that. There's a controlled breeding programme for them. It's critically important that we do breed and sustain the species.
Bob needs to separate the calf from its mother to give a vaccination vital for its health.
One of the diseases we are concerned about with our animals is something called Johne's disease, or it's spelt John's disease if you see it in print. It's a wasting disease. It dehydrates them and they just waste away to nothing. And it looks pretty horrible if you ever see an animal with it. It's causing a lot of concerns in farming circles at the moment. There are signs of it locally, and when you've got animals kept in such highly concentrated areas, I mean the stocking rate here is far higher than it would be on a farm. If it does get a grip, it'd be a major problem, so we want to make absolutely sure it doesn't get a foothold here. You could lose 20, 30, 40% of your animals in a year.
I'm just preparing the routine vaccination that we're going to give her. We have to give it within the first few days of a newborn. So she's 3 days old now, so we're going to jab her with it now.
Mum's a very good mum. She's very stroppy, she's very small. She doesn't think twice about coming at a vehicle, so we've got to be very, very careful how we grab the calf and handle it. So hopefully if I can get hold of it, we'll put it in the back of the pickup, give it the 2 ear tags and the injection, and just drop it back over the side for her to take away. We're putting tags in. We have to put one in each ear, one plastic one, one metal one. It's a legal requirement, I'm afraid, if an animal has this vaccine, and it does mean they are permanently identified for life.
It's such a tiny animal and it's such a huge tag. I feel really mean when I have to do it.
It went fairly well. She's a bit irritated at us pinching her calf for a few seconds, and she's not adverse to having a pop at me or the vehicle, but we're up here out of the way.
She's not happy.
Only took a minute. And he's back down there with Mum now, and hopefully we'll never have to touch him again.
Lion cubs aren't at risk from Jonas disease, but they are vaccinated twice against the parvovirus and distemper. Exactly the same jabs as pet cats and dogs. Once they are vaccinated, they can be let out to play.
I've just taken these two up for a walk. Big expanse of field with no animals in. So it just means we can just let them go and they can just run about as they please. Just wear off a bit of the energy that they seem to accumulate overnight and then attack me in the morning. There you go. Don't jump out, you'll hurt yourself. Oh, go on then. Come on. Come on, chicken. You don't want to come out? There's your brother, look. Good girl. Come on, let's go. They nearly always just run straight to the fence because there's Japseekers on the other side, which are a type of deer that we've got, and they don't tend to see many animals that often. Good girl. So as soon as they see them, they bomb over. I think they think they're a bit hard because they're lions and they can do what they want, but I think if they got through, they'd know about it. It's lovely because I'm normally just used to seeing them in the 2 pens they're in down the yard, which are quite small, so they build up quite a bit of energy. So just to be able to bring them up here and let them loose and not have to worry about what they do, it's great for them. And it's quite funny for me to watch them as well. No. If they squeeze themselves through that fence, it would be a bit of a major issue trying to get them back. So that's why we keep a close eye on them when they're over there. But everywhere else, it's just do what they want. Let's go find your brother. They tend to eat soil quite a bit. I'm not really too sure why. The 2 tiger cubs I did a couple of years ago used to like soil and sand, so whether there's some nutrients or minerals or something they can taste, but it doesn't do much harm, so we just let them carry on. And they're learning how to stalk each other and things like that, and chasing leaves that come off the trees. And they've discovered those horse chestnuts this morning as well, so that's again something new for them. But they love it, and I quite enjoy coming up and watching them.
There are 2 types of camel at the safari park. The Bactrian from Asia, with its 2 humps, is now an endangered species. The single-humped dromedary isn't so threatened, although the park only has 2 left. One of them is their oldest resident.
Well, no one really knows where she came from. She was just delivered to us before breakfast one morning, so there you are, there's a camel. So look after it, and we have done for over 35 years now. But she's as old as I am, I think. She's going a little bit blind, but she knows the park like the back of her pad, and she can get around very, very well, and she's living and enjoying a very full quality of life. Camels are relatively easy to look after. They're quite happy chewing good barley straw rather than hay. The welfare requirements mean they have to have access to water 24 hours a day, which is rather odd when you think how long they can go without water in the wild. But if it's there, they'll drink it. But they don't need the shelter. It's provided, but they seldom, if ever, go inside it. And whatever the weather, fair or foul, they'll be sitting out there where they are now quite happily. Thank you very much.
The Bactrian camels also love to lounge around.
They're lying over there now in the sun. I mean, I think they're nature's lottery winners, really, aren't they? They've got the food on a plate. They haven't got to worry about the vagaries of illness, disease, predation and things like that. If you and I didn't have to go out to work, we'd be doing just that, wouldn't we, lying out there in the sun? It is deceptive. Sometimes you're driving through the park and think, oh my goodness, is he dead? But when you go up there, you see him snuffling and snorting away, and they are okay. But it does make your heart stop in your mouth sometimes.
And Bob's heart would stop because these camels are very significant.
Some estimates put their numbers in the wild as low as 500. In the greater scheme of things, 500 is absolutely nothing whatsoever. You know, you get an outbreak of disease that really could make inroads into them to the point where they are virtually extinct. It doesn't take long in the modern world. I don't know whether people realise it or not, but that's part of our role to make people understand what's at stake here. Some of these animals do have a critical role to play. There's a genetic nucleus being kept in captivity, and who knows, one day that might be absolutely critical to the survival of a species.
And the species lives on thanks to the park's breeding programme. There's a newborn camel that needs its Jonas disease vaccination. That's a lot easier said than done.
Camels are usually fairly stroppy. The problem we have with this sort of type of animal when they give birth out of season, as they often do, is that we need to bring them indoors to protect them against the elements. But we're in a no-win situation here because she's sulking because she's inside and she won't eat. So we're going to have to let her out, vaccinate the calf, and hopefully the calf will be okay. It's dry, but it's cold, but these camels are well used to that sort of temperature. It's your favourite noise, the grating teeth.
As long as I'm not in the firing line of them spitting.
We vaccinate literally at birth or within a few hours because they do pick it up as youngsters, although the problem may not manifest itself until a lot later in life. The point of contact is at birth, so the sooner they get this vaccine, the better.
Good girl.
Animals contract it from the ground, from dirty water troughs, dirty animal facilities on farms and things like that. It is carried by rabbits, it's thought, and of course it's very difficult to eliminate rabbits from the environment, so it's a problem you seem to be stuck with. So again, it makes the vaccination all the more important.
Is she coming now? Okay. Hey. There you go.
Well, Mum wandered off and we thought she was going to stay away, but the minute we actually went to grab him, he started to call for his mum and she came running towards us, so we haven't actually managed to give the vaccination yet. But we'll try and do it quite quickly now, without her looking.
I think someone's going to get soaked on.
Yeah, you! She's going to love us now, I tell you.
Where are you, Liz?
Yeah, I'm right behind you, Bob, I'm right behind you. Don't worry, I'll save you if anything goes wrong.
No, I always know where Lucy is in a crisis, right there.
In the safest place, I think. Well, I don't think Mum's going to like this very much.
Good girl. Yeah, dog. There you go. There you go. That's it. I never want to touch you again. Buzz off.
One of the lion cubs is having a trip out today.
Taking Erica to see Mrs. Blowers, who's a lady in Bewley. She's written us a really nice letter to say it's a lifetime ambition to hold a lion or tiger cub. Erica's 9 weeks old now, and this is her first trip off the safari park. She's had her first vaccination, so it's fine for us to take her. But to be honest, we don't normally do such a thing. It's just that Mrs. Blowers lives so locally, we thought that would hopefully be able to make her dreams come true.
Over the years, I've had quite a few lions in the car. I used to have one pair that used to chew the gear knob and they'd change the gear for you, which was quite alarming if you weren't expecting it. It's a very young lion. It's no real risk involved in letting people handle them or get close to it, but it's not always the case. Things can go wrong.
And things went horribly wrong for Bob in 1976.
One day we did a publicity stunt that went terribly wrong. They came up to meet the woman and wanted to meet a pair of lions, and one of them leant up, put a hand on each of her shoulders, licked her chin a couple of times, and then suddenly, horribly, put her teeth right into the lady's throat. The lady passed out almost immediately because she couldn't breathe, and fortunately, in the end, I managed to get my hand in the side of the lion's mouth, grab hold of its tongue, and I thought, well, if I hung on long enough, sooner or later it'll have to choke. But eventually she did let go, and we managed to get the lady into the vehicle to safety, but it was something I'd certainly never wish to go through again.
Bob and Angela have arrived at Mrs. Blower's house. And it looks like she's mad about cats.
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
Okay.
Oh my God. Hello. Hello, sweetheart. Hello. Oh, hello. Oh, you lovely.
Look at that.
Oh, it's so lovely. Hello. Hello, beautiful. Oh, you're gorgeous. Oh, you're soft. Oh, you're lovely.
If you feel uncomfortable, just shout and I'll take her off.
No, he's... Oh, you're beautiful.
I'm just worried about her scratching you a bit.
Oh, don't worry
There you
about
go,
that.
Fidget.
Cat mad.
I can see that.
They're everywhere.
There's only one condition about this visit. You don't go and tell everyone, because we can't take her all over the place.
Oh, no.
But as it was a special request,
Oh,
we
it's
thought we'd
lovely.
make a
Thank
special
you.
effort for you.
Never so pleased.
Yeah.
Thanks ever so much.
Anyone going to take a picture?
I think it's wonderful. It's something I've always wanted, is to hold a tiger or a lion. Absolutely wonderful. It's wonderful to let it happen. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. I can see how much it means to you. We'd never dream of bringing a brother. He's a different kettle of fish altogether. He's very, very boisterous, but she's got a lovely temperament, and she'll sit on your lap and sit quietly for almost indefinitely. She's having a nice stroll around the living room now, having the time of her life, but without wrecking anything, which is an added bonus. It's made someone's day, and I'm sure the pictures will stay in the family album forever. It's Cub's favourite trick, actually. They jump on your back and chew your hair. Sometimes they tuck it quite hard, but they seem fascinated by hair. So it's perfectly natural, but it always makes people laugh, and it tickles like hell. It's perfectly safe at this age. 2 or 3 months' time, no, it won't be. You wouldn't want to turn your back on them and let them get on your back, but at the moment it's quite safe, it's playful and they have fun.
Erica's back with Lionel and her pen, and it's time for Becky and Angela to say goodbye. At 3 months old, the cubs are now too big for the staff to cope with, and soon they'll be off to a new home.
It's great, you know, being involved with the cubs. I've helped Beth feed them just recently, and it's great to be able to get this close and play with 2 lion cubs. It's just, you know, not many jobs you can do this sort of lovely thing.
I don't want kids, and this is probably about as close as I'm going to get to having them, and now I've got to hand them on to somebody else. It's hard though, and I'm not looking forward to Wednesday, to be honest.
No, I'm glad I haven't got to come with you back.
They'll be all right. At least I can go and visit them.
Yeah. We know they'll be fine. It's just, oh,
Say
I don't want to go either.
Oh, Lionel.
Becky's lion cubs could one day be film stars. Their new home is with Jim Clubb, who runs Amazing Animals, a private zoo in Oxfordshire.
Morning, Bob.
Hiya, Jim. How are you doing?
Okay, yeah. Great. Well, thank you.
Jim has a wide range of animals that are used in the film and television industry.
This is one of your lions, Bob. That we had from you about 5 years ago, I suppose now.
Goodness me.
We just had the odd one, and we didn't have any young lions for him to go with, so we put him with these tigers. He doesn't breed with them. These are all males.
All
here
males anyway, yeah.
But he likes the tiger company, and we've another 2 lions, but he doesn't want to go with them at the moment. He obviously remembers you.
He remembers us, doesn't he?
He's a good boy, eh? He's a good boy, eh?
And they're perfectly compatible, no fighting?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you put them together at night, or
we always separate them
at night,
just to be safe. Yeah. But generally they're okay. The tiger's actually the boss, though.
A lovely mane, isn't he?
We've just filmed a new TV series called Jackal. It's about the story Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and they've just made a new series. It's going to be for TV. Should come out in the spring, and he's featured in that quite a lot, actually. We also used him in Frost as well with David Jason. He's already becoming a bit of a star.
This bachelor group won't be having any cubs, but interbreeding can happen with bizarre results.
These are ligers. These are cross between lion and tiger. It was an accident. We bought them in from Germany from a colleague of mine who had some lions and tigers together, and it was just a pure fluke, I suppose, really. They're very rare to see in captivity now. Years ago they were very popular and people liked to see them. Bellevue Zoo always exhibited them, so did London Zoo. They're quite an unusual animal to see.
I want one. In fact, I want all of them.
Can you come home with us?
Yes, we can load you one up.
We can fit one in the horse box, can't we?
We've got a liger.
Yeah.
We have you.
It could happen in the wild because the Indian lion
and the tiger
it's
cross
not,
overlaps.
it's a possibility, you know. But all hybrids, you know, grow far bigger than normal lions. Yeah.
How much would they weigh then, Jim?
£300 now, £350.
And they're still growing?
They're not 2 years old yet.
You got them on the spinach or something?
This is Zara, our polar bear. She's 25 years old. She was captive bred from captive bred parents in Germany. We've had her here for the last 15 years. She's on her own at the moment. She originally was with a mate, but he's passed away now. And she's one of the few polar bears in the UK. She lives here in this purpose-built enclosure, which is one of the only saltwater polar bear enclosures in the world, and she has a really good time in here. She's a real special favourite of mine and also a special favourite of the staff. She allows us actually to go in the enclosure with her, and I can hand feed her, and she's appeared in many commercials and feature films over the years. Hello, you rascals.
After a quick tour, it's time for Becky to hand over the cubs.
It's very difficult because I know that I won't be doing any of the work anymore, and we've got to leave it to someone else. I mean, you've got full trust with them because we know they're going to the perfect place, but it's that big step of leaving them behind and letting someone else take over, which isn't a very nice feeling, but you've got to do it. You've got to let them go. My baby's gone to their new home. Bless them. It's nice, isn't it? They'll be in everything.
Yes.
Not sure how easy it's going to be to catch them, to put them in at night. That could be quite funny.
No,
but they will like it.
that'd be my problem, not yours.
Well, no, that's it. You're a little bit big. Yeah, can do.
Okay.
Oh, them babes.
So who's this one?
That's Erica, and that's Lionel.
We like those old-fashioned names here.
I don't know how they came up with it, but
I did.
You've got to have a lion called Lionel.
And these are our two keepers here that are going to look after them. This is Hannah and this is Emma.
Hi there. Hi.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to be responsible for them.
You'll notice that she'll eat lots of soil.
Okay.
I don't know why, but she's done it since she was little, so...
Did they have breakfast?
They did, yeah.
Right. Hence the big bellies.
No.
When did you take them off the bottle?
About a week ago.
Right.
But they kind of weaned themselves, really. They were getting to the stage where they just didn't want it anymore.
Okay.
So there was no point carrying on.
Right.
It was we'd cut them down to one bottle a day anyway.
Right.
And then when we were putting them back in their night pen, they just didn't want it. They'll love it here. They'll be exhausted by the end of the day once they've finished. And they've got a nice warm area to go at night, I think. And to have neighbours as well. It's a bit of a novelty for them. So I think they'll like that too. I'll keep them occupied a bit. And with glass as well, they can see a load of people walking out the front. And I think they'll just get the attention that they need. So they'll be exhausted. A lot of running around and listening to lions and tigers roaring next door as well. Just look at him. They'll love it. It's nice to see them playing about. That's what they need. Their new home.
Safari parks and zoos are among the last safe refuges for many species of wild animal. As the world's human population explodes, wilderness areas are taken over and habitats are lost. Hunting and pollution are also driving creatures into extinction.
Last year, a search for the western black rhino proved fruitless, and it's concluded that the species has become extinct. At the same time, a survey of the northern white rhino came up with just 2 specimens left in the wild, so you could say that within the space of 12 months, 2 species of rhino have become extinct. It's absolutely ludicrous. These are addax antelope. They're a very special antelope. They've survived for nearly 1 million years in some of the harshest environments on Earth, but yet man has contrived to hunt them to extinction in the space of just 100 years. There are reintroduction programs going on in an attempt to redress that balance, particularly in Tunisia at the moment. And although we haven't sent any animals back yet, we are supporting the project financially in an attempt to keep in touch with the project and hope that one day some of these animals born here in Bewdley will go back to where they rightly belong. We can't keep every endangered species here at the safari park because the number of endangered species is growing by the year. But we're doing the best we can, and particularly in drawing attention to the plight of these animals and the reasons behind it, which is mostly caused by mankind.
The Przewalski is the last truly wild species of horse. It had been extinct in the wild for more than 50 years and has survived in captivity thanks to breeding programs in zoos and safari parks. These two need their feet checked, and with wild horses, it's not as easy as it sounds.
It's an annual event. It means sedating them, knocking them out. And we've got the blacksmith here to do the blood, sweat and tears part. If it's a minor problem, we can just do a light trim ourselves, but we've got a bit of a problem with the cracks are going up the hoof, so it does need a professional farrier really to have a look at them.
I'm a farrier and basically taking care of horses' feet, ponies' feet, donkeys, occasional zebras. In the wild, they wear their feet down naturally, but I'm just cutting off excess hoof just to keep them as they should be. Just maintenance, basically, of the feet.
We use him not just on the Przewalski's horses, but he's done zebras in his time. I don't know if he's got a website, but it'd be an interesting picture to put on a blacksmith's website, wouldn't it? But yeah, he's very good. And as I say, when complications set in, he's the guy of choice.
The Przewalski horse is the original wild horse from Mongolia. They're the basis of all horses, really. You couldn't call them domesticated, and they're not wild. They're sort of in between, really. What we would term a cobby pony in this country. General purpose animal. Would do everything if you could tame one and get on its back.
I look after these horses. They're on one of the rounds every morning, so I come up here every day and feed them. Get to know them quite well, really. We managed to get this one hand feeding. We've had them a couple of years now, and they used to be in one of the other reserves with some of the other animals, but they were moved up here because, unfortunately, horses, they can be quite a nasty animal to some of the little baby ones. And it's a lovely paddock up here for them, nice long grass and everything, so they're enjoying it well up here. Basically what we're going to do is I'm going to go into the paddock. I'm going to try and call them up, see if we can get them through the gate into the larger part here, where it'll be safer for them to be darted, basically. Hopefully we'll just be able to just call them up and they'll come up. But with all the extra people around and stuff like that, it might be a bit tricky. But we'll just see how it goes, really. The food is just what we'd feed them in the morning. I didn't feed them this morning, so they've had a couple of hours just to get a bit hungry, and hopefully with that, a bit of extra encouragement, they'll come up all right, really.
It looks like the wild horses aren't hungry enough, and with the crowd around, they know something's afoot.
Right, we get the jeep in, I think we'll push them out. Don't really want them to go down in now.
Although they were coming up, they were a bit scared, so we're just trying to gently push them a bit with the jeep. Not really scaring them too much or anything like that, just generally just giving them a little push, a little helping hand out of the gate.
So just spread out a bit.
One, two, three!
The safari park has 13 sea lions, and on busy days it can hold up to 5 shows for the public. But 2 of its star performers are out of action and are about to undergo surgery, a worrying time for the sea lion staff.
We've noticed over the last 2 months we've had a problem with both Solo and Bronze, who's just here behind me, with their eyes. They've been closing intermittently their eyes. With Solo it's just been her right eye, with Bronze it's been both eyes. And obviously to a sea lion it's causing them quite a lot of discomfort. There's a lot of tears coming out of their eye, and we've tried some treatment in the form of painkillers, antibiotics and some antibiotic eye drops, but unfortunately none of these seem to have helped the situation, so today is the day when they have to be anaesthetised so we can examine their eyes properly to hopefully rectify the problem. It's always very nerve-wracking putting any animal under an anaesthetic, even more so with a sea lion, because sea lions have this ability to regulate their own heartbeat which does mean when they're diving around, swimming around normally, they can hold their breath for a long period of time. Unfortunately, it also means that when they're anaesthetised, they can do this as well, so it's always a little bit nerve-wracking. And Solo, she's my favourite, so I'm a little bit nervous today because I don't really want anything to happen to her. And Bronze is one of our superstars, so we want to get her back up and 100% fit and healthy as soon as possible.
Sea lions, basically, they live in a fairly cold environment in the sea, so we have to make sure that they don't overheat. They have a very thick layer of subcutaneous fat, which is like wearing several fur coats all in one go. They don't lose heat very easily, so while we're actually operating on them, we run an air conditioner, and we'll also actually cover them with wet towels to keep their skin cool. And what we do, we try and get done as quickly and promptly as possible, and then wake them up and get them back in a nice watery environment.
Earlier in the year, we did do a preliminary investigation into Bronze's eye condition. We've sort of discovered that the surface of the eye has the layer on the surface of the eye, the epithelial layer, became detached from the surrounding area. And because this is full of nerve endings, it was the equivalent of having about 1,000 mouth ulcers in the same place. Very, very painful, and no wonder Bronze is a little bit grumpy today. If that's what's going on in her eye, she must be there. And they can usually tell when something's afoot, because we're all nervous, and they tend to feed off us.
We've been doing the sea lions here for about 5 years now. Fortunately, we don't have an awful lot of troubles, but these type of problems in eyes of sea lions are actually quite a common thing throughout the world in captive sea lions. Because of the nature of the environment they live in and their rather large eyes, they are prone to getting abrasions, infections, sometimes opacity of the corneas. So this is the kind of thing which perhaps we have to look at most frequently in our captive sea lions.
Okay, so Laurie, if your carriage awaits, I wish I had a wheelchair to take you down to the operating theatre, but I'm afraid you're going to have to walk yourself. Okay, now come in, good girl. Come in, good girl. Look at the future. I want to see what a clever sea lion you are going into your nice squeeze cage. Look, in you go, don't you be naughty.
Solo has been trained to go in the cage. It may look a little brutal, but it's the safest way for the vet to give the anaesthetic.
Now, quick, push down. That's good, hold it down. That's good. Okay, don't worry.
Good girl.
As long as Chris can get the injection in. Good girl, Solo! Good girl!
Good girl.
Good girl, Solo. Good girl. Good girl. Okay, and up then. Well done, Solo. What a superstar. You're so good.
Solo needs to be fully sedated before the operation can begin. It takes about 20 minutes until she's in a deep sleep. The wild horses also need to be sedated. Bob will use a different type of drug, which is faster acting, as he doesn't want them knocked out for too long.
The drug we use to dart them with makes them sweat a lot, but the big advantage is there's an antidote. You can revive them and have them up and away within a couple of minutes, so that more than makes up for any disadvantages there are.
This particular brand of jungle juice is an atorphine-based drug. It's about 1,000 times more powerful than morphine, which means that if a drop the size of a pinhead were to get into your body by any route, you could be dead in a couple of minutes. So we treat it with kid gloves, or rubber gloves as it were, and we keep the human antidote in our pocket at all times. You would have literally 2 or 3 minutes. It has killed vets. If they've injected themselves accidentally, they haven't had time to walk across the field to the gate to the car, to get in the car. They've died. So at the risk of sounding blasé, it doesn't worry me that much because the girls know what to do. They wouldn't let anything happen to me.
We've darted the first horse. Try and get close enough to the horse now to get a halter on it. I'll get as close as I can, and we're going to try and lead her into the shade so she goes down in the shade because it's a very, very hot day. We don't want her lying around too long in that. Oh, come on. Okay, Will, I think we're there or thereabouts. Unfortunately, she's gone down too quickly. We haven't got to the shade of the tree, so we're going to have to leave her where she is. She's far too heavy to move, and we're just going to have to keep her cool by putting some water on her. She is sweating quite badly, which is one of the side effects of this drug, but something we have to live with. Pop it along here, Serena.
That's it, and then we'll put some more on it and a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
This desperately needed doing. It's been needed doing for a while, really. It was getting quite long, especially their back ones. They were actually tripping over them, unfortunately.
Bit of a mess, aren't they?
When did we do these, Luce? August, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's because of spring, they always boost in the spring.
Yeah.
As the blacksmith said, they do grow excessively long during the spring and everything, so it's just a thing that has to be done. It has to be done on all other horses as well, so.
He has a hoof knife just to clean everything out so we can see exactly what he's cutting and where. He has a good clip and then he trims it all up with a file. Very good, very professional, far quicker than we could ever do it ourselves. We pay a fortune for that in the high street in Bewdley, but it comes very cheap at the price.
The first Przewalski wild horse has had its hooves trimmed and is up on its feet quickly, if a little woozy from the sedative. Now it's the turn of the second horse.
Bounce straight out. Plus. As I fired the dart, it went in but bounced out straight away. It's always a nightmare situation because you don't know just how much of the dose she's had first time. I think she's had some, but I wouldn't have thought too much, to be honest. And the difficulty is guessing just how much of a shortfall of a dose she had. So it looks like a follow-up dart. It's just a matter of making an intelligent guesstimate of what the second dose needs to be. With this caper more than anything else, you simply can't be getting it right first time. They know something's happening now, so it'll make it that much more difficult to get the follow-up dose in. But once we've started, we've really got to finish, I'm afraid, so we'll just make a top-up dart and rejoin the fray.
Done.
Solo the sea lion is sedated and almost ready for her eye operation. She's carried into the sea lion trainer's porter cabin office, which has been converted into an operating theatre for today's procedures.
Right, we're just going to deepen her a little bit with some gas via the mask, and then when she's asleep enough we'll put a tube in her airways.
Chris Marshall needs to put a tube down Solo's throat, which is necessary to keep the airways open and help her breathe under anaesthetic.
Quite a slimy tongue. Can you roll her over sideways slightly, please? Thank you.
Intubating a sea lion is a tricky procedure.
Okay, breathe there. Thank you. The airway is actually quite a long way down. It's got quite a lot of fleshy tissue in the way, so they're a little bit more difficult to do than dogs have. 4% for them out, please. Yes, just keep her at about 4 litres a minute will be fine. Right, okay, I think we're ready to go. We're now going to put a bit of dye on the eye, and that will actually show whether there's any ulcers on the cornea. Right, that eye's fine. Yeah, she's wet enough for you.
It was quite cold down at the bottom end, so I think we should be okay. Got some towels on standby anyway.
If you have a look at her pupil here, can you see how white and grey it is? She has a right cataract as well. But that's not related to the condition she's had, but is just an additional.
No return.
Yeah, the eye is non-visual. Yeah, basically.
Because she is only a young sea lion as well, so
I would guess she's probably had that for a while. I would think.
Yeah.
It's probably not the kind you'd easily notice, to be honest.
It will mean that she's relying heavily on her left eye. Fortunately, sea lions do have very sensitive whiskers as well, so even if she did develop another cataract in, heaven forbid, in her left eye, it should mean that she can still find a way around reasonably well using her whiskers, but it's a little bit of a blow because she is quite a young sea lion, so. And she's my favourite, yes. So.
She's lovely, so bit of a shame that her right eye is now not working. She'll be fine. She's one of the more dominant animals, so I think she'll be okay.
Gently stripping the dead cells away with a bud, and then we're going to treat this with some mild cauterization. When that's done, we'll wake her up again. Okay, do you want to disconnect her? We've done these kind of conditions before with good results. You can get recurrences in some individuals, and we just don't know whether some sea lions just have poor cells on their eyes, but we would expect good results with this particular procedure.
The second Przewalski wild horse is still giving Bob the runaround.
Yeah, we're putting the vehicle to the ultimate test perhaps. That's what we have 4x4s for. A bit like working in the bush really. It has to go through and over everything, but they're up to it, these things. They're very good vehicles.
I'll be amazed if this Jeep makes it up there.
So would I.
Just see the duck's head in the grass.
Yeah.
Did you see the little geese? Yeah. That's the one we've done. We've done her.
Oh.
Yeah, she's over that way.
Okay. It might be easier to push her back to that, but anyway, we'll see where we go.
Bob needs to get close enough for a good shot to make sure the horse gets its full dose of sedative this time.
It's just there, at 3 o'clock. It's gone in. Should be enough to put it down. Give it 5 or 10 minutes and it'll be down, I'm sure. It's a difficult shot through the branches, but we've done it. The horse has gone into the woods. We have to keep it in sight because you never know quite what's going to happen. It could slip over, get stuck in something or fall into water or the water trough. These things will happen, so it's important you keep it in sight. And also we've got to get our hands on. I want to try and get the halter on it.
The wild horse isn't coming out of the woods, so Bob decides to go in after it. Now the horse has had its sedation, Bob doesn't want to waste any time, so the team have to act fast. He's trying to get the horse to lie in the shade if he can.
He was putting up a fight. I think having stressed him a little bit with the first dart, put him on edge, and he probably needed a slightly higher dose than he actually got. So it was a bit of a rodeo, but I think the means justified the ends because it's very, very hot today, and I really do think it's important we get him in the shade. And his feet are the worst of the two, and it's going to require quite a bit of work on him.
Yeah, they needed doing. That little split just needs keeping on top of.
Yeah.
So it doesn't go all the way up. That's it.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, up.
It's now Bronze's turn for her eye operation, but she's not quite ready yet.
As you can see with her head movement, she's a little livelier than Solo was. Probably because she's had this done before. I think she's a little bit more resilient, maybe. I'm sure that's not scientific, but it's just my opinion.
Bronze is given gas to put her gently into a deeper sleep.
Nice deep breaths.
No, they're there.
They've all got different ones.
So I'm filming this because later on in the year I'm attending a conference where I'm making a presentation about the operation that we're doing today, and I could just do with some video footage of my own to be able to help me when I'm explaining what good work Chris is doing at the moment.
Now we're just scraping off a bit of the superficial cells here. And we're going to send that off for a test called a PCR because we're looking to see what kind of organisms actually grow in sea lions' eyes. There's a particular one called chlamydia, which I want to know whether sea lions get or not. We're quite pleased with the way things are looking. We have done this procedure in Bronze once before, about 5 months ago, and they certainly look better than they were then. We're a bit disappointed that we've had a recurrence, but we're doing some further investigations, see if we can find out any further clues as to why it's happening again.
Come on then. Okay, up you get then. Up you get.
Once Solo is back on her feet...
Good girl. This way then. This way.
Chris can see she's a lot better.
She's doing really well after her operation now. Her eyes have healed very nicely. The vet has had a look at them and he seems quite happy that the treatment can stop now. No kiss? Good girl. As long as she keeps making good progress, we'll be able to keep giving her lots of love and attention, and hopefully she won't have a relapse. But you're doing very well at the moment, aren't you?
1, 2, 3, off you go! Here they come!
Bronze is working really well in the sea lion shows now. She's back in the full swing of it. Sea lions are naturally gregarious, so she likes showing off to the audiences.
Off you go, Bron, off you go! Off you go! Here she goes!
She's certainly been doing a very good job since we reintroduced her into the shows for this year, so she can't get enough of them at the moment.
The Przewalski wild horses are also up and about. Bob takes special care of them. Even though these two females are not used in the international breeding programme at the moment, one day they may be.
This is a species that owes its existence entirely to captive breeding. If it wasn't for zoos, we'd be reading about them in history books rather than zoo guidebooks. Until very recently, they were completely extinct in the wild, until the zoological community has made an attempt to reintroduce them into a couple of reserves in Mongolia. I think the key to animal survival the world over is the Hearts and Minds campaign, educating people. We have to stop and think, what are we doing, why, and where's it going to end up?
The West Midland Safari Park has a wide range of exotic animals. The staff need a high level of skill to manage them and, when necessary, to move them around or transport them to other zoos and safari parks. Every newborn animal is given the best possible start in life, and that means having vaccinations against life-threatening illnesses. This 3-day-old giraffe needs to be separated from its mother so it can be given its jabs.
He's busy suckling away at the moment, so we don't want to disturb him. We'll just wait till he's finished feeding and then we'll try and get mum and calf into the house. The others are all waiting to come in as well. Always rather curious when a new birth arrives, but plus it's feeding time anyway.
Sally's a bit of an erratic mother, to say the least. She hasn't had much practice in the past. Sometimes she's feeding him, sometimes she's not so keen, so we're just keeping our fingers crossed that all goes well, and hopefully she'll rear him all by herself with no problems. Already in the house, when we've been moving her around, she's been showing her displeasure at us getting too close to a calf, but today we've got to grab him. It is obviously a little bit worrying, so Bob's just gone to get the Jeep to help coerce her back into the house. The dangers are that she can kick out both her front feet and her back feet, and they are capable of killing lions with their kicks, so obviously we've got to be very careful. We don't want to distress her, but obviously we don't want to get kicked either. I think that Bob's trying to get the baby in first, so and shut the door.
We're giving him a vaccination for something called Johne's disease and a tetanus jab. It needs to be done as soon as possible after birth to get the cover, but there's also a practical consideration. He's already kicking like a donkey, so if you left it too much longer, you wouldn't get hold of him anyway. You have a bit of a kick on him, I think, aren't you?
Hello.
You ready?
He's a bit scared, yeah. Good boy. We haven't named him. We usually try and leave that off for a couple of weeks just to make sure that all's well with him. It's actually great to see him so strong when Bob got hold of him, because it shows that he's had a good start from Sally.
All right.
Yeah, well done. Good lad, aren't you? And hopefully I won't worry quite so much tonight. Maybe have a bit more sleep than I have been having. He's great, isn't he? The giraffes are completely my favourite, and over the years we've had quite a few born, but we've also had some losses as well. So it's great to see a lovely, lively youngster being taken care of by his mum.
He's got the cover now, and that should hold him in good stead for the rest of his life, and hopefully we'll never have to lay finger on him again.
Being able to handle and treat exotic species so proficiently means Bob Lawrence, the park's head warden, is an animal man way ahead in his field.
I think it's a very specialist job, particularly the veterinary side. A lot of the stuff we do here, the veterinary front, really isn't taught at veterinary college at all. It's very specialised, and I think you really do need to have the hands-on experience to pick it up as you go along. One of the very necessary skills we've had to develop over the years is the ability to go hands-on. I mean, you can't treat an eland with horns like that without sedating it, so you need to get it on the floor to be able to treat it. We tend to have to de-antler most of the deer species here because during the rut or the mating season they can get very vicious, they can fight each other, they could occasionally damage some of the females when they got their head down at the trough feeding, they can damage fences, get caught up in fences, and they're potentially quite dangerous to the staff when they have to get out and feed. Although we've relieved them of their crowning glory, it doesn't hurt them at all, and they do grow again next year, but it is a very necessary safety precaution. Very often when the animals get a bit spooky, they become aware of what's happening. They can be quite hard to get. It can be quite tricky, driving, aiming, firing all at the same time, and watching what's going on all around you. You need eyes in the back of your head as well as 3 or 4 hands. So you often have to dart them on the move from the vehicle. There's a knack to it and you get used to it. So we cut the antlers off. We use something called an obstetric wire. It looks like a cheese wire if you like, and we saw it through with that wire. It's very good because it cauterises the wound as you cut through it, so if there is any blood supply left in that antler, it does sort of seal it off and stops it bleeding. So it's quite painless. It's thoroughly hard work though. I think over the years, last time I counted, I darted over 80 different species of animals at home and abroad, so we do have a broad base of experience to fall back on.
Bob's skills are often needed by other wildlife organisations and even the police. One of his most memorable call-outs was to a bull loose on a railway line.
Typically it was a Sunday afternoon. I got a call from the police. They said it was holding up all the trains and causing endless delays. I did wonder if anyone would notice because you expect delays with trains, but they persisted and they sent a helicopter to pick me up from home and whisked me off to sunny exotic Walsall for the afternoon. I darted it from the bridge in an attempt to get a standing sedation, because if he goes right down there's no way on earth we'll be able to carry him off. He's a pretty solid character. When he got a little bit wonky, I put a rope on him, a halter, and started to lead him off the railway track. By the time we led him down the steps onto the car park, there was a huge crowd had gathered, bystanders, children, all of which were creating a bit of a diversion.
Chase those kids back! Get those kids out of the way! Get those kids even further back!
We put a blindfold over his head to keep him calm and collected until we can get ourselves organised to get him into the trailer. And with the aid of the fireman, we were able to get a rope under his forelegs, which helped us to pull him up the ramp. It was pretty tough. He weighed a ton. You'd be a bit silly spending all your working life looking after elephants and rhinos and then getting flattened by a cow, wouldn't you? So you have to be particularly careful and make sure you're not made to look silly, and obviously get the animal off in one piece.
Easy, easy, easy.
It's a big day for the safari park's new addition.
This little giraffe is 2 weeks old and it's his first day out into the park. It's always a bit traumatic, first days out. There's all sorts of trip and fall areas like the edge of the buffalo paddock, the edge of the rhino paddock, the cattle grids, the cars, and of course this lovely undulating ground we have here does give problems for giraffe too, because it can be very slippery, and when they charge around like spring lambs for the first time, there's always a chance they can slip over, but so far so good. Giraffe are very curious. They always come up. It's the first chance they've had to greet the little fella because he's been in the calving pen on his own with mum. They're always very, very curious, and it's mutual. He seems very curious to meet them for the first time as well. We've had over 30 giraffe born here, but it never quite loses its magic when you see them coming out for the first time. It's a lovely sight. They're beautiful animals, one of the most popular animals we have here because they are so tame and so friendly. People can feed them from the cars, and believe you me, when that giant giraffe head comes down through the sunroof and eats the food out of your lap, it leaves an impression that you'll never forget, as an adult, much less as a child. The girls have nicknamed him Sebastian. Quite sure why. You think of giraffe, Sebastian doesn't spring too readily to mind, does it? But the girls have their ways, and I'm not going to argue.
As well as having baby animals born at the park, new additions often arrive by road. They're transported in a specially designed trailer with higher than average headroom.
Today we've got 2 giraffes arriving from our zoo. It's a culmination of like 4 years of hard work to get these giraffes, so we are so excited. We've prepared this pen for them as a quarantine pen. They'll be near to the other giraffes, but the other giraffes won't be able to touch them, and they've got to stay in here for 30 days as a quarantine procedure, and then they'll be able to join the rest of the giraffes once they've settled down then.
They are the typical zoo giraffe that you see in many collections, and also see here, of course, at West Midlands, hence the reason why we've sent these animals here. There are, of course, for most species that are kept in captivity today, breeding programs, and obviously in order to ensure that we manage the breeding programs well, then we've got to cooperate with each other.
Keep coming out to the right.
We transport all zoo animals, only zoo animals. We specialise in giraffe and elephant. This trailer's had over 350 giraffes in it. You don't drive any more than about 10 hours a day, because the same as you need a rest, the animals need a rest, and they only eat in quietness and calmness. So you have to find a spot where you can feed them, and they'll only eat when they feel that they're safe. Today the one animal laid down, which is good. The smaller animals normally lay down in half a day, 3/4 of a day, because they just don't have the muscle to stand and balance all the time. These two animals had tranquilizers, and we're happy everything's gone well.
They look very calm after such a long journey. We're just going to open the gates now and let them through into the house. One's sitting down, so I don't think the journey's traumatised them too much in the least. Sally in the house as well, so hopefully that will encourage them to come through a bit earlier.
Sometimes we do have problems to get them out. The longer they are in there, they will get so accustomed to the inside area that they don't want to come out. Sometimes it takes hours. I've got 2 plates and 25 screws from one kick from a giraffe, 4 times broken in one blow. They are very dangerous. They look very docile and sweet, but if you get too close, they kick front and back. And if you get a knock from a bull, then you look like a fly on the wall. There's a lot of power there. You have to respect them, yes.
They're far less stressed if they've got a companion with them, so I'm just glad we were able to move the two together. But they came off very well, really. They've travelled well, they come off well, and they're looking very, very calm.
I think they will settle in well. There are other giraffe here, and giraffe are fairly agreeable creatures, so I'm certain they will settle in and be out there with all the others that are grazing very happily.
Her name is Annabella, and his name is Behanzin. They came out of the trailer very well, especially the young male. They have had a long-term sedation, which is going to just take the edge off their wariness for about 3 days. After that, they may be a little bit flighty, but that was good because obviously it settled them down well for the journey and for the unloading. So they seem to be settling down well into their environment. With these 2 new arrivals from Marwell and our little baby Sebastian, we've now got 10 giraffes, so that's a great number for us. And hopefully, because of Annabella being female, it's another female to help us on breeding for the future.
The rhinos are woken early today, as 2 of them are going to be on the move. They'll be loaded up, ready for a 3.5-day road trip to a zoo in Spain.
Today, Hope and Zulu are heading off for their new home. So it's a day of real big mixed emotions. We need the room in the house, and we obviously want to push our breeding programme forward. So without them, we've got more room to breed more, which is great from our point of view. But on the other point of view, Hope was the first rhino that was born here. So it's really sad to think that he's leaving us.
He knows something is up already. There's far more people around than normal, far too much hustle and bustle, and he's woken up early and he's looking out to see what's going on. Little does he know.
It's going to be really chaos this morning. We've got to get the other rhinos out of the house and move them onto the reserve to make space for us all to get in the house to load up Hope and Zulu. We've got the crane in to move the containers.
I think you could go a little bit forward to get the other crane in.
So yeah, it is a bit chaos, but it's organised chaos, so that's good.
We're going to try doing it without knocking them out, so if they won't go, we'll just have to give them a bit of a dart and walk them in. But,
moving rhinos isn't easy. They probably weigh about 1.5 tons each. The crates are probably another 1.5 tons, and over the years since we built this house, the lorries have got bigger and bigger, and we can't get a lorry right up to the house. So we're going to have a crane and lift the crate and the rhino right over the top of the rhino house onto the lorry. It always makes my tummy flutter a little bit when I see 3 tons of rhino in a crate 20 or 30 foot up in the air, dangling there. But they never drop off, of course, but you just can't help thinking what would happen if they did. I've known Roy for donkey's years. He started working in zoos and safari parks many, many years ago, but the last 25 years his full-time occupation has been moving exotic animals all around the world.
OK, you do it. No.
He's very, very good at it. He's very, very proficient, and I've got no qualms whatsoever about leaving the animals in his care for the journey.
We sent 2 smaller cranes. This morning we've got one that's a little bit too big, so we've got some problems there in the small area in the front for loading. Because it's rather small, we're going to have to lift the containers over the house, and if the animals are a little nervous in the container, it's not too good.
They're just lifting out the container now, and it's going to go over the top of our cabins, and they're going to place it in position right outside the rhino house. So just have to hope all goes well. But what will be more worrying when it comes back the other way, when the rhinos are actually inside the container. But so far, so good.
The containers we use are purpose-built for rhinos, possibly hippos, and to a lesser extent elephants. They're heated, they're insulated, they're very, very strong. So as long as they're comfortable and you stuff hay under their noses every now and then, it doesn't matter where you take them or how long the journey is. As long as they've got something to eat, they're quite happy.
We put a lot of bedding in there because it's a long trip, 3.5 days. The dung on top is to give it that familiar smell, like in every house where the animals are. It does help a lot, especially by elephants or male rhinos, that they can smell the other animals and they will follow up inside. But it doesn't mean to say it's all going to function. We might still be here tomorrow, we never know. Bob's hoping that we're not going to be there, though.
No, I prefer it to just get going, yeah.
Zulu's been here since '95 when she came over from South Africa, so she's nearly 17 now. And Matuba, who is staying behind, is going to miss Zulu a great deal because they've been very close, and they're so close it's really preventing their cycling pattern. So when they're separated, hopefully the chance for both of them to breed a lot more easy than when they're together.
Bob uses the softly approach to load the rhino. Staff move away from the house, leaving Bob with Serena, a full-time rhino keeper.
If she calls them, talks to them quietly to reassure them, and I'll just come behind and close the gates and work them into the crate. We're opening the gate to get her into the central passageway. We're going to quietly coax her up the central passageway. They don't normally go out this way when they leave the buildings. We're going to keep calling her, keeping her quiet, calm and relaxed, and we'll see if she will walk in.
Zulu, come on.
She's not getting too excited.
Come on, Zeus, let's go.
So far, so good.
Come on, Zeus.
But Serena's still talking to her, coaxing her in, keeping her quiet, calm and reassured.
Come on, Zeus.
She's pausing at the entrance to the box, which isn't surprising really. She's having a good hard sniff at it, and she's having slight doubts about it. And would you believe she's going to walk straight in?
Brilliant. Underlines the value of experience and proper preparation. It's halfway anyway. That's brilliant.
I just remember the day that she came. She was so small, and she's just gone in that crate so good. She's a star.
She'll be all right.
So it's just the male to load up now. He's usually a bit more of a handful with the staff and the other rhino.
They do get on pretty well. Zulu's a lot older. Sometimes he gets on her nerves a little bit because he's a little bit more frisky. He was born in a really traumatic year for us. It was when the foot and mouth was about, and he was the first rhino that we'd had born here, so we were so excited by his birth. But at the end of the day, his father won't tolerate him outside with him, so they're going out on alternative days. So this is really the better of both of them, gives both of them a chance to be out a lot more. Come on, Hope.
Hope is playing true to form really. He's not as laid back as Zulu, he's much more volatile, a bit more stubborn, and he doesn't like anything new or different, and they don't normally go out this way when they leave the building, so we're asking him to do something he's not done before, and I think that's what's putting the doubt in his mind. We've moved him so far, but he's certainly having second thoughts. You can see Zulu in the other crate, but he doesn't seem too anxious to follow her lead.
He's
We're going to have to bring the tractor in, push him down slowly and try not to stress him out too much.
We've got him pinned up very, very tight now, but he's still thinking about trying to come back past the tractor. He's got his horn stuck behind the back wheel, so I think we're going to have to give him an extra yard and pull the tractor back so he's got room to turn around and look at the crate. We've got to watch that horn. He's quite capable of pushing the tractor sideways and getting stuck between the bars and the tractor.
He was a bit more circumspect, but he has gone in. She's lying down fast asleep. Look, hasn't got a care in the world. It's fantastic.
That was a good one. It's not always like that. It's only because the animals are very familiar to the people and the vehicles. I've seen them tip tractors like that over and break the tyres.
The crane's a 100-ton crane. We're lifting approximately 3 tons, but we've got a little oversize on the crane just in case the rhinos start jumping up and down at one end. Makes the job nice and easy. Heavier the crane, the easier the lift.
We're moving a live weight. We're not moving a massive solid weight. So the animals are moving, and that makes them a little unstable. Sometimes you get quite nervous animals and you have to put them down quick, but we'll see how things go.
Good, it's going very smoothly, but the sooner we can get it on the flatbed of the lorry, the happier I'll be.
Hold. Down on the road. Hinge down. Keep hinching down. Okay.
Very good. Excellent.
With both rhinos safely loaded, they hit the road for the 1,200-mile trip to their new home in Mallorca.
Fa escasses hores aquí al safari que hi ha a Porto Cristo.
I flew into Spain on the same day as the rhinos arrived, and I'm sure the rhinos felt quite at home. It was absolutely tipping down with rain when we got there. They'd travelled well, no real problems. They'd eaten and drunk plenty, and all in all it seemed to have gone very, very well.
Pues nada, que están asustados, están un poco nerviosos, normal.
Spanish TV were there to cover the move because it was quite a big event for them. It's not every day you get rhinos coming into Spain. Zulu seemed very cool, calm and collected about it all. She took a bit of time to take stock of the situation, but when she came out, she walked straight over and went in the house. Hope was running true to form. He didn't want to come out at all, and in the end they had to do somewhat unconventional assistance from the crane. He lifted up one end, sort of half tip him, half slide him out. It didn't please him at all, but once he was out, he was okay. The hope is that when they're in a new environment, it might stimulate breeding activity, and they will breed. Very often, if you put them into new surroundings, new location, new setup altogether, you'd be amazed what happens. We will go back to keep an eye on them. Who knows, in a couple of years' time, we may be back and taking pictures of calves.
The West Midland Safari Park has a 4-mile drive-through area, allowing visitors to get close to a range of exotic animals. At the end of the drive is the reptile house.
This is a cold-blooded reptile,
where one of Britain's most well-known herpetologists is the consultant curator. Mark O'Shea's passion for snakes began at the age of 8, when he visited Dublin Zoo and held a boa constrictor.
I'm not driving everyone to try and be as enthusiastic about reptiles as I am. I'm not trying to get everybody to go out and have a pet snake, but what I am trying to do is get people to look at reptiles again and understand them. We need environmentalists and ecologists and biologists and zoologists and herpetologists in 20 years, in 30 years, in 40 years' time and ad infinitum.
Mark's vast knowledge of snakes has taken him all around the world, filming his own television series and doing extensive fieldwork for universities.
We got one.
His most recent trip took him to Papua New Guinea to look for highly venomous snakes for snakebite research.
This is the dangerous snake that kills people here.
At the park, Mark is overseeing the building of new enclosures in the reptile house called the Record Breakers.
We've got some of the biggest, heaviest, longest and most venomous reptiles in the world. And it will be an amazing exhibit with a king cobra, the biggest king cobra in this country.
Mark O'Shea is the only person at the park who can handle this highly venomous snake.
That's a good girl. This is my 3-metre plus king cobra. Seems odd, being a king and being a female, but you can hardly call it a queen cobra. And she's absolutely gorgeous. She used to belong to a close friend of mine, John Foden, sadly passed away. And we'd been waiting a long time to put her on display in the Record Breakers exhibit. King cobras are the longest venomous snake in the world by at least 2 metres when they're at maximum size, 6 metres. You just imagine this twice as long with all the girth and everything else, and now hooding up here. King cobras are very dangerous snakes. They can rear a third of their body length off the ground. She's a big snake with big venom glands and the capacity to inject a large amount of highly toxic venom. Drop for drop, it might not be as toxic as that of some of the smaller cobras, but she can put so much in that it is quantity rather than quality. To call it a medical emergency would really not be doing it justice. It would be extremely serious, and so it's very important not to have a bite. It would require a lot of antivenom and a prolonged stay in hospital. Snakes don't have ears, so they're deaf to airborne sound. So the whole snake charming thing is a bit of a con. It's nothing to do with the flute. It's to do with the movement of the snake charmer. By moving your hand or your knee or the end of the pipe or the stick, you keep its attention. And the snake is watching that because that's the nearest potential threatening object. If I stopped, she would probably drop the hood, drop to the ground and crawl away. It's my king cobra, but I don't keep any reptiles at home. My animals all live here at the safari park with the safari park collection, and that way a lot of other people get to enjoy them as well as me. And when she goes on show, I hope people are going to find her what I and everybody else who's worked with king cobras sees as the most special snake.
Mark no longer keeps snakes at home, but someone who does is Mark's colleague, Adam Richardson.
We got 2 reticulated pythons at the safari park, and the female laid 37 eggs about 3 months ago. So we've been incubating them in this polystyrene box, and they're just starting to hatch now. They're just sticking their heads out of the eggs for the first time. I've never seen reticulated pythons hatch, so it's something new for me. Very sweet little things, very cute. They're quite big babies when they finally emerge, and of course they get to be the longest snake in the world, anywhere up to and sometimes over 30 feet in length. So they do start out quite big as babies. They can grow very quickly. It's quite possible that they can get up towards 10 feet in length within a year or 2. We don't really know how many we're going to get hatch. It's a bit of a lottery really. Hopefully we'll get at least 50% of what we originally started with. Once they've come out of the egg, we need to get them out and put them in separate pots. You need to keep them all separate. We'll wait a bit, wait for them to shed their skin for the first time, and then we'll offer them some food. This one's just emerged completely from his egg, so he's now wandering around. So we'll pick him out, and I've got Blue Peter Stiley at a little home that we've prepared for him already, so we'll pop him in there. Hopefully he'll like it.
tigers can live to around 20 in captivity. Morris is only 15, but head warden Bob Lawrence is concerned about him.
He's had a limp which doesn't seem to want to go away. It's not too obvious when he's indoors, but when he's outside he's obviously favouring the leg. At the end of the day with these animals you can only tell so much just by looking, so we're going to knock him out, pop him over to the vets for an x-ray and see if we can get to the cause of the problem. He's a bit restless at the moment. We haven't fed him this morning because we knew we were going to knock him out. It's never a good idea to knock him out on a full tummy. And he's hungry, he's restless, he really wants to go out, but little does he know it, but he is going out, but to the surgery rather than out into the run.
He knows what's coming. We can just... Okay, good boy.
Fine. You can tell he's limping even in here, though, can't you? He's 15 years old, which isn't ancient, but he's getting to the stage where he may be just have a little bit of arthritis or something like that, in which case really an x-ray is the best way of diagnosing it.
Reticulated pythons are the longest snakes in the world. The baby's mother is 15 feet long. They've got a while to go to catch up with her, but Adam's giving them a good head start.
I'm feeding them one small adult mouse about once every 2 weeks. A couple were still sort of assist feeding, so we just open their mouth and pop a mouse in and they do the rest. These pythons have taken maybe a little bit longer than other species of snake that I've bred to start feeding, but I'm not overly worried at the moment. Yes, they're skinny, but snakes work differently, reptiles work differently. They don't need to feed the moment they're born like a lot of mammals do. It can take, a lot longer than normal. All I'm doing now is just giving the mouse a little wiggle, trying to make the python think that the mouse might be alive. He's not showing much interest at the moment. Hopefully, he's flicking his tongue out, so hopefully if we just put the mouse in front of his head, then he should see it, smell it. Oh yeah, there you go. That was a good little strike. Now he's just constricting it just to make sure that it was dead. Obviously he's still learning, so he's still learning that it is actually a dead mouse. So he's just constricting it, working his mouth towards the head of the mouse, and then he'll just start in a minute to eat and push the mouse down his neck.
It's a tense time for the staff as the tiger is prepared for an x-ray. It's the best way to determine what's wrong with Morris's leg and why he's been limping.
That's good. Good range of movement there.
The problem that we see is arthritis. Normal bone borders look like smooth lines like this, and here we have a lot of fuzziness, a lot of extra bone forming around the joint, which is a result of the arthritis, of the inflammation of the joint, which will all be painful to some degree and will eventually limit the range of movement that the joint can go through. That explains why he is so incredibly lame.
Goodness me, it's horrible.
It's the worst case of arthritis I've seen in a long time. I suppose we can expect a degree of arthritis higher up all the way down the leg as well as here. But this is pretty.
Can we justify waking him up?
It's his welfare you're asking about, isn't it?
Yeah, quality of life really. I mean.
He is getting around.
Yeah.
He's not in so much pain that he can't get up, that he can't walk. I think he has got quite a high pain threshold because I saw him walking around in the reserve yesterday and he was only slightly lame. So I think as an animal he's coping reasonably well, but we have to do more to control his pain.
I think we can justify keeping him going for a few more months. His quality of life isn't that bad. He was born at the park. I remember him when he was that small, and he's had a good life.
Really did not think it would be as bad as what it is. I'm amazed he's actually been able to get around as well as he has. Poor thing. Must have been very painful for him.
There's always a challenge being involved with them because they're not like your normal domestic cat. Although they're very closely related, it's a huge privilege really to do this. It makes it all the sadder when you have to deal with a case like this where you know the overall prognosis is not good.
The baby reticulated pythons are now 3 months old and they're growing well.
Hi Adam.
Hi Mark.
How are those baby retics doing then?
They're doing great. These are the best two. This one's probably the best one out of the two.
How often are they feeding there?
I'm feeding them about once every couple of weeks.
And they're having a mouse or two?
Yeah, just one good sized mouse. So what do you think we should do with these two then?
Oh, I'd be inclined to keep them. It'd be nice to keep two back and grow them up, you know, and then when they're big enough they can go in the exhibit.
Yeah, I think I'd
with
agree with
parents. It's just nice to see some of your offspring grow up, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
They are pretty when they're this size. You'd never consider that fully grown they actually can eat humans, would you?
It's gratitude for you, isn't it, I suppose? You raise them up and then they try and eat you.
Yes. Look, he's so docile. He's not frightened at all, and he hasn't even threatened a bite. Time was when I was looking after all the snakes here, and I knew what all the snakes were doing, their feeding records and everything, but of course I'm not around anything like as much as I used to be, and that's why it's so important to have somebody like Adam, who's a good snake man who you can trust to look after the collection and make sure everything flows. And he's done really well with these little retics, and they are really cute. And this is actually part of what I miss. Great travelling the world, yes it is, but actually breeding some of the species you're working with, I just don't get to do that, and that is something that I do miss now, and it's so nice to see our own little pythons and so forth growing up in the reptile house.
The new Record Breakers exhibit is nearly finished, so Mark and Adam are bringing over the king cobra, as she's the first snake to go in.
Adam's in here at the moment. Adam doesn't make such a good exhibit as what we're actually going to put in here. This is our king cobra exhibit. So Adam's putting the finishing touches, cleaning the inside of the glass, and we're going to get some substrate in here, top the water up, and then we're going to move her in. And I've been waiting a long time to put the king into this exhibit. But I'm also a little nervous because I don't know how she's going to react to the exhibit. Come on then. Ooh. And also to the public, because if any snake has got appreciation of what's going on around it, it's the king cobra. Yes, yes. In you go. Look what we've got for you. Because of the concern that she might not like the public, we've actually got film on the inside of this glass so that it gives the mirror effect, so you can look in, but hopefully she can't see out, or not very well, because I really don't want her to be aware of all the thousands of people that are going to go past her cage. I want her to settle down and be at ease in there. She's aware of something. I'm just hoping she can't make out too much movement and settles and just treats that as a mirror. You've got a whole cage here to go and have an explore around. Don't keep looking at yourself in the mirror. You are beautiful, but it's not the done thing.
It looks like the treatment Morris has had is working well.
We're just letting Morris and his group out. That'll give us a good opportunity to see how well he's moving.
It's a feed day today, so the girls come out, pinch a bit of meat and run off with it, and then he has whatever's left. But because he's the only male in the group, he's kind of big man, and once he's finished his meat, instead of going to get another piece, he'll just go and pinch it from one of the girls. Here he comes, yeah, he's coming over. There's loads over there.
Actually, he doesn't look too bad at all, does he, Beck?
No, he looks a lot better this morning.
Yeah. Given that it is a degenerative problem, you've got to look quite hard to notice he's still got a limp. He seems to be managing very well. He's still got a full set of teeth. His body condition is superb, so I think we're buying him a lot of very useful time. He's just coping very, very well with it all.
I love this group of tigers, really. They're our oldest of all our tigers, and they've been together well. for as long as I can remember, so it's quite a nice group. They're not the nicest tigers, they'll always have a go and jump up the bars at you, but to me that's what tigers are supposed to be.
Staff are working around the clock to finish the new enclosure for the park's 2 anacondas.
It looks nice. Yeah, will be when it's finished. Anacondas are aquatic boas from South America. The one that everyone knows is the common or green anaconda, and that is the giant of snakes. It may not be the longest species of snake in the world, that's a reticulated python, but it's certainly the heaviest, the fattest. And the reason it can grow to these great dimensions, huge girth and weight, is the fact that it is aquatic, because the water supports its weight. It lives almost entirely in the water as it gets bigger and bigger, because it's easier to move there. It hunts in the water, taking water birds, any mammals venturing into the shallows, taking spectacled caiman, South American alligators. They mate in the water, and they're live bearers, being a boa, so they give birth in the water. Now, I've caught 40 green anacondas in the wild, the biggest being just shy of 6 metres, so 17.5 foot. Bigger than our anacondas here. Oh, you're a weight, you are! We're going to be putting our 2 female anacondas into a new exhibit today.
Right. Just wrap it around me.
And we thought it would be a good idea to weigh them.
They go in the tail.
See how they compared with some of the weights of the wild ones that I've caught, because I have got records of their weights as wild weights.
52 kilograms.
Yeah.
Jolly good. The biggest one I've caught was 73 kilograms. So it's 20k over this. Right, into the enclosure.
One of the things you've got to be careful about in captivity is not having snakes that are fed so much that they get vastly overweight and obese.
Here we go. Lovely, jubbly. On me back. All right. Yeah.
The problem with carrying big anacondas is, first off, they're heavy. Second off, they wriggle. So what you've got happening is the centre of gravity keeps shifting.
Oh, you mucky pup.
You just about get balanced and you've got the coils and you're able to walk, and they've all moved again. And of course you don't want to annoy them too much, because if they lash round and bite you, they've got 6 rows of teeth and they do make a mess. They're not venomous, but having been bitten by anacondas, it's not something one likes to repeat all that frequently.
Anacondas, like many other snakes, one of their favourite defences is defecation. When they get excited, they let it all go. And I'm sure you can appreciate an anaconda that size has got a lot to let go. And most of it hit me. And now we're going to do the aggressive one. Oh, she's shedding. That's going to make her interesting to pick up. That's going to make her even more fun to pick up.
So before that, she's not. She's finished.
Has she?
She's clean. That's
Is
just
she?
what.
That's she.
Don't get too close, Bob. Yeah.
That's why this one is going in the bin. This one is actually very, very aggressive, and the other one was really well behaved, apart from a slight bottom problem. This one is absolutely very, very unfriendly and is going to fight us all the way. So we're thinking of getting it into the bin to get it round to weigh it, and then getting it into the enclosure. This is the one I think we're going to have to watch in the enclosure, don't you? This is the one that's going to pluck members of staff and pull them into the pool.
Want to hook them up?
So,
if the opportunity arises, you might have to grab it behind the head.
I'm going to get ready to grab the rest when I do. Get the lid on. I've been waiting a long time to get these exhibits set up, and so today's really exciting. We're seeing that come to fruition. Yes, here it comes.
There's a stroppy one. We're not finished yet. There's still cage dressing to do, the corridors to work on. There's quite a lot still to do, but the snakes are in. And I hope they appreciate all the work that's been put in by a lot of members of Safari Park staff. And it's going to be very interesting over the next week or so to see how they settle in.
But Mark won't be around for too long to see, as he's jetting off to the Safari Park's sister reserve in Namibia for a special research project.
What I'd love you to do is come out and do a herpetological survey on Ungava.
Find out what you've got.
Well, yeah, what do you think about that?
I think that'd be brilliant. You know, I haven't been to Namibia before. I know Africa quite well, but not Namibia, so I'll give it my best shot.
Well, I think it'll be an absolutely fantastic opportunity.
Well, count me in, Ivan, count me in.
The West Midland Safari Park has 130 species of animal and a workforce of knowledgeable and experienced keepers. One of its more famous is Mark O'Shea, a world-renowned herpetologist who has worked in more than 30 countries. He's currently looking for reptiles and amphibians at the park's sister reserve in Africa. The Safari Park's head warden is on his way to join Mark and find out what is discovered so far.
Reptiles aren't really my field of expertise. I'm far more used to the lions, elephant, rhino, hippo, giraffe and the bigger stuff, but not really a creepy crawly man. But this really is Mark's field of expertise, so I'm very interested indeed to catch up with Mark and see what he's come up with.
The Safari Park's sister reserve is 150 square miles of Namibian countryside that used to be 4 farms. Now it's a safari tourist destination with a luxury lodge and tented camp. Behind the scenes, researchers are studying the rhino and lion populations, and for the last 2.5 weeks, some of the smaller inhabitants of the reserve, with Mark's assistance.
These are pretty little snakes. Hi, Bob. There you go, mate. Good flight?
Yeah. Yes, not too bad. Shake this hand. Got the snake in this hand.
Little bush snake. Yeah. Come and see what else we've got. We've done rather well, actually. I'm very pleased with the number of species. I mean, we've got turtles down there, frogs, small skinks, geckos, larger skinks, the big Avambo tree skinks, sand snakes, bush snakes, a number of other small snakes. All these are scorpions and centipedes. Got a python down here, I'll show you him in a minute. There's a boomslang over there covered up so it doesn't get too excitable, and chameleons.
You've been busy.
I should say we have. We've been putting in the hours, believe me.
Yeah. One of the things that Ongala Research Centre is trying to do is to get a really improved understanding of all the layers of the ecosystem here. So we are looking at herbivores, we're looking at carnivores, we're looking at grasses, we're looking at all kinds of layers. Now, in order to do that, we don't have all the local expertise we need. So to look at specific species niches, we need to call in the experts. So we've had an opportunity here to call in Mark O'Shea from the UK, international herpetologist, to come and study the reptiles and amphibians for us. Mark's been with us for a couple of weeks now, and I have to say it's been a really exciting time. It's been a great opportunity to get hands-on with some of the animals that we usually only see in fleeting.
Let me show you this python we got. It's a quite nice southern African rock python. We have to weight the lid down, because even though it's not a large specimen, it's pretty strong.
Oh, it's long enough.
Yeah, it's under 2 metres, but it's a lovely young female, very pale.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
She is very nice. She was quite angry when we caught her. You won't even believe where we got this.
Should I wash my hands afterwards?
And in actual fact, she was in a toilet, but fortunately, it hadn't been used. And I might take you over there and show you that afterwards, because you never know, there might yet be another one in there.
Toilets are always good places to find snakes.
Yeah, she's absolutely beautiful.
She is very nice, lovely specimen, very nice patterning and everything.
And is she going back in the toilet?
No, we won't put her back in the toilet. I promised the workers I would release her some distance away.
Finding all these animals requires a lot of time and patience. Every morning, the research team heads off early in the hope of discovering another species.
It's not just a case of finding all the big snakes and lizards. There are a lot of burrowers, there are a lot of nocturnal species, secretive small reptiles and amphibians. And one of the techniques to capture those is called a drift fence, which is basically a line of plastic sheeting buried in the ground with pitfall traps, buckets in other words, at intervals. And in the night we hope that some of these animals come out, walk along the fence and drop in the buckets. What we're going to do now is go out and check the buckets. We've got 2 of these fences set up. This is real African bush and there are a lot of dangerous animals out here. There are lions out here and they will sneak up on you while you're bending over examining the contents of a bucket. So we have to have a gun guard with us, and we've got France. He's keeping an eye on our backs. I'm checking these pitfall traps, these buckets, to see if anything's fallen in the night. I'm using forceps because if you just put your hand in, there could be scorpions, could be centipedes, potentially could be venomous snakes, and that'd be foolish. And I just move the vegetation that we put in here as bedding and the sand to see if anything's fallen in. This being the dry season, and also the night's been cold of late, we haven't had a lot of activity on the fence, but you can still be hit lucky and you can find lizards and frogs and things in here. When you're doing a survey, it's very important to look at all sorts of different habitats. And this is Mopani woodland alongside a wetland area which the animals come to. And hopefully we might find something in the drift fence here.
We're very much looking forward to repeating this survey again at the start of the coming wet season, so we can get some sort of comparisons. Maybe some of the burrowers that are living under the surface now may be brought up to the surface by the rain. So hopefully over the coming months and years we'll get a broad picture of what the reptiles and amphibians look like on Angara.
We check both drift fences every morning as early as possible. Some mornings we find something, some mornings we don't. This morning we drew a blank, but that's field work.
The traps have come up trumps on other days. Mark has already found 24 species of reptile and amphibian. One of his jobs is to get a good visual record of each animal.
Now this is my photographic set. Photography is a very important method of recording the species, documenting the species that we're finding. And I use this idea wherever I work. Because basically if you're photographing a coiled up snake in the wilds, if the snake decides it's going to run, you've got an option. You either dive after it to catch the snake and risk smashing the camera, or you put the camera down gently and risk losing the snake. This basically prevents that problem. If the snake wants to escape, it's got to go over me. This is western bark snake, but in actual fact it's more associated with rocky outcrops, and it's a little backfang venomous snake that feeds on very small geckos, and it's perfectly harmless to us. It's got a lovely little viperine pattern down the back. Most scorpions aren't going to kill you, but as someone who's been stung twice by non-fatal species, it is painful, and it's not something you want to have happen. See, I can do this with the burrowing scorpion. I have no intentions of doing it with the fat-tailed scorpion. The fat tails are the deadly ones. This big burrowing scorpion with his big claws is far less venomous, even though he's got a big sting, than this little lethal fat-tailed scorpion. Now, Namibia is a land of desert and semi-desert, and the last thing you'd expect to see are amphibians like frogs. But look at this fellow we caught digging in near a dam. This is a sand frog. What he's trying to do is get away from the aridity, away from the dryness. He's digging backwards, going underground where he's going to survive the dry spell. He'll come out again when it rains. There are at least 3,000 species of lizards, and this is Turner's thick-toed gecko. And as you can see, he's regenerated a tail. Lots of lizards will break their tails off if they're grabbed by a predator, and the tail wiggles like a decapitated snake, attracting the predator's attention. Lizard runs away and gradually regrows a new tail. This turnip-shaped object. And if you want to know what the original tail is supposed to look like, I have one I made earlier here.
Mark.
Yeah.
Morning, sir. Small present for you.
Oh, crikey. One time I don't come out with you and you bag a snake.
Yeah, bit of luck up at the lodge.
Was it? When you dropped that vehicle off? Oh. It's beautiful. Brown house snake.
Wow.
I used to keep these when I was a youngster. Very popular little snake, perfectly harmless. This is probably the most widespread southern African snake. If you look up the map of southern Africa, the brown house snake is found everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, was it nailing this gecko? There's a dead gecko in here.
Yeah.
It's regurgitated that.
Oh, it's regurgitated that dead. Wow, look at the size of that. Look at the turners. Wow.
So we now know house snakes don't just eat rodents, they eat decent-sized geckos. Look at that.
Good grief.
It's recently thrown its tail, so in the fight it's actually dropped his tail in the hope of escaping.
Yeah.
But the snake hasn't gone for the tail, it's gone for the gecko.
Unlucky, that strategy didn't work.
It didn't work then, did it?
Keen to check out where the snake came from, Mark heads to the tourist lodge and the room where it was found.
Richard, Shuko? Hello.
Hey, hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
I gather that the snake that we had come in this morning was from your room.
Absolutely.
Yes. You're catching snakes for me, are you?
That's right, we are. Last night we came into the room and we were about to go to bed, and Junko saw something here that we thought was a rock that had fallen out of the wall.
Do you know what the snake was? I mean, you weren't in any danger, you know. It was a brown house snake. They're found right through the whole of southern Africa, and they're not called house snakes for no reason. They come into houses and eat small rodents, they take geckos, and they're basically resident. And I would probably say there's another one within 10 or 20 foot of here, but let's hope it doesn't arrive in your room tonight.
Marvelous.
This is a female boomslang, and it's the most venomous backfang snake in the world, and much feared in Africa. And this one we took out of the top of a mango tree in the village over there, much to the relief of everybody in the village, and probably to the snake, because had we not been here, it would almost certainly have been dispatched. She's flicking her forked tongue, she's sensing the air, she's touching, tasting, smelling, learning all about the surroundings. And as is typical with the tree snake, she's gone straight to the top of the tree where she's got a good vantage point. She feeds on weaver birds, she likes chameleons, and that's what her venom's designed for. But unfortunately, her venom is also extremely toxic to humans, and it will cause hemorrhaging. It might take 2 days, but without antivenom, if you receive a good bite off this boomslang, you would die.
Getting close to wild snakes isn't easy, as they tend to shy away from humans. Eager to find more, Mark, with the help of Ivan and Bob, spends his last day searching for his beloved snakes.
Right, let's get to it.
When you get rocky crevices, you get snakes tucking away in there, especially pythons. And they're nocturnal, so they'll be asleep now. But their prey is also in these crevices. The rock dassies and dassie rats. And that's what pythons eat, and they tend to come in, eat the occupants, and set up home themselves. But these crevices are very dark, and the best light available isn't a powerful hand torch. it's the light of the sun itself. So I'm using a heliograph, as one would for signalling, and reflecting the light, sunlight, deep into the crevices. See if there's anything in there.
Still with nothing, and hoping their luck will change, the search party moves to an area of the reserve where they have previously found snakes.
The capture boma is utilised once a year for our roundup of surplus animals, and during the winter period our surplus animals are caught and then driven into these bomas, and then from here they distributed to other game parks around Namibia.
Mouse, look.
Little mouse, see it?
It's a fantastic location for snakes because we have all these little corridors and we have hay and we have straw.
Come out of the way, little mouse. There's his little nest. He'll come back to that. Right.
And we have lots of pellets, so there's lots of mice around, and you know snakes love mice, so that's why they come here.
Things are looking up. Mark has spotted a snake.
Spotted bush snake is one of the commonest of the small green non-venomous snakes you find in Africa, and they're found in gardens, they're found in hedges, they're found in bushes, they're found in trees, and all they're interested in doing is hunting down frogs. Perfectly harmless, very beautiful little fella. In those bushes there?
Yeah, I see it.
He's looking right at us. He's aware there's a threat up here. It's going to make life even more difficult. He's climbing.
Okay, where's he?
Right, come underneath the tree.
I see him, okay.
You got him?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to go out on this metal beam onto the tree and try and catch him. But if he takes evasive action and drops to the ground, Ivan's going to try and catch him underneath. Because there's every chance if he feels threatened, he will just drop.
Jump ship.
Okay, you got watching him?
Do you want me to pass it to you?
I'm going to try and take him by hand. Just a breeze, young chap. Got him.
Well done.
Little spotted bush snake. Beautiful little snake. Right. Into the bag, close the bag around my arm. And I'll just take my arm out minus snake. There's still the tail there.
Still the tail there, yeah.
It's nearly in. Okay, right, shake the bag, double it over. That's excellent. They are pretty snakes.
Okay.
Yeah! Hey!
Then Ivan finds a skink.
Riding skink.
But it's made a swift getaway.
There's his tail. The shame. Unfortunately, I broke his tail.
Well, you can have the tail because, do you know, there are some tribal groups here believe that's a cure against snake bite.
Well, good luck to them. Mark and Bobber just walked into the main corridor, which goes down and leads off to each of the separate rooms in the boma. Now, it's quite tricky because the gates only open one way, and if you're on the wrong side of the gate, and obviously there's animals inside, they're going to stampede you down to the ground. Fortunately, there are no animals in here at the moment, but it's always tricky knowing what's behind that door.
Mate! I've got a zebra spitter! And it's spitting. Don't anyone look at it! Ivan! I've got to get my sunglasses on, otherwise I'm going to be blinded.
What is it, Ivan? Am I safe to come and put them on you?
No, I've got them on, stay away. You're not covered. Don't come any closer than me.
No, no.
I've got what we're after. He's getting out of the grab. Wait, no. He's getting out of the grab. He's getting out of the grab. Isn't it? Oh, I've got him. That is a zebra spitting cobra, and that's what I've been after all week. All week. Do your worst. I've got glasses on now. Do your worst. Do your worst. Right, I need the pro bagger. It's in the car.
Okay.
Right, this is Mark's probe bag, and this is used for putting snakes inside. It's a very safe device, and it's had lots of snakes in, so let's go and get another one.
Had I not got protection over my eyes, by now I would be in extreme pain as the venom started to eat into my eyes. The snake spits in the general area of the face in the hopes that some of the venom goes onto the eyes, the only place where it's going to do any damage. And it will do damage. It causes intense pain as it starts to etch into the cornea. Apart from the pain, there's also temporary blindness, and if you didn't do something about it, it could lead to permanent blindness. Spitting cobras are the only snakes in the world which have evolved a venom specifically to deal with defence. All other snakes' venoms are for killing and starting digestion on prey. Spitters have this venom which they can eject into the face of an enemy, and the idea is to defend themselves from 2 or 3 metres distance. And then as the potential threat is stumbling around in pain, the snake makes its exit.
I got it, Ken. It's taken 3 weeks to get one of these.
Brilliant. Let's have a look.
It's a big one as well, and he was trying to get away. He was trying to get away, and he was nearly through the wall of the boma. And then when I got the grab to him, he was spitting. And there he goes.
Wow.
Isn't he a beaut?
What a beautiful snake.
Look at that. I'm just trying to get him to stop. Stop still. If you watch though, as he's reversing, he's feeling behind himself with his tail all the time. What he's looking for, what he's feeling for is a hole. It's rather like being trapped in a room, keeping your eye on the threat. You're going along the wall trying to find a door. All he's doing is spreading the ribs of his neck, because of course he's got no breastbone, no sternum. So he's off trying to find somewhere to go again.
What we've done over the past weeks is to gather specimens, and we've been through them all methodically, scale counts, sizes, weights, etc., etc. Now we've documented all that stuff, it's time to go and release the animals back into the wild. So for every specimen we caught, we noted exactly where we captured the animal, and we will then go and re-release them back to where they came from.
Well, if you take the snake, I'll just put down his...
It's a really safe way to work with snakes, that's for sure. I mean, you know, we're sitting here with something that's spitting and a pretty venomous creature and very active, and we've got him under complete control. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to do this. You can actually, you know, as you can see, you can closely examine the snake.
It is a very safe method. There's no way the snake can get you. And it's not putting the snake under undue stress because it's not being held tightly or anything like that. 65 subcaudals, and I think that's the cobra done.
Super.
Yeah, I've got it. I've always wanted to come to Namibia. And it's a beautiful country, and it's got a lot of really interesting wildlife, and you can get close to it. But I don't just want to see rhinos and lions and giraffes. They're great. I mean, I'm working. I'm not on holiday. I'm here to do a survey. And we left the best to last. I am absolutely ecstatic. I'm going to go home well pleased.
At West Midland Safari Park, the staff are on call day and night in case any of their expectant animals need a helping hand. In the African reserve, Rachel, the matriarch of the zebra herd, appears to be pregnant. Her labour is taking longer than it should, and Rachel's laid-back attitude is a worry for her keepers.
The vet will be here in about 10 minutes. Just have a quick look at the zebra with me. I'm sure he'll agree we'll need to intervene.
The white lion cubs are eating meat at just 4 weeks old, but one little cub gets a side dish he soon finds hard to digest.
It was completely flat out, really collapsed and looked very bloated. I mean, he was in quite a bad way.
And when one of the rarest antelopes in the world goes into labour, the keepers are on standby in case it all goes wrong.
There's still only one leg showing. She's obviously struggling. Whether or not the calf's still alive is debatable, but we'll give her every chance to do it herself. We'll intervene.
Spring and early summer are always busy times at West Midland Safari Park, and this year has been no exception. Maybe it's something in the air, but pretty much all of the zoo's breeding groups have had at least one pregnancy this year, so it's been non-stop for the staff. But for the keepers, it's more than just a job, it's a way of life. And though they may be on call round the clock, no 2 days are ever the same.
Here in the heart of Worcestershire is West Midland Safari Park. It's home to over 100 species of animals, and it takes 66 people to look after them all. Everywhere you look, the passion and dedication of the keepers is evident. Everyone plays a vital role. Hello.
Bob Lawrence is head keeper of West Midland Safari Park. As well as getting his own job done, Bob's been looking after our keeper cam. He's been busy capturing some behind-the-scenes footage here at the park, including some live births, first steps, and first feeds from mum. Some of the most popular animals at West Midland Safari Park are the Birchall zebras. The park has a herd of 9 zebras. Rachel is the matriarch of the group and expecting a baby very soon. She's an experienced mother, and her keepers are hoping she'll take the birth in her stride. Rachel's foal should be the first baby zebra born this year, and head keeper Bob's keen to ensure that all goes smoothly and safely for mum and baby.
Yeah, these are common or Birchall zebra. You think of Africa, you think of lions and zebra and wildebeest, don't you? They are synonymous with Africa, so they are very, very popular. Sort of animal you never get tired of photographing.
Out on the African reserve, Bob spots that Rachel's waters have broken. Luckily, he has his keeper cam at the ready to capture a few shots.
That's the burst waters. It's a bit odd, she hasn't wandered off on her own, but there you go.
Bob may have worked at the park for 35 years, but he never tires of seeing a new addition join his flock.
Always lovely, the foals, when they're born. Look so frail and fragile and demure. They really are very sweet looking things. It's something we always look forward to every year when the first foal arrives.
This will be Rachel's 6th foal, and she's carrying on as if nothing is happening. She's still feeding from the park's visitors and wandering around as if she hasn't a care in the world. In the wild, zebras are quite timid and wary animals. But wouldn't you be if your main predator was a lion? Once the waters have broken, a foal usually appears within the hour, but the clock's ticking and still no sign of the baby. Bob keeps an eye on Rachel's progress in case of any complications.
Yeah, this is certainly taking its time, but she seems so laid back, it's unbelievable. She doesn't seem fazed by it at all. I think she's obviously been there and done it all before. And she's still with the main group as well. Sometime soon, I think she's got to go off on her own and let nature take its course.
This is all in a day's work for Bob, and he knows that with these shy creatures, it's sometimes best to keep your distance.
Yeah, it's kicking like Billy-O. I can see it now. So it's on its way. I think she's going to have to settle down shortly.
The staff give her some space, yet keep a watchful eye on her progress.
West Midlands have had 20 zebra foals born over the past 20 years, so Rachel couldn't have been in safer hands. But with timid animals like these, it's best to let nature take its course and only intervene when it's absolutely necessary. Stepping in too early could jeopardise the pregnancy. So it was a waiting game for Bob and his team.
Coming up, over in the sea lion house, one of the females is starting to act quite bizarrely. Could she be pregnant? And after 6 hours, Rachel still isn't showing signs of giving birth. Bob's fearful for the survival of both mum and baby. If things don't start to move along, he may need to sedate mum to help save them both.
Many of the animals here at West Midland Safari Park, like these Addax antelope, are critically endangered. West Midlands works with a project in Tunisia to put captive bred animals back into their natural environment. And it's hoped that one day some of this herd could boost numbers in the wild.
West Midlands has the largest herd of addax antelope in the UK. When the keepers find Avon in labour, it's immediately a concern for head keeper Bob and his team. Although the expectant mum is pushing and straining, after 2 hours there's still only one leg showing, and at this late stage that isn't a good sign. Bob's at the ready to monitor Avon's progress.
Can you start getting everything ready? We need the warm water, the stretcher for the mum. And if the calf's alive, we'll have to carry her up and put her in the shed until it's suckled for the first time. I've got the oxytocin, everything else we need.
Bob's team are especially anxious, as the addax is one of the rarest breeds of antelope in the world. They're determined to avoid losing either the mum or her baby. But after a number of hours of labour and still only 1 foot showing, Bob decides to take action.
She's obviously going nowhere fast in the state she's in at the moment, so I think the sooner we intervene on this one, the better. She doesn't seem to have opened up much at the back, so I think the first step is to give her a dose of a uterine relaxant. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to sedate her and try and calm her ourselves.
Bob darts Avon with a relaxant, which should release the tension from her muscles and ease the birth. He stays in his jeep, and addax can easily give a nasty kick or a jab with their horns. The relaxant isn't working fast enough. 30 minutes have passed, so Bob decides to sedate Avon to give him safe access to her calf. It's his best hope to save them both.
This is a very nasty torphine-based drug. It's about 1,000 times more powerful than morphine. A drop could kill you in 2 or 3 minutes if it was inadvertently absorbed into your body, hence the rubber gloves. However, it's a wonderful drug for animals. You can knock them out, give them the reversing drug, and they can be up and away within a matter of minutes. So I'm just going to pop this into the dart now.
Bob goes in for the second shot. It's an unexpected sight for the park's visitors. While he waits for the drugs to take effect, Bob gets kitted up for the delivery. This is a critical time for the unborn calf.
The biggest problem is, of course, if she's sedated, so too is the calf inside her. So if it's still alive, the first thing we'll do is revive the calf and get that up and running, and then we'll bring the mother round. She'll need some antibiotics and things like that, but the priority will be the calf if it's still alive.
The backup team have arrived to help. Head of Hoofstock Noel Kerry holds the mum still as Bob pulls. The towel over her eyes is to help keep her calm. The calf appears to be stuck. Will Bob get it out in time? Against all odds, the baby seems to be alive and breathing. But it's not over for Avon and her baby yet.
I'm just going to give the calf the antidote because obviously while it's inside the mum, it's sedated just like the mother, and she needs the same antidote as she does. There you go. Painting you blue already. You're only a minute old. That's it. But I think the biggest problem was the head was coming at a bit of an angle. Everything was stuck. For what it's worth, I think the uterine relaxant probably did the trick, but I think she still needed some help. I don't think for a second she'd have got that out herself. It was as much as I could do to get him out.
The park's visitors don't realise just how lucky they are to witness an addax birth.
One of the rarest antelope in the world. They existed in the wild for 1 million years and man hunted them to extinction within the space of 100 years, so the captive population is very, very important. Hopefully one day some of our animals will go back as well, which will be a fantastic achievement.
Hand-rearing expert Angela Potter is there to make sure the baby gets its first feed. As Mum's still out cold, Bob milks Avon. And as the baby isn't ready to use a bottle, Angela needs to tube feed the calf and fast.
It's very important that it has this first milk, the colostrum, because it gives it the antibodies from the mom, just to to give it make sure that it's got protection for the first few weeks of life. We wouldn't normally give it quite so early, but because we want mom to take to it, we just wanted to give it a good start, so it'll be fine in the horse box now with mom. Once she comes round, hopefully she'll be able to feed it.
Once the baby's fed, Bob, Angela and Noel carry a very drowsy mum and her baby into a trailer.
Mum's up, so...
Now they can take them off to a quieter place to give them the peace to bond. As Avon's been sedated, she might not remember giving birth and perhaps reject her baby. Bob keeps an eye on their progress.
Doesn't matter how many times you carve animals or how many times you see these animals born, you never quite lose the thrill of seeing it happen, particularly when it's one of the most critically endangered antelope species in the world.
Staying with Mum is the best course for the baby, but if they don't bond and Avon refuses to feed her calf, Angela's ready to start hand-rearing the little addax.
Well, what a relief that Mum and baby are okay. You know, before addax were hunted to near extinction, they roamed areas like the Sahara, where they could go 3 years without water. Unlike these guys, obviously they need water. They're extremely intelligent mammals and need a lot of stimulation, so their keepers are trained to give them daily enrichment.
The Sea Lion Theatre houses one of the highlights here at West Midland Safari Park. The show features South African fur seals as well as Californian sea lions, known as callies. West Midlands have 5 callies and Murphy is the dominant male of the group and the star of the show. These mammals are pretty smart. Within a year they can learn to do this, this, and even this. This physical and mental workout for a clever sea lion keeps their bodies and brains in fine tune. Head trainer Chris Ireland has spent the past 5 years looking after the sea lions.
You're clever. Yes, I thought you were. You can work with them for 5 minutes and you soon pick up that they're very, very clever animals. Certainly more goes on behind those big black eyes than I'm sure we'll ever begin to understand.
In the wild, dominant male sea lions can have up to 15 female partners. Murphy's harem consists of Winnie, his favourite girlfriend, and her next-door neighbour Stinky. She often tries to topple Winnie's position as dominant female of the group.
Winnie's been with us here at the Safari Park now for 2.5 years. She's very, very clever. She's fun, stubborn, but very loving as well.
When Winnie started displaying signs of labour, she was soon given a break from the show and her own private backstage beach. But is she really pregnant or just trying to bunk off her training?
She'd gone off her food, she was very tucked up in her abdomen area, which suggested she was in some pain, and she was lying on the beach in the middle of the day, which is unusual behaviour for Winnie because she spends a lot of the time swimming around. There was also a lot of movement in her abdomen, which we all thought were really good signs, and then things went a little bit quiet, and Winnie went back onto her food and she started swimming around a lot more.
As the signs of labour disappear, Winnie starts enjoying some lazy time in her pool. Sea lions do not usually give birth in the water, so Winnie's swimming about means a pup is not on its way anytime soon. The keepers can't give Winnie a pregnancy test, as taking blood would mean having to sedate her. If she's pregnant, that could be harmful for the baby, and as sea lions tend to urinate in the water, it's difficult to get a urine sample. For Chris and assistant keeper Amy Sewell, confirming that Winnie is pregnant is difficult without a test. So while she continues to show signs, all they can do is sit and wait.
It might be that we're misreading the signs and thinking that things are happening a bit sooner than they actually are. But for the moment, whilst we're a bit twitchy and on edge, waiting for it to happen, we're just going to keep letting nature do its thing.
Soon she isn't the only Californian sea lion acting up. In the holding pool next door, another female is catching Amy's attention.
So we've just got off the phone from our head warden, letting him know that we think our second sea lion's pregnant, not just Winnie. So Stinky has shown pretty much the same sign, so I think we've got 2 pregnant sea lions instead of 1 pregnant sea lion.
Over at the keeper's headquarters, a surprise arrival's keeping the park's hand-rearing expert, Angela Potter, busy. This little baby camel is only 1 day old, and after a traumatic first few hours with his inexperienced mum Jojo, Angela had to step in.
Mom wasn't at all a good mom. It was her second calf, and last time she hadn't been very successful either. When he was trying to stand up to feed, she was pushing him over, and she started to get quite aggressive. And it became obvious that she wouldn't let him feed. So unfortunately we had to take the decision to bring him in or we wouldn't have survived. But we then sedated Mom to get some colostrum out, because that's very important that he has that colostrum from his mum.
Camels only start breeding at 3 years old, so as Mum Jojo's just 4, it may explain why she's not a very good mother. Bob darted Mum Jojo and Angela filmed the unfolding events on Keeper Cam. Once Jojo was sedated, Bob moved in to milk the colostrum. This is the first milk that comes from the mother soon after birth. It's vital for the baby to have the colostrum, as it's full of the nutrients and antibodies that help the baby through its first few weeks of life. Bob takes over on Keeper Cam as Angela gives the baby its first important feed. Angela has had a baby animal to feed every night so far this year. She's taken care of the park's hand rearing for the last 29 years.
I've hand reared absolutely loads of animals from from camels down to the smallest little black bucks. You name it, I've hand reared it. I absolutely love these babies. People do think I'm a bit mad, but I think it's worth it in the end.
The baby camel is now 8 days old. He's growing quickly and has been moved into a larger stable to give him extra legroom.
Hello, come on. So far he's doing really well, although he's been a little bit lazy now. He's decided to drink his milk sitting down. But no, touch wood, he's doing very well. We haven't actually named him yet. We're just debating on what to call him. There's quite a few names in the pipeline, but I don't think we can agree on one yet.
A few days later, the baby's going from strength to strength, thanks to Angela's care. She's back again at 8:30 in the morning for the baby's breakfast feed, a half and half mix of cow's milk and lamb's milk.
He's been fed 5 times a day. He's having a 3 o'clock in the morning feed as well, and he's having 2 bottles at a time, which is 1 litre each feed, so he's been fed 5 litres a day. Next week, as he's growing, we'll probably increase that to 6 litres.
Angela's dedication is second to none. It's midnight, and even after a night out, she still comes back to look after her babies.
Tonight's not been so bad because I've been out, so I've come down to feed him before I go to bed. But no, I never mind doing it in the least. They're always waiting for their milk, so you've got to feed them. And the next feed will be at 4 o'clock this morning, and I'll check the sea line as well while I'm at it to see if anything's going on down there.
Angela's devotion to her role is incredible, and the same work ethic is evident throughout the park. Every morning the keepers meet at 8:30 to discuss the day ahead, and then it's off to feed, clean and check the animals. The job is never 9 to 5, and with over 100 different species to take care of, there's always something going on.
Well, another animal that they have to keep a close eye on is this baby giraffe, because it was only born last week to Mum Sally. Doing well.
Yes, incredibly well. She's just 9 days old. She's had all her shots, so we're just touching wood now. We won't have to handle her again.
You got some of the birth on Keeper Cam, didn't you?
Yes, we were very lucky. We didn't get the precise moment of birth, but we got it standing for the first time. We got her suckling for the first time, and it was good. She cares for them far better than we ever can.
Bob, it's been ever so busy for you here. 55 births so far, and still more to come.
Yes, we're not halfway through the year yet, so I wouldn't mind betting we top 3 figures quite comfortably by Christmas. There's never a dull moment in this job.
The West Midland team have been keeping a close eye on Rachel, the pregnant zebra, since her waters broke earlier in the day. But she's been playing it cool and still doesn't seem in any hurry to give birth.
Well, it's been 6 hours since the water sac burst, but just to look at her over there, you wouldn't think anything had happened at all. She's, apart from the odd kick and jerk, she showed no signs whatsoever of producing a foal. If it was a sheep or a cow, we would have intervened long ago, but with a wild animal like this, it's very, very difficult.
As the sun sets, things start to get serious.
The vet will be here in about 10 minutes. Just have a quick look at the zebra with me. I'm sure he'll agree we'll need to intervene.
It may be 9 p.m, but Bob's ever-faithful team are on hand to help out. After all this time, Bob's worried whether the foal will even make it out alive.
The least we can do is try and save the mum. you never know if the foal's still alive. It'll be an added plus. It's just a bit odd that she's made no attempt whatsoever as a seasoned breeder to put that foal out. It's very bizarre. But, I thought she might be waiting until cover of darkness, which is what they often do. They usually give birth in the early hours of the morning, but they can't leave it that long now.
The foal should have been born within an hour of the waters breaking, but 6 hours have passed, and it's looking like he'll have to sedate Rachel. Time is of the essence for Rachel and her foal's survival. Bob and his team need to act fast to save them. Coming up, Rachel's labour moves on apace, while those mischievous sea lions tease their keepers.
Yeah, you're going to be having a baby soon. Will you hurry up and have it? Yeah, you will. Good. Because we're sick of waiting now.
And the park's team swing into action when one adventurous little white lion cub bites off more than he can chew. At West Midland Safari Park, head keeper Bob and his team are preparing to sedate their heavily pregnant zebra, Rachel. It's been over 6 hours since her waters broke. It's a tough decision, but with time running out for the foal and mum, there seems to be little choice.
The very least we can do is try and save the mum. But, you never know if the foal's still alive. It'll be an added plus.
Bob and the vet, Bill Rose, decide there's no time to lose and travel on ahead of the rest of the team. But while everyone's been getting ready, Rachel's been busy. Zebras, like horses, are shy creatures, and all it took for the birth to begin was a bit of privacy. So by the time Bob and the vet get there, Rachel has started a foal by herself.
Hang on, it's a bit more moving.
It's coming, isn't it? Yeah.
It is coming.
Are they front legs? Look like.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, just one you could do, wouldn't it? Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Sitting up looking around.
But although the baby's showing, Rachel's still not making much effort to help. It's after 10 p.m. and the rest of the team arrive on the scene. Mum is still so laid back that her baby almost has to fight its own way out into the world.
He's a plucky little fella.
The team stay on hand just in case. The herd stand guard as the baby foal battles to break free.
Almost as if it's saying, excuse me, I've arrived.
And against the odds, he's out and full of life. By standing up, Mum helps with the final push out of the fetal sac. And at last, the maternal instinct kicks in. Rachel takes notice of her new baby and starts to lick him clean, which helps stimulate him and keep him warm. Next, the baby must stand so he can suckle that first important feed from Mum. Just 30 minutes old, and he's nearly up and standing. He's a little unsteady, but soon he's up. Oh, maybe not. Let's try again. An hour after birth, the foal should be able to run. In the wild, this is important to escape from any predators. And before long, the baby's got the hang of it. All he needs to do now is work out where to feed from. After a long but successful night, Bob heads off and the rest of the team follow.
It's midnight. I think we'll leave her in peace now. She's getting very protective towards the foal. She's keeping all the others away now, so I think we just melt away into the darkness and hopefully she'll settle down, let it suckle, and we'll see what first light brings.
Even though the zebra birth had the keepers working into the night, they still had to get in first thing in the morning to clean, feed and take care of their animals. Another group who are keeping both their mums and everyone else really busy are the gorgeous white lion cubs.
White lions are incredibly rare, even in captivity. Through its work with a conservation scheme in South Africa, West Midland Safari Park was the first place in this country to have a white lion pride, and their cubs are the first to be successfully born and reared in the UK. 2 litters of cubs were born at the park this year. Natasha had twins, and 4 weeks later, Marin had a litter of 6. Rolo is the dominant male of the pride and father to both sets. With such a large litter of cubs to look after, the keepers and the park's dedicated veterinary nurse Lucy Purcell are doing everything they can to help these fragile little creatures get through those first few vulnerable months.
It's exactly the same vaccine that you would give your normal domestic cats at home, and it just covers them for a number of viruses, including cat flu.
Until they've had all their protective jabs, they're not allowed in with the rest of the pride.
Once they're 12 weeks old, we'll start letting them out and introduce them to the other lions one at a time. Get used to the big wide world and find out what it's really all about.
Marin's adventurous little cubs are always up to something. With this special pride, the keepers aren't taking any chances and keep a close eye on their progress. When the cubs appear to be in distress, Bob soon takes action.
This one was coughing and spluttering just now. Coughed up a little bit of matter that looked slightly congested, so we'll just give him a little shot of antibiotics as well. He looks fit as a fiddle. It may just be a passing moment, but these are far too precious to risk.
But a day later, another of the cubs took a turn for the worse. The keepers called in the vet, Nurse Lucy, to have a look. She immediately rushed him off to the veterinary surgery. 24 hours later, Lucy and Bob are on their way back to the vets to find out how the cub is doing.
It was completely flat out, really collapsed and looked very bloated. And we called the vets and took him straight over there. I mean, he was in quite a bad way. We really didn't think he was going to make it.
The baby cub had to undergo a general anaesthetic. For such a young animal, this is a very dangerous procedure, and the chances of survival are low.
They found huge handfuls, about 5 handfuls of shavings, which is the bedding that they're on, in his stomach. So really it was a bit sort of touch and go overnight.
It was a huge ordeal for the cub, and now he needs time to recover. This year, hardly a week's gone by at West Midland Safari Park without the birth of a new baby animal. Summer is the peak season for births, so the keepers are on full alert. Predicting animal birth dates is never easy. In the camel enclosure, another surprise has appeared. This baby camel is just a few hours old. His mum Maureen's 18 and the oldest member of the herd. She's had lots of parenting experience, and to the relief of her keepers, she's soon taking good care of her new little baby, which the keepers have named Freddie. Once Freddie gets up on his feet, Jojo, the herd's other younger mother, takes an interest in Maureen's new baby. This is quite a surprise. Just a few days ago, Jojo rejected her own baby just after he was born. She refused to let him feed. So Angela Potter, the park's hand-rearing expert, had to take over.
Maureen, one of our older camels, she had a baby, and now Jo, the mum of the baby that we're hand-rearing, she's taken a great interest. So we're thinking this will bode very well for the future. She'll watch what Maureen's doing, and hopefully next time when she has a baby of her own, she'll be able to feed him and just learn from example.
As the weeks go on, Jojo seems to be taking lessons from Maureen and helping to look after Freddie. All good signs that Jojo's finally learning how to be a good mother. Back at the hand-rearing stables, thanks to Angela's faithful care and attention, Jojo's own baby camel is developing into quite a character.
He's doing very well. We've named him Gobi now, and his humps are starting to look like humps now. He's a right cheeky little thing, he really is. He sort of follows us around quite a lot, and he's always waiting by the door when you come in.
In a few months' time, Gobi should be big enough to rejoin the herd. While surprise arrivals like Gobi and Freddie keep popping up around the park, over in the sea lion enclosure, the female sea lions still have their keepers waiting and waiting and waiting. For the past 12 hours, a second sea lion has been showing signs of labour. Now Stinky, as well as Winnie, seems to be pregnant. She's put on weight, been more vocal than normal, and is straining as if she's in pain. As Winnie's pool has 24-hour surveillance, the keepers decide to put Stinky in with Winnie to help with monitoring their progress. But as they can't give them pregnancy tests, the keepers can only watch and wait. Winnie is the dominant female of the group, but as Stinky is a year older, she often rivals her for this position. The keepers could have a fight on their hands. Winnie soon interrupts her morning dip to check out her new poolmate. The keepers leave them to get reacquainted. They quickly bond, and as they start swimming about together, all the signs of labour stop. And then they start again. Although the girl's weight gain could be a symptom of pregnancy, it's also something that regularly happens to sea lions in the spring, especially if they've been lazing around. With no training to do or shows to appear in, the pair start having a whale of a time lying about on the beach. As the keepers still aren't sure if the girls are pregnant or not, there's nothing they can do but wait and watch over their makeshift maternity ward. The sea lion show goes on, and the girls make the most of having nothing to do. For Winnie and Stinky, time flies as they laze in the sun and splash around in their pool. As the days turn into weeks, the signs of pregnancy keep starting, but then stopping, starting, and then stopping. As it's still pupping season, keeper Chris Ireland and assistant keeper Amy Sewell just have to keep on waiting. But they do keep up the less strenuous parts of the sea lion's routine with a bit of light training and their monthly weigh-in. Both girls appear more bloated than normal. Last month, Stinky was 107 kilos. If she's lost weight, then it could be a sign that she's not pregnant.
Only get good girl, hold. 107 still, that's good. Is that good? Yeah, you're going to be having a baby soon. Will you hurry up and have it? Yeah, you will, good.
When it's time to go back, Stinky has other plans.
Stinky. Vicky! Just shut the seal house. Oh, it's okay. Stinky knows the way round to our medical holding pools and to the big pool, so this is where she's gone at the moment to try and see if she can get in to see Murphy, but no can do at the moment, Stinky, so you're going to have to come back and get on the scales again, I'm afraid.
Murphy is the dominant male. If the girls are pregnant, he's the father. Sea lion gestation takes 11.5 months, and last year was Murphy's first breeding season. His inexperience may mean his mating technique was not quite up to scratch, and the girls aren't pregnant, just lazy.
The culprit is this big guy behind me here, the big daddy, Murphy, who is in here, separated from them at the moment, because when the females do pups, we were a bit worried that he might blunder around on the beach and inadvertently squash one of the pups. So just to be on the safe side, we've got him away from his girls.
After a few extra mackerel, Stinky returns to the beach and is soon back to her usual tricks with poolmate Winnie. They go back to their favourite sunbathing positions as the keepers patiently wait. If nothing's happened in a month's time, Chris will return the girls to their normal routine.
I'm actually getting quite paranoid. Maybe they've just been reading a textbook on how to fool your sea lion trainer and having sea lion babies for dummies.
So, Chris, it's been 6 weeks. What's happening?
We've had no babies, nothing at all, nothing's happened, so it's Murphy's turn to get back up with his girlfriends to hopefully make sure we have some babies next year.
Murphy should be quite excited at this point, but he's hanging back a bit.
He's a little bit reluctant at the moment. Come on, Murphy. Here we go.
Come on!
53 stone of love machine on his way through, watch out.
He is so huge and keen. Look at him go now. And there he is, meeting the girls. They are genuinely excited to see him, aren't they?
Really pleased to see him when he's sort of riding along on Murphy's back in a piggyback style, which is all good sort of mating behaviour.
Chris, I know that you are disappointed that you didn't get young this year. But what actually happened? Why did they go through all those signs of being pregnant, even being in labour?
One big sea lion, April the 1st, maybe, I'm not sure. But I think the scientific reasons behind it is part of their natural cycle of coming into and out of season. So kind of think that hopefully all this build-up and the activity that Murphy's showing around the girls now means that hopefully maybe we'll have some pups next year.
Who knows? Fingers crossed you might have proper pregnancies
Fingers
this time
crossed.
next year.
Fingers crossed. We're fairly confident.
Back to work for these two though now, isn't it?
Definitely. Definitely.
First thing every day, the park's residents get through a whopping 40 kilos of fish, 20 crates of fresh veg, and a choice of 200 acres of grassland to snack on. While the visitors have the odd portion of chips, the lions get a juicy 12-kilo steak each. But some are just never satisfied. The newest members of the park can get through 5 litres of milk a day. While most get their nourishment from mum, the next best alternative is hand-rearing expert Angela Potter. When Avon the Addax antelope went into labour, complications soon became obvious. Keepers Bob and Angela stepped in and sedated Avon in order to help save her and her baby. After making sure the baby had its first important feed, the keepers left them to bond. But when Mum came to, she didn't respond to her newborn baby. It's a last resort, but for the safety of the calf, the West Midlands team knew they'd have to intervene.
Unfortunately, we've had to take the little Addax away from Mom because she'd been sedated. She hadn't had a chance to bond with him, so she hadn't fed him at all, although we left him as long as we could. And she was beginning to get quite aggressive with him, and obviously he was hungry, so we've had to take him out and bottle feed him, which is the last thing we wanted to do, really. Through the night, we were feeding him about every 4 hours, and he's just starting to suckle and doing quite well. We had to tube feed him at first. But now he's quite looking forward to his feed, but he doesn't take very much at a time. But he passes lots of poo.
While the baby goes from strength to strength, Bob's keeping an eye on the mum, who's taking a while to get back on her feet.
I'm just checking the Addax. The cleansing hadn't all come away, and we were just keeping on antibiotics as cover against any infection. It's almost gone, but not quite, so we'll probably need to continue the antibiotics a couple more days.
Back in the hand-rearing area, Angela's pleased with the calf's progress, and she's now named the little Addax Dexter.
Eventually he will be reintroduced to the herd. I mean, Addax are very endangered in the wild, so you know he will be an important part of the breeding programme in the future.
Coming up, the team go back to the vets after their emergency dash with a little white lion cub. And just 12 hours after birth, newly named Ziggy the zebra foal is up and about and getting acquainted with life on the African reserve. One little member of the White Lion Pride had to be rushed into surgery after eating 5 fistfuls of wood shavings. West Midlands Safari Park's head keeper Bob Lawrence and veterinary nurse Lucy Purcell are now taking him back to his mum.
We've just picked him up and he is really lively. He looks really good. We just need to take him back now and see if we can pop him in with the mum and cubs again and just get him feeding, really.
Since being away, the hungry lion cub has got himself a name.
His name is now Woody because he had lots of wood in his tummy.
Woody may be feeling better, but having been away in a strange place, the others may not accept him back into the group. After all Woody's been through, it's an anxious time for the keepers, ensuring his safe return. And his mum Marin doesn't seem to be in a good mood. With his agitated mother in the pen next door, little Woody seems uncharacteristically cautious, which is hardly surprising, as there's a real danger Marin could turn on him and attack him.
Come on, Woody, be brave.
As he has been in a different environment, we're just going to reduce some of those strange smells from him as well, because that will encourage Mum to go and lick him and probably accept him.
His brothers and sisters seem wary of him, but how will Mum react? This is a nervous time for the keepers, and they're not taking any chances.
The fire extinguisher, just in case she does take a reaction to it, just give her a quick blast of the water. Fire extinguishers are probably the best defence against lions, even out in the bush.
Mum immediately notices something's different and checks him out. But after a few sniffs, and to the great relief of the keepers, she seems to accept him.
I think we're probably best to leave her alone as soon as she settles down, the sooner you get the chance to suckle.
Now Lucy and Bob are happy that Woody's family have recognised him. They leave him to it.
Lucy, how old is little Woody now? He's getting quite feisty, isn't
Very
he?
feisty, yeah. He's 10 weeks old, believe it or not. And he's a very big 10 weeks old.
He's obviously recovered well.
He has, yeah. He's done brilliantly, you know, better than we could have ever expected. He's, as you can see, very, very, very feisty. But yeah, he's recovered great from the operation.
He's growling at you. He says, there's that vet. I don't want to see her again.
Yes, all the animals are like that.
So, in fact, it's been really good news for him, but not such good news for a couple of the others.
No, unfortunately not. I mean, when you do have quite a large litter, you do lose a couple of them, and we did lose 2 of the cubs, which is really unfortunate, but you know, it's just the way it goes sometimes.
And when will they all be able to go back into the Pride?
Hopefully we should be able to mix them with the rest of the Pride in the next couple of weeks or so.
Well, Lucy, I was going to say he's absolutely gorgeous, but actually he's quite grumpy with
Very
us,
grumpy,
isn't he?
Yeah.
Right, we'll give you back to Mum. All right.
In the zebra enclosure, Bob and the team had an eventful night when Rachel was taking too long to give birth. Bob thought he would have to intervene, but when she was left alone, Rachel soon started to foal naturally. The next morning, Bob is out taking a look at the zebra herd's newest addition, Rachel's foal, Ziggy.
Well, this is the morning after the night before, really. It's a gorgeous day. He's barely 12 hours old, but he's full of go, as he was when he was born, and keeping up with the group and Mum, and she's been very, very protective.
A foal stays close to its mother for up to 3 years, for protection from predators found prowling the African savannah.
In the wild, you probably get lions, hyenas, hunting dogs, all catching the scent and coming to see what it means. They are on edge for a little while until they know the foal's fit and strong enough to keep up with the rest of the group when they have to run off at speed.
Ziggy will suckle from Mum for 6 months and will start eating grass within his first month. After such an eventful entrance into the world, it looks like Ziggy's already shaping up to be the leader of the pack.
He seems very, very bold, full of spirit, full of go. I think he's a born survivor.
Well, it's certainly been a very busy birthing season here at West Midland Safari Park, with lots of surprises and plenty of drama. And looking after the newborns has been a real labour of love for the park's dedicated team.
I love a scooter, but I don't suppose I can enter the competition, can I? Now, the final touches are being out to... Hold on.
Are being made, maybe?
Yes, the
Yes,
final
why not?
touches, let's read this again, are being put to some new attractions at the West Midland Safari Park ahead of its season opening tomorrow.
But they're keeping customers in the dark with what could become one of their biggest crowd pullers. Andy Bevan has been for a sneak peek.
24 hours to go, and the animals are still taking it easy, but the humans are definitely not. There's no rest at the Explorer's Rest, a new themed eatery paying homage to Africa. Here's how it looked last year, but now it's been given a complete jungle makeover. The park is opening earlier than ever before in its 32-year history, and that's meant pressure all round to meet the deadline.
Yeah, it's going to go right to the wire, but yes, we'll be ready. Having had the busiest year we've ever had last year, we've had the shortest break we've ever had this year, but we will be ready.
Also making their debut tomorrow, these African hunting dogs. There could be as few as 3,000 of them left in the wild. They're hunted down themselves by humans. But as cute as they are now, the grown-ups are a long way from being man's best friend.
No, you come back in a month and we won't be doing this, that's for sure. They need to be like that in order to survive, because when they hunt, they're very, very successful when they hunt. Probably 70% of the hunts result in a kill, whereas with wolves it's probably as low as 5 or 7%. So they're very, very efficient at what they do.
Of course, the great thing about this place is you can get up close and personal with all the animals, but there's one place here where you can get a little bit too close. Welcome to the Twilight Cave. 60 bats will greet you as you walk through this specially constructed environment. And take it from me, these chaps are fearless, so be prepared to be bombarded from every direction. Personally, I loved it, but won't some people find it way too scary?
Initially, perhaps, but if you stand still and stop, look and listen, it's absolutely incredible seeing these wonderful creatures whizzing around your head, through your legs, under your arms, all over the place, quite unperturbed by your presence. Come in, look, learn, and it's a wonderful opportunity to educate yourself about the ways of these animals.
Like the rest of the park, the Twilight Cave opens tomorrow, but a word of warning from park staff: keep your lunch to yourself. Mind you, would you really want to share it with these guys? Andy Bevan in Bewdley for Central News.
Well, away from the twilight, let's put a bit of daylight on the sports news.
It was full steam ahead as the Olympic circus came into town. But today there were two new stars, a pair of African elephants, 5 in the front and Latabi at the back. They've been rehearsing this for weeks.
We'll go up onto the hill, both the elephants will come in line and trunk up, and then 5 will take their flag off one of the handlers and wave it for everybody to get their shots with the torch in the background.
Must be quite exciting.
It's exciting and nerve-wracking.
When their big moment came, it all went perfectly to plan. But there was one big hitch. The torch went out. But the show still went on. And like true professionals, they all carried on regardless.
Waving the flag and then turning and saluting at the train was really, really quite special. I bet the keepers have been practicing that and been sweating on it for quite a while, but it went off perfectly.
Well, the Union Jack was quite cool. You don't usually see an elephant waving a flag.
And with a fanfare, the torch headed off aboard the Severn Valley Railway to the next stop on its nationwide tour. This must be a world's first, a pair of elephants waving a Union flag to salute the Olympic torch. And one thing is for certain, it's something they'll never forget. Phil Mackey, BBC News, West Midland Safari Park.